Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Well, welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. As you can see, an absolutely beautiful day here. We're going to start with the International GT Enduro hour-long race with a 5-minute pit stop. A lot of the drivers, like Joel Johnson, is going to go the whole time. I think Lucas Pank is going to go the whole time. But then we've got Mark Sandrich, who's going to change over with the legend Owen Trinkler. But Owen is starting the race in Mark Sandrich's son's car. Then we've got David Tuwati here, that beautiful Miami-colored car. Then we come back here, Tommy Ballister. I'm walking us through here quick, and then I'm going to come back and talk to some of the drivers. But we've got Tommy Ballister here, Nick Groombridge in that new liveried car. Unbelievable. Then one of my favorite drivers, Bob Wyson, back out here with us. He's always with us, so we really enjoy him being here. Then we've been talking about David Hampton running in the Stuttgart in International GT, also Trans Am this weekend, and we'll get into that. Then we've got some unbelievable cars here, and we've got Rocco Ginetta here, who's going to be running with Rocco Ginetta III. Then we were talking about Owen Trinkler here. The legend is going to be starting in this car, and then he's going to switch over to Jordan Sandrich, and then he's going to get in Mark Sandrich's car. If he can do all that, I don't know. Then we come here, Mark Julian in this beautiful car here. Thomas Bigany, Catherine Legg in this car. It's going to be an unbelievable race. Spencer Proper, Eric Zitza, Jeffrey Thompson, and then Torsten Gross. We talked about this. I need to make an editorial change. He is a quadriplegic, not a paraplegic, and you can see here all of his hand controls. That's why he's just hands. So that's the grid here. Jonathan, I'm going to send it up to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, thank you for that little walk around, and we'll get a closer one in a moment when we start to talk to some of the drivers. There's one of the Finger Lakes, of which there are 5, hence called the Finger Lakes, high above Watkins Glen. It's a beautiful day here, as it was yesterday, and we've got 3 days of racing from the Glen, a little bit earlier in the year than usual. And I've got good news and bad news for you. It's always bad news when the pole position man is out of the race, but he is, Tom Pank. But I'm glad to say that he may be joining me here in the booth, which would be fantastic, because if you can't race and there's something wrong, we believe it's transmission, but he will confirm and let us know. But he did pull out of yesterday's race, and I'm now duly informed from the family that it is a transmission. Now, that's got a good transmission, because that's a Volkswagen, and it's ready to go. Let's head down once again to Ben.
So can you hold 2 mics? Hey, thank you, Jonathan. I am here with my friend Bill Knox to deliver us our invocation. So if you'll bow your heads, take off your hats, please.
If you'll join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we ask that you hold this race in your almighty hands, Father, that you keep the drivers, the crews, the spectators, the officials. Keep them all safe, Father, and bring them all home. And Father, we give you all the praise for this glorious day that you provided for us in this great facility where we can do what we truly love. And Father, we ask also that you protect our first responders, our police, and our military, that they too can come home to their families that they do love. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bill Knox. Now, invocation. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try not to let our cameraman fall over. But another staff person friend, Eric Whitnable, who hosts all of our winter circles, also is very talented singer to deliver us the national anthem. So, Eric, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, Eric, absolutely beautiful. How about the talent here of the SpeedTour staff? So we're going to turn around and walk over to the grid. Eric, nice job. We're going to walk over to the grid and talk to some of the drivers. Just want to make sure the camera operator's okay going down the steps. But we've got an unbelievable thing. So as we make it to the grid, let me talk about this. This is an hour-long race. 5-minute mandatory pit stop. Tom Pank and Jonathan Green will be in the booth helping to call the race, but a lot of this is strategy. Actually, I was talking to Joel Johnson over there before we started going live, and his crew chief was telling them different strategies we wanted to talk about, how to get in the cars, how to change. But speaking of co-drivers, I've got the legend here, Catherine Legg, who's going to be co-driving, I'm guessing, the second leg of this Enduro. I think this is your first time in International GT. Is this not your first time? Awesome. So have you done this driver change in a 5-minute pit stop, and what is the strategy?
We have, and I'm not going to give away my strategy, obviously. That would be bad. But we have a 5-minute pit stop. We have mandatory 30 minutes for the gentleman driver, so it's an hour race. We'll get through half an hour, and we'll do a quick stop to me, and we'll go out, and then we'll see where the 5-minute pit stop lies and all of that.
I love the fact she doesn't want to give away the strategy. But I know you've raced in everything, but how do you describe these Porsches?
Everything. I mean, I think it's a great series. I think it's a lot of fun. There's varying levels of talent. We get to go to all the cool racetracks. So, you know, as long as they're having fun and I'm making a difference, one driver at a time, it's a good time.
Well, then welcome back to International GT. We love having you here. Let me come up here and talk to Torsten, or at least show the hand controls, because I think this is unbelievable here. Now, he isn't going to make a driver change unless he can find a friend that can run it like this. But if we can get in here and show this a little bit. So he is just hands, and he's doing all of his controls right here. And that's the gas or brake? That's the brake? That's the gas. So the twist is the gas, push forward is the brake. How cool is that, ladies and gentlemen? So, Torsten, thank you for being here. That is just so cool. Then we've got Jeffrey Thompson and Zitza coming in this one. I need to make my way up to the front of the grid right now. But we've been talking to these drivers, the cars that are here. That's the 87 there of Mark Julian. Then we've got Owen Trinkler there in the Porsche Digital, the Sandrich. David Hampton. David Hampton is going to be running with yesterday's TA2 winner, Thomas Merrill. That's the co-driver. Then we've got Bob Wyson. Bob Wyson here in the number 27. Then we've got Nick Groombridge, the new livery of Nick Groombridge. Mr. Bonilla was nice enough to loan Tommy Ballister this car because Tommy Ballister's running for an International GT Championship. And the next thing to know about International GT Championships, our co-announcer up there is a former IGT champion. Then we come here, David Tuati, TLM, in this beautiful car. I can see my reflection here in this chrome wrap, but we're going to be talking about Farah, his racing outfit out of South Florida. Then Sandridge, Mark Sandridge. So Owen Trinkler is going to get out of one car. They got to time their pit stops perfectly so that he can then get in this car with Mark Sandridge, and then Mark can watch his son Jordan run around the track for an hour. Speaking of father and sons, we've got Tom Pank in the booth. Lucas Pank is going to be here in the Bay Saver Technologies. Then, this is what I was talking about earlier. That was talking about the pit strategies, what they want to do, where they might be if the pace car comes out, because this is going to be the race. Once Owen Trinkler is in that car, no offense, Mark Sandridge, this is going to be the race. Joel Johnson and Owen Trinkler. But then, to present the start command, let's turn around, Randy, from Furia Corsa, new with us this year, but he's been racing with us in a Lotus 23 for many years. Randy, I'm going to give you the mic, deliver the most famous words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engines.
Okay. So...
I didn't know that.
And with that, we are away. And hopefully Ken Fengler, who I just saw out of the corner of my eye there, may come up as well. We're expecting Tom Pank. And the big story is Tom Pank would have been obviously favourite for this race. He's second in the championship and pole position, funnily enough, for this race, sadly. But a transmission problem has pushed him out of the race today. I mean, you know, I'll be asking him whether Lucas, his son, should have gracefully given his car to him. But I bet I know the answer to that one, because Lucas himself is also trying to win the championship. But that will be my first question to Mr. Pank. He's not used to being put on the spot like this, because he once the helmet goes and Ben's gone, he can sit quietly and just get on with racing for the weekend. But we're going to put him on the spot, and I'm delighted to have him in here for the simple reason we don't get much insight into International GT. And when you see the likes of Catherine Legg, you know, jumping into this, it says two things. It says she's a badass. She just did the 500. She's a sports car legend in my mind, especially because she's British and she's a great person to hang out with. But she is really world class as a sports car driver, and it just shows the level of International GT that she is coming to this, and also, as she says, trying to help gentlemen drivers become better at racing. Tom, welcome.
Yeah, good to see you, Jonathan. I met you for the first time.
I know, I'm so glad you did, because it's always weird when you meet somebody. There's Chelsea doing the jump. Do you give her a wave when you go out?
It's really refreshing to see her with that bundle of energy when
Isn't
you're going
great?
out. And she's always got a smile on your face, fist bumping you before you go out, and just look at her.
It was a great scene yesterday where, after the first crash, after the first race, Chelsea was hopping up and down as usual. Meanwhile, Ken was standing next to her, trying to calm all the drivers down. Look, there she is. What a great sight.
I watched you when you called that. And we have a real nice field today, and perfect weather. I mean, it's not too hot. It's just right. And hopefully we'll have a nice, safe start. That's an interesting guy there, Torsten Gross. In that Cayman. He's a paraplegic.
I know.
And they've rigged that car up incredible. He's got the most positive, non-sour attitude about his handicap, if you will.
Yeah.
And he's trying his best, and I couldn't do it the guy
I
does.
like the system. I've seen what Zanardi's done. I've seen what a few others have done in the past. I love the idea of this twist brake. So there's never a chance of you making a mistake on that. But also the feel of the brake is kind of real, because you know how much pressure you've got to brake. It may be hard, actually, at times, sort of heavy braking. But, really interesting indeed.
He does say after a half hour his arm does get very tired, so this Enduro will be a stress on him.
But you tend to find people in wheelchairs have huge upper body strength. We've got, and it's kind of apropos on the, if you like, the eve of the Paralympics in Paris. If you're not tuning in, you should. It's absolutely amazing and inspiring.
We see Juan Gonzalez there, and just before he took off, I said, Juan, how come your son's not driving the car? Juan Jr. And he told me that Juan Jr. yesterday released an album on Spotify.
Oh, wow.
And he goes by the name, I got to look it up again.
That's all right.
And he very, very encouraged by that, but that's why Juan is doing it. It's Yunko Raid.
Yunko Raid. What kind of music do we know?
I do not.
No, I have not.
But Juan, the proud father, had the car shook out yesterday with Elfin Castro in it, or rather day before in qualifying. And he chased me down pretty hard, but I still got him.
Well, listen, while we're in the boot, and while we haven't gone racing, I just said before you came in, I introduced you and said, well, we have good news and bad news. It's never very easy to get the pole man for the race in the commentary booth, but that's the position we're in. You are pole position still, sadly. As you can see, you're not out there. Now, what happened?
Yesterday, at about lap 4, I had about a 3-second lead on the guys, and then coming towards the bus stop, the 6th gear exploded, and I heard nothing but metal grinding, and I pulled off as good as I could and hoped I didn't oil the track, and luckily neither one of those happened, but it was terminal for the weekend.
Well, I've met another member of your family, very nicely educated, nice young man. This Lucas fella, surely he would be giving you his car.
I'm not going to do that.
I said I thought I knew the answer to that.
It's a sport for him as much as it is for me, and we can't do that. Now we're coming down here to the start. So
and Lucas, of course, your son in the green day glow, of course, is fighting for the championship at the moment himself.
Yes.
And given that Haman is not here, he could well be on level par with Gonzalez before the end of this and chasing you. With a few more races to go. I think 6 after this one. So 7 races in all. Ooh, the 174 went a bit early there. That could be spoken of. Now, good start from Lucas Pank.
Yep. Twatty got him.
Yeah, Twatty's gone on the outside.
Lucas just going to dive in behind Twatty. Okay,
so,
let's make it clean through here. Oh, wow.
Tricky first corner, and the lead man, Joel Johnson, definitely got beaten up by Twatty there.
Lucas is holding that. Yeah. This is an interesting start now.
Yep, and we're on board.
Yep. I will say David Twatty is a very good starter. When it comes to starting, he's extremely aggressive and gets there, and he achieved his goal. Now let's see if he's able to hold it. Joel Johnson, I've never raced with before, but he is doing very well.
Yeah, he sort of popped out of nowhere, didn't he? He was sandwiched between you and Lucas yesterday and drove very good indeed.
He's driving Carrera Cup, I believe, with that car.
Okay, so
he's here practicing.
Yeah, that's good.
And now it looks like
an IMSA are coming here, so that's another thing.
Yeah, so
practicing for. Whoa, 3-way, I love it.
Yes, this is nice.
From the drone, you really just see how close they are.
Practically touching bumpers. It feels like you're touching each other at that speed.
How long have you been doing this now?
I started at about 20 years ago, age 40, and it got pretty serious during IMSA Cup in the early 2005 through 2008, and then I got out of it for a while. And then I got back in 2017 with the boys.
Yeah, and so this is, I would argue, I've done the Carrera Cup a few times North America-wise, and this is just sort of, a little bit more sporty, more sort of, not relaxed, that's the wrong word, you've still got to drive the damn cars.
Yes.
And like I said, with Catherine Legg and people like that, there's some pretty good pedals out there.
Well, gentlemen, this is getting good. We got to call this race. We got an hour. We can talk to the champ, Tom Pank, but look at this, David Twatty, Joel Johnson, then his son Lucas Pank, right there coming into Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 11. What are you seeing out there, Jonathan?
I know, it's pretty close. Lucas is going to make a move here, I think, on the inside. Well, in fact, the man in front of him has just done the same thing, Joel Johnson. He's going to try to pile through, and both of them try to go through on Twatty. They come under braking into turn 1. And can Lucas do it? Oh, he's still got the inside line. Just needs to keep his foot in, and he may just get up the hill. No, he's slotted back behind, and Joel Johnson now takes the lead away from David Twatty. But as you say, Ben, this is scintillating stuff for an hour-long race.
That's how you normally start an enduro. We usually don't have a pass for the lead twice in one lap.
No, we don't.
So great race
here it is.
from
Lucas
Johnson.
got Twatty.
Yeah. Lucas has got
Lucas has Twatty. Lucas going to straighten out the bus stop right behind this guy. Whoa.
Go on, Lucas. How old is Lucas now?
Lucas is 26.
Okay, perfect.
Just turned 26.
When did he start?
Well, I played with go-karts at home, and then he really started when he was 16 or 17. We started in this group, I think. Well, I take that back. He started in some Miatas first, and Summit Point and that sort of stuff, race schools. But Lucas had natural talent.
And again, he's looking at the inside.
Oh, there it is. He's on his bumper.
And Lucas is in a 4-liter, right? And then Tuati is also in a 4-liter, but Tuati's in a 4R. Is that correct?
Tuati's in a 4R. Lucas is in a 4-liter. And the car behind him is both cars in front are 992s. Lucas is in a 997 that's been worked a little bit.
And if I know my Porsches,
and there's Owen Trinkler in the 3.8 liter of Jordan Sandridge.
Already behind Mark Sandridge?
Past Mark Sandridge. That's Jordan. That's Jordan's car. So he's going to give Lucas a run for his money. I already told Lucas ahead that to expect this.
Whoa, Lucas! Go on. The inside on the last corner.
Twatty pinched him off. Yep. Okay, now I don't think Lucas is aware that Owen's behind him.
Because the cars do look similar. He's got some smoke from his right front.
No, that was not smoke. There is oil dry on the track there.
Okay,
good. See, good eye. That's why we have the experts here. But I did hear a little bit of bias in the expertise there when Tuati pinched him off. Might have been a little bit of bias there,
Sorry
Tuati.
about that, Tuati.
It's all good stuff.
But this is such good information as we ride on board. That is Mark Sandridge there now behind Lucas.
No,
is that Jordan?
That is Owen Twinkler.
Yeah.
And
so
Jordan
both Sandriches have the camera car? I think that's it's just Mark Sandridge with the camera car.
Okay, I got to tell you that I know Owen is in the one car.
Yeah, he's in the one behind him. So the camera
Marks
car
has
is
the
Mark.
damage on it, so we'll see it in a second if we see.
But look at how close this is with Lucas and Tuati.
He's caught right up.
Did you be telling Lucas on the radio?
I don't talk to Lucas on the radio. He's got him. Got him. Good job, Lucas. But that's how it goes. You know, you just work it till you find a weakness in the other guy and get around him.
Tell you what, Joel Johnson, if he sticks around, this is only his first weekend. Look at him, 152.1. Yes. He is flying and got a 2.9 second lead already.
And Lucas really was struggling to stay up with Joel yesterday. Mm-hmm. So let's see what he can do today. Now that he's away from Tuati, he has free track. So let's hope.
Yeah. Well, he just needs to keep that gap to something similar. Now, let's just explain this again. Ben did a good job of explaining on the grid and met several of the second drivers, but not everybody has a second driver. But that doesn't mean, in the case of Joel Johnson, that he doesn't get to pit. No, he has to pit, and he has to wait for I think it's 5 minutes at least.
Correct.
And so he will just sit there, and that's fine.
But hold on, let me also add, there's a timing line at the beginning of the pits, and there's a timing line at the end. So you have to get that right, because if you come in at 4:59, you've got to serve a drive-through penalty. So it's better to be at a 5:02 than a 5 flat maybe.
I'm interested, just to ask a question to you. When you have someone like Catherine Legg coming in, what will she be doing over the weekend to help Thomas Bigoni become better? I mean, is she on the radio to him and whatever? Because it's not a test session, is it?
No, she can talk to him, but maybe she's co-driving with him. I'm not sure of this. You obviously have some extreme talent there. And she will coach him. She will do a reference lap in the car during testing and say, here, do this, do this, do this. Here's how I drive.
But generally set up the car.
Why is David Hampton in the pits?
That's
this is kind of early. You would think he would come in now. If he does change, he's going to Thomas Merrill, who won yesterday's
There
TA2
is
race.
Thomas.
There's Thomas there in the white.
And he's not ready to go anywhere.
They're looking at something mechanical, looking at the tires. They're jacking it up. Thomas is not wanting to get in the car, so this must be something mechanical on that right front.
Yeah, and Thomas is right there with him. Busy boy. He was racing last weekend at
Laguna.
Now,
if they can fix this car, they could make it their 5-minute pit stop, but Thomas has to stay in the car. It looks like there was something loose in that front wheel, the way he shook it. I'm not sure, but it didn't look right.
Well, as you can see, our 2022 Trans Am champion taking a good close look at it.
And I guess I can call it now, our 2024 Western champion, GT champion. He's got it locked up mathematically, does David Hampton. He might win the SGT Western Championship as well.
Yep, there you go. Well,
Thomas is looking at Thomas knows a lot about these Porsches. He just got second at Le Mans in a Porsche.
All right, Lucas has a nice lead on Tuati now.
Yeah, look at that.
And Sandridge is hunting him down. So Owen hasn't gotten Mark yet.
Well, Lucas Pank is now on a very similar pace to Joel Johnson. That's good news. The gap is still 2.8, but they are now circulating in almost identical times. In fact, Lucas has got a 1:51.3, so he's even quicker. So that means that Lucas is catching, Twatty stays third, and Joel Johnson now is the target.
And the advantage Lucas has is age and stamina, because Joel is pretty much my age. And let me tell you, the kid doesn't get tired.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm hearing from Adam from Berkshire, New York, that he says he used to play Watkins Glen in high school sports. Well, why aren't you here?
Yeah, exactly.
It's such a beautiful day. You should be here, Adam. But thanks for joining us. Leave us some comments here on SpeedTour TV on YouTube. Who are you watching? Who are you rooting for? Or if you have any technical questions for Tom Pank, he could text his buddy Kurt and give those answers.
There you go.
Kurt's his mechanic.
Let me tell you, Kurt's not on the text right now.
Yeah.
Well, we've got two food manufacturers out there, Sandridge Crafted Foods and, of course, Mission Foods.
So now everybody's settled in. You're saying, okay, I got pace, but I got to maintain this pace. And I got to maintain this pace for an hour. So you're settled in, you're hot, you just want to pace yourself so you can get through it, and don't overheat your tires or your car, and go for it.
Well, they're putting a new tire on.
Yeah, so I would not be surprised if they make this the 5-minute pit stop.
Okay.
See, he's
so
taking
you can take it any time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see.
And I haven't seen.
You just cannot change drivers before 30 minutes.
Let's see if, because Catherine Lake said you had to go the 30 minutes. I didn't think that was correct. So we'll see if Thomas Merrill looks like he's getting dressed. Now, he is in a Stuttgart Cup car, so going a lap down doesn't mean so much to him, but he's going to have a hard time fighting back. But, yeah, it might work out as a good strategy if they can make that driver change.
Well, you can see this from our camera one position. That's the gap between the leaders. Then the third and fourth place is a good battle between Sandridge and Trinkler. Trinkler in the car at the moment, and Twatty in third.
Lucas is just turning a tenth of a second faster, so he's got a lot of tenths and laps to catch up at that rate.
There goes Hampton. Is that Hampton or is that
no, he went out.
Thomas Merrill? So he went out. That wasn't a 5-minute stop, was it?
No, he will have stayed in the car because
that is
Merrill
possible.
can't get in.
Maybe Logan could get a shot at Thomas Merrill or David Hampton so we know who's in that car.
That's a good point. Now, Jordan Sandridge is the man in 5th place at the moment.
No, that is Owen Trinkler in the car.
Gotcha. It is the other way around. Right, gotcha. It's a little confusing, folks, because we've got, if you think about it, 58 Sandridge Trinkler and and then number 49. Yep, that's Jordan Sandridge, or the other way around. Sorry, Jordan Sandridge is 4th, and Mark Sandridge and Trinkler are in 5th.
I don't think that's the case. I think Owen's in the car right now in the 58 car.
Oh, okay.
But
that's right.
No, Owen is in the 49 car.
Okay, Owen is behind.
Owen is in the 49 car.
Yeah, okay, Owen's behind.
This is what happens when you have two cars that look nearly identical.
I know.
Tom Pank, you and Lucas's cars are very similar from a glance. Your car is a lot wider.
How has this season been compared to others in terms of competition?
The competition's good. There haven't been as many racers, but it's just how things occur. Some of the racers moved on to higher series.
Yeah.
And this will occur, and it's been a great season so far. And I'm going to go one more race. There's 2 more races left. Well, 2 more events left, I should say. And I'll be at VIR, and then I'm going to call at the end of the season.
Well, that's close. You're not too far from there, right?
No, and but we're business people too, so we have that, and almost everybody here is of that.
What's the real life job?
I have an excavation business and some real estate development, and I started the Base Saver company, but I sold that.
Okay.
So those are the
good closing speed there. I love the drone to give you the closing speed.
This is real good footage, Ben.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a great way to watch now. I was talking to our drone pilot yesterday about how they have transformed motor racing forever, really, and from a commentary point of view, a perspective point of view, it's great. Nice overtake here.
On board with Rocco Ginetta in the Stuttgart Cup 3.8 liter, letting the bigger Cup car go by.
So Ginetta the third, is that the senior?
I think senior's in the car first, and then junior takes a second stint.
And so junior is the third. Gotcha. That makes sense.
So we thank Fixie Wheels for providing these in-car cameras.
Now there's Thomas Merrill about to get in.
legally do
No,
a
they're
3-minute
doing
pit stop
it. They're
and a
doing
2-minute
it
pit
because
stop.
they've given up on the race.
I got you.
And they're just gonna finish it out and figure it out. Thomas.
Whoa,
Merrill's
wait. Are you counting out Thomas Merrill?
No, I'm saying the guy who he's switching with is going to check
Yeah.
the car out. For Thomas Merrill's going to check it out.
You could see David moving his hands like it's doing something weird on a right-hand turn. But Thomas Merrill, like I said, he knows how to win endurance races, got second in the Le Mans 24 hours with the WeatherTech car just a few years ago. Same year he won our TA2 championship.
Yeah, and by the way, he's won here at Watkins Glen at the 6 hours too.
And won yesterday in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. And that's so hard to talk helmet to helmet like that when you get out of the car.
There's Juan Gonzalez.
And
we have Bob Wisen behind him. Bob's giving him a good chase right now. Now, you got to be fair. This is really Juan's son's car. And this is his first time racing this car. And so he's learning to drive it. It's a very different car than what he has. His other car has a incredible GT2 turbo.
What's happened to that?
Oh, nothing.
He's decided to
trying this car out. Juan has an incredible car collection, so Juan drives and does what Juan wants to do.
Yeah, and we were talking yesterday.
Here goes Bob.
There he is.
Bob's right next to him, and Juan won't give an inch, but if Bob has it, Juan's giving it to him, and Bob has it.
And good eye on that oil dry, too, Tom, a couple laps ago. That's exactly what it is. That is not smoke coming out of the front. That is oil dry. There goes Thomas Merrill, so I don't think we've made a legal pit stop change there.
That's all right. Like you say, they'll just test it, and he'll either do a couple of laps and sort out the problem, or he'll hand it back or carry on and just do the rest of the race.
Now there's Thomas Ballister. He came through there nice and smooth, and he's headed down. And Thomas is leading the championship right now, and doing very well. He had an unfortunate incident at Road America where a car oiled a track in front of him, and he came in without any flag or anything, and had a pretty bad incident. And that ended that car.
I'm hearing from Racing Data Systems. I had an extra 6th gear with me for Pank, but didn't want him in the race. So, you know who that is?
I can only imagine.
So there's the 49 of Owen Trinkler should be getting out of the car, so we should see Mark Sandridge coming in soon to change over.
Well, my understanding was Owen was going to come in at 25 minutes, but it looks like there's a black flag or something. He's sitting at black flag or behind the pace car. What's up?
Yeah, he is behind the pace car. Yeah, as you mentioned, Thomas Ballister started the weekend on 390, yourself on 305.5. I don't know what you got 0.5 for, but and then Juan Gonzalez third with 279. And with Hammond not here this weekend, then it's Sandridge, then it's Lucas Pank. So there's every reason for Lucas to get a good
now
result.
Mark Sandridge just got past Twatty.
Yeah.
And that was a great pass down the main straight.
Yeah.
And Twatty still has that left to right movement in that rear wing. Are you seeing that, Tom?
Yeah, I don't know. That's
just a little vibration.
I don't think that's a problem. I saw that when you mentioned it before. I'm not
How about
sure.
this?
Yeah.
He's done a great job in the last few laps, has Lucas Pank.
Yep, he's catching him. So let's see. Now the factor is stamina and youthfulness.
Well, Pank's not changing either, so like you say, he's bags of energy at his young age.
Yeah. So
he's better on the brakes.
Now Lucas is he's got the concept down. He's only half a second behind, and he's watching him and reading him and seeing where he's going to get around him. And it may take 3-4 laps for Lucas to study him, but that's what I would be doing.
Well, when you look at the time, 151.9 last time out, 153.0 from Johnson. So he's made up a lot of time in the last few laps. So he's definitely quicker. And as Ben points out, it seems to be, when we see it from above, on the braking.
Yeah, Johnson had a slow lap. He has slowed down. The last one, you're right. As Lucas was a second faster.
So
now Thomas Merrill's car is in again.
I think what I'm seeing here is David's like, will you drive this? Because Thomas goes out and tests those cars for AR Motorsports, and because he does have a Trans Am race tomorrow. So I think they're using this time to just see if they can fix it for tomorrow's Trans Am race.
All right, of course, yes, that's a good point.
All right, Lucas is on his bumper right now.
Is
so let's see what happens. Now, I think Lucas is going to pace it a little bit.
All right.
Lucas has more patience than his father does.
You can't teach him everything, and maybe some things you don't need to.
Correct.
He's learned that osmosely from you. It's like, well, I won't do that.
The fast, aggressive race car driver may come from the dad, but the patience may come from the mom.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, I don't know about that.
Now we're getting into traffic, though. So we'll see how good Lucas's racecraft is, because he can use the traffic here, perhaps, to his advantage as they go through slower places like the bus stop here.
And sometimes you just get stuffed. Here it is.
Yep, that's exactly what Joel does not need right now, because that's playing into Lucas's hands, and he's right there. Where's a good place to pass cleanly?
Right here, coming into the boot. That's where
he's done it already. Yeah.
Yes. But Lucas will be patient. He knows he's got his work cut out for him, and it's a long race.
Go ahead.
Just a few years ago, Lucas ended up on his roof in that section, but they fixed it for the next day's race, which is crazy.
All right, Lucas, this is good racing right now.
Yep, we're almost 20 minutes into this race, so they've been going at a really hell-bent pace. Sandridge in 58 car has just done, or is that, I'm still going to confuse myself, but either way, the 58 car,
Mark.
It is Mark, has just done his quickest time, a 53.1. So where do you think Lucas will make a move? He said he was going to sit and be patient for a while.
He's got to study this guy. Lucas is running the car on the very edge to get to him. So and you're dealing with a very seasoned racer in front of him, who's running in a pro series. So it's going to take Lucas a little bit of studying to see what he can do.
Or you can also just be patient and wait for Joel to maybe go a little bit too deep into one or something.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
easy
Well,
to do.
let me tell you something. It's not so much fun when someone's on your rear bumper. Okay?
Yeah, I'll bet.
And so Lucas came through that corner better than he did.
Is it a case of you're second guessing?
When you're running like this, you have a guy on your bumper, so you have to look if he has a run on you, or you bobble a little bit, so you block him into a corner.
Yeah,
okay?
which slows you down, immediately.
But it becomes racecraft, and that's where it's. Joel probably has an advantage, although Lucas has spent a lot of simulator time.
Yeah.
So he knows, and Lucas won't give up. Trust me. This is good racing right here. And I tell you what, for both of them, it's a blast. Oh no, this is not good. Thomas Ballister is in.
This is the championship leader. So now the two top men in the championship are having problems.
Yes, this is not good.
We've got Tom, who was pole, alongside us.
See that marker there?
Don't hit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, that's not very family friendly, but that is pretty funny, and that definitely goes in line with TLM.
I didn't see it till you pointed it out. Okay, right on the bumper.
So it's Johnson, Pank, but very close. Sandridge in third. Twaddy's dropped to fourth.
Wow.
Groombridge is now fifth. Robert Wisen, you think it's going to happen now?
I don't know. If he can get a run out of this corner on him, he's going to do it.
Pretty tight.
Yeah.
They are glued together. This is great racing.
Yeah, we appreciate the camera operators. It's such
phenomenal
a great job
camera
keeping
footage,
with this racing.
Yeah, they're very unsung heroes.
Look at that shot there from Matthew. Nice job.
I know.
That's really good footage.
Well, they love their cars, too.
Now,
That's
if I was Lucas,
Here we go.
I would probe it a little bit and see if I can outbrake it.
Here we go.
There it is. No,
thought about it.
No. Yeah.
But he is in Joel's head.
Yes.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
that's so important, because Joel, if he just misses his mark
Well,
by
there you go. That could be
10
it.
feet.
No.
Now he's going to draft him up the hill, but now Joel's going to now Joel has to settle down, or he's going to get past.
What year is Lucas's car compared to Joel's?
Lucas is a 2010 with a 3.8 liter motor, but it's been tuned so they make him into a 4 liter. But Lucas is actually running my used tires.
Oh wow!
So the tire bill was getting a bit excessive. So I said, Lucas, we're going to flare your front out, and you're going to run my scrubs, and I'm going to get new tires.
See, this is what I like to learn. I think you should forget going to VIR. Come and join us.
So Kurt went and tuned the car a little bit, and put the tires on, tricked a little downforce to it, and we have it here. Now, Ken has said next year he's going to put this car in the R class, which is fine.
I'll tell you what, if Lucas can get a win out of this race, or second, where he is right now, that's going to really put him, with 6 races to go, in a good position to challenge the likes of the mighty Tom Payne.
Well, he knows how to win a championship, does Lucas Payne.
Yeah, Lucas won it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was a father-son, son 1, father 2. But we aren't going to go to COTA.
Yeah.
So he has VIR to do it. but I don't think mathematically that's possible. And Coda's a long trip for us, and at the wrong time of year. So.
Yeah.
But he's glued to his bumper right now. Now he's using
traffic again.
Yeah, but now he's going to try to get a run out of this corner.
Yeah.
And he's glued to his bumper.
He's got it. And there's two cars in front, too, which could come into play.
Yep. Now, this can get a little hairy. Now, he said, no, we'll just be patient.
Hey, great heads-up driving from the Stuttgart cars. Nice job.
And the good work from the flagman. You can tell that Joel is a pro. He's not weaving. He's not showing any signs of nervousness.
Lucas is on him right now. Lucas has a run on him. This is fun as heck. Lucas is having a blast.
Yeah.
And Joel is saying, oh, darn.
Yeah, it's a long half hour when you have got it that close. Into the bus stop they go.
Yeah.
I've been at Winner's Circle after races like this, and you guys get out just so excited because this is what you're looking for. As a real racer, you're looking for something like this.
Nothing stupid, just go and have fun.
Uses the camber. That was great racing by Lucas. He just swept slightly wider. If you've been watching the Dutch Grand Prix, this is a cambered corner, very similar to the Formula One course, and Lucas just went up into the high line and then swooped down to get some extra speed. This is cambered too, this right-hander, at the bottom of the toe of the boot.
Yeah. As you climb out here, but Joel's not making any mistakes right now, and so Lucas just needs to stay on it, stay within the hunt, and he'll get it.
So we've got somebody, Mac is watching from Australia. It's 3 a.m. there. He says the Glen looks amazing. So good day, mate.
Good day, mate. How are you?
Thanks for joining us. That's pretty cool. I mean, you can't get further away than Australia right now.
No, Earl Bamber
3 in the
runs
morning.
a team over there in Porsches himself, and some really good Kiwis and Australians have been through there. So
it's a very good drive.
Yeah. We'll be seeing Earl and the boys next week.
And you were asking when I got started, one of the drivers, Wolf Hensler, taught me a lot.
Okay.
And Dominic Farnbach.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Big names.
Yeah, they were great drivers. And there was York Bergmeister was in there in those days.
Yeah, if you want to see those guys race, they're usually at Daytona or Sebring and have many hours.
Oh, here it is.
Here's the move.
Here it is.
And
wow.
Lucas Pank drives into the lead. And look at him go.
Yeah. So that's what I thought. He may have just been waiting for Joel just that little bit. Miss your mark by 15 feet.
Now we got traffic coming, but
they'll
be through.
But Joel, great driver, knew he made the mistake, knew that Lucas would take the line, and just went behind him. So now it's a race again. We've got to change for the leader.
Talking about.
Well, and now would you argue that Joel's in the bird seat because now he's going to really take a good eyeful?
No, Joel's tired right now.
Okay.
And Lucas is full of energy.
Yeah.
Again, just want to remind the audience that we might have a biased commentator in the booth with us.
Yes, we do.
If you're listening, if you're tuning in, just tuning in, we have Tom Pank, who was pole position for this race, but sadly he has had a transmission.
Look at all the cars coming into pits.
Yeah, there's a lot. Here we go. Here's another look at the move. He gets a run into turn one. Just rolls it through, and you watch. See, look. Joel goes slightly wide and has to slow down to get over the rumble strips, and that allows Pank through. So really, it was a simple move in the end because I think a slight mistake by Joel.
Yes, but great awareness, and that's what makes a great endurance driver like this. And we should talk about this. International GT on a normal weekend is usually 2 sprint races and an enduro. And like in SVRA, the sprint races are the most important. But I would say most of the Paddock and IGT, they love this enduro.
Well, we are at the 26-minute mark, so we're getting closer to that obvious place to make that pit stop. But for those with a second driver, they will then make that changeover.
Well, Boy from New York is joining us, one of our favorites.
Regulars.
And we will be going to Toronto next weekend. He says he's watching from across the lake in Toronto. Well, we are at Mossport next weekend.
You are going to send in some tickets, right?
Yeah. If you want to go, Boy from New York, hit me up. You're going.
That's a great track.
Yeah.
That's a great track. You come up over 2 blind hills and flying.
Watching from the Netherlands. There you go. Niels van den Berg. Remember, the Coronels were pretty darn good Porsche racers in their time and touring car drivers.
So Lucas has a nice little gap going, and I think Joel is acquiesced at this point.
In comes the 124 for his pit stops. That's Nicholas Groombridge. He's on his own, so like I said, he'll just sit there. I prefer to get out personally for 5 minutes. Anyway, Fisky Wheels, GT3 Cup car. And as you can see, these cars are beautifully prepared. Immaculate. And I'm presuming, with that British flag, Groombridge is from the good old Great Britain.
Yep. He's a patent attorney.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Lucas is coming into some traffic there. I don't know. That looks like it might be Ballister.
Yeah, it is. That's ironic, isn't it? Yeah, so the championship leader is about to be overtaken, but of course he's been in the pits early. And it looked like there was something wrong, right? Because it was a pit stop that we didn't expect. Well, we'll see. Anyway, Lucas is all over him now, and he's got away from Joel.
Yeah, but now this can cause Lucas some grief because he's got to come out of those corners fast.
Yeah, he wants to dispense with him.
Now he'll probably get Thomas into the braking here.
Yeah.
And then Joel, if he doesn't pass Thomas by now, he's going to be stalled up the hill through the S's. You just carry that speed up those S's.
Just outbroken, but that's different than lap traffic because he's in a pretty equally yoked car as Tommy Ballister, so that doesn't. He's not being able to pass as quickly around like a Stuttgart Cup car.
But it probably didn't affect him. If that was a Cayman, Joel would be saying some bad stuff.
Tom, what's Lucas's plan? Is he going to stay around and enjoy just club racing with you effectively, or is he going to try to become a professional all the way?
Tom wants to retire, and Lucas is going to take over the business, and then it's up to Lucas. I don't think Lucas has, although he probably has the talent, I don't think he has the grandeur of a career as a race car driver.
Okay. But he loves it. And to be honest, if you really love the sport, this might be where you are because the pressure is less. When you're not racing to feed your family, your motivation for racing is different. So for people that absolutely love it, this sometimes is a better place to come.
Have you ever had a banger weekend? If you can have a banger song, you can also have a banger weekend. Our friend in the Dutch Netherlands, Niels Vandenberg, has just been to a banger racing event with lots of overturns.
Wisen pulling in front of the Cayman. Now Robert's run with us for a long time. He was running before I was IGT and very accomplished. He does a lot of NASA events and like us, a businessman who just enjoys going out, having fun. Now Bob's retired as well.
Just a few years ago, he and Ted Giovannis went into Daytona, the last event, and I think the last race. That's how close these championships become in IGT.
Very good. Well, we're hitting the 30-minute mark right now. So as you can see, pit stop starting to happen.
So now all the pros are going to come in the cars, and they're going to change this up a little bit.
Yeah.
You're going to see Owen Trinkler come in Sandrich's car, probably this lap. And Owen's going to be turning some aggressive laps. And we'll see if the leaders have enough of a gap to maintain that.
Do you know Trinkler's background, either of you? You mentioned he's a bit of a legend.
He's an IMSA champion.
Okay. Yeah.
He ran with Ted Giovannis for many years and has done a lot of other racing. Pilot Challenge. I don't know all his history. But there it is. There's Sandrich is coming in.
Yep. Catherine Legg, of course, most famously in the last few months was in the Indy 500.
Yep.
No mean feat.
Oh, they're all the way down at the end of the pit.
Yes, a long way.
So that's why they were behind the pace car then.
Right.
Oh, got it. You're right. So Jordan must be back out. Oh, yeah, Jordan's back out turning. Yep.
So here is your box standard pit stop. Spray the windshield. Keep that clean. There's probably some flies out there.
Mark Sandrich, what a nice guy. Sandrich Foods out of Medina, Ohio. And incidentally, the national anthem singer, Eric Whitnable, is also from Medina, Ohio. But here we are.
So is Bobby Rahal. I read it on our feed.
Yeah.
I was surprised to see the Trans Am man singing.
He's good, isn't he? Does
it was. I didn't expect that.
Rocco Ginetta there in the number 44. That's our camera car.
Here we go.
You can see Owen getting in now.
And Rocco has run with us at this event for probably 6 or 7 years. He used to be here with a 996. He just got this Cayman, and he's here with his son. So they're changing drivers now, I believe, as well.
Did you see the smoke from the brakes on Sandrich's car as he was getting out? Now here's Catherine Legg.
Yeah, she's happy with the learning. Says thank you for giving
Biggini did look a little bit tired getting out. Didn't have a lot of information for it. To be honest, sometimes that's the best. Like, hey, the car feels great. I have nothing to tell you. When they get out and start making a bunch of hand motions, that's usually not a good sign. So it looks like Catherine Legg's getting in a good car.
There's probably been some radio conversations too.
You know, I love watching Catherine Legg, and what's funny is that everybody's getting excited about F1 Academy and women in motorsport, and I am too. But Catherine Legg's been there 20 years. She's been doing it, quietly just going about her business. She doesn't care. As Pippa Mann often points out, when she comes and does this, she goes, the machine doesn't know what gender. You've got to just drive the darn thing.
So Chris Stifler is saying pro coach available here, and he also played soccer with Eric Whitnable in high school. So he must be from Medina as well, another Medina B.
I don't know Stifler, but I know Stifler's mom.
Yes.
There's a real
movie
good,
reference there.
Driver in Europe called Stifler.
It's been silly. So Pank and Tuati still going at it. There's a 47-second gap between the two.
Tuati's in. So is Rocco. So we've got a lot of drivers coming in. You can see Catherine Legg. So this is kind of a weird moment because now you have to time it to hit that line to be right at 5 minutes. And sometimes if you go out a little bit early, then you're heavily penalized.
So that 5 minutes seems probably like an age to those waiting, especially when you've got the adrenaline flowing and you're in the middle of the race. That's a hard thing to do. Meanwhile, Lucas Pank flying out there at the moment.
He's really putting down some good, consistent laps.
I'll say one thing for you. Don't change the colors. That is so well. I mean, honestly, you can't miss them, can you? When you guys were both out there yesterday, it was really simple to...
Well, that's a combination of colors. The green is the stripe on the ADS pipe after they bought Baysaver.
Oh, okay.
And the blue is a blue that matched it, and the lighter blue is they had bought a company called Hamcor that had the lighter blue stripes on it.
Okay.
And the Baysaver logo had the dark blue and the green, so I combined them and said, boom, we'll do it ADS and Baysaver combined, and did it that way. So I think you're going to see Lucas come in next lap.
Yeah.
Is Tuati making a driver change?
No.
I didn't think he was.
3:33. In comes Jeffrey Thompson. He's currently 13th, just ahead of Juan Gonzalez. But, of course, Gonzalez in that car of his son, so still kind of learning the way.
I think Gonzalez is in. I think he's down 9 laps, and I'm just seeing that click down. So I don't think Gonzalez is finishing this race.
Fair enough. Here's a nice little
Thomas
battle.
Ballister is still out there.
Yeah, just chasing down on the 87, that of Marc Julien. I love the color scheme on that. That's great. So it's kind of one of those waiting moments now. We've got 25 minutes left in the race, and we're about to get the pros at full speed.
Yep.
But the big pro, or the guy doing the business, this man, Lucas Pank. Kind of a lonely race for him, but as you're saying, you think he's going to come in now, right?
Oh, yeah, he'll come in now. And there's no sense in staying out at this point.
So when they do refuel, you have to have somebody with a fire suit, gloves, with a fire extinguisher. There's a lot of rules to
And the driver has to be out of the car.
Right. Yep, here comes Lucas. So the leader is in. Vital pit stop this then. He's not going to change, but what would you do in this pit stop if you weren't changing?
Just drink some water, relax, try to cool down a little bit.
Get the windshield clean, maybe?
Talk a little bit.
Yep. Who's his engineer?
Kurt will check the tire pressures.
Kurt.
Yep. And go, well, we can do something. We can try something here. And
you have a listen on the radio. Go for it. Well, we'll carry on talking, see if you can get some communication as to what he's feedback.
Let me see. Hey, Lucas, can you hear me? Hey, Lucas, can you hear me? It's your father.
Hey, how's it going?
Looking real good out there.
So far, so good. The track's nice and grippy. Just getting my head down and staying sharp.
I think he tired the other guy out.
Yeah, I got all in his mirrors, and I think I forced an error from him. So
there you go. Out. Ask him how the tires are, your old tires.
How are those old tires holding up?
Oh, they're holding up okay. The rears are a bit loose, but, gives me more direction.
There you go.
All right, now I realize that Owen Twinkler's getting in Sandrich's car, so he's coming for you. So just keep your head down and go for it.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing.
How calm he sounds.
Okay, thanks.
I love it. Father-son chat and a little bit of advice. Guys, we're giving you the inside track on IGT today. That's the beauty of having a radio here and having Tom Pank here talking to his son, and it's A-OK. They've had a quick swap of information. Tyres are good. It just says he'll keep it more alert.
Thomas Ballister in the pits?
I don't think so. But, you know, when you ever grow up, Tom Pank, you've got a career in commentating motorsports.
Yeah, this is great. What would you want to grow up for?
I tell you, when the boys were young and playing league football, I would go and do their announcing because I couldn't sit there all day.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And that was did it with a friend of mine. We had a blast.
I'll bet.
So now here's Joel Johnson.
Now he's yet to pit.
Should be the leader, correct?
Yes.
Because he hasn't pitted yet.
Well, yes. If David Twatty is in, we'll see if he comes to the end of the boot.
Joel must have pitted. Joel is back out.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, because Lucas is at 18 laps and Joel is scoring 17 laps. But he probably, this is going to be fun to watch now. If we stay with Joel Johnson, he's going to come to 18 laps, and then it's going to, how long can he do that? They might come out pretty close together here.
Well, they should.
What do they call that in your world? The undercut, overcut, Jonathan?
Yep, exactly that. Yep.
Well, it should be that Joel, Lucas, if they nailed their pit stops the same, Joel should be the same distance behind Lucas when Lucas exits the pits. Once they get back up to speed on track.
No wonder Boy from New York's with us every weekend. He used to race with Scott Goodyear and Ron Fellows. So if that's mighty company, sir, I doff my cap to you. So we're watching the 207 of former leader Joel Johnson. He's had a good weekend. This is his first weekend in the.
Just hit
big
the wall.
Mistake! He just. Well, I hope he didn't hit the wall, but
he
hit
the wall,
hit the
but
curb.
It didn't. I don't think it's going to damage his car much, but he's
Like
going to have a mark.
Let's have a look. Wow, it was a big moment.
Great shot from Matthew.
Well, now he's going to have what we call pucker factor. And he's not going to be quite as aggressive because a
tightening of the arteries.
Yes, big time.
So the 5 minutes continues for Lucas Pank, but he seems so calm and collected talking to you.
Javier, his crew chief for this race, and Javier is talking to him on the radio and going to be saying, here.
What makes a good crew chief?
Well, here's the replay. Let's watch this replay.
Yeah, let's
tell us
watch
what
this.
you're seeing, Thomas.
Yeah, you tell us.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, he hit the wall.
There's that colorful language from Lucas Pank, or from Tom Pank. But
sorry about the language, folks.
Let me go back.
Tom was taken aback.
What I'm seeing right now is Lucas is behind the timing line. So Lucas is at 18 laps, and then Joel is at 18 laps. So, yeah, but the timing line in pit lane. So Joel, when he comes back across, he will be. So we are going to see a pretty good race here because that time he didn't take. So they're both right now currently at 18 laps. Now Lucas is about 50, 60 feet from 19 laps. So there goes Lucas. And he's going to have a pretty good lead on Joel Johnson here. And Joel probably has slowed down a little bit from his turn 11 incident.
Yeah, and he's in the boot right now.
Now they're going to be talking to Lucas on the radio. We can hear this with a countdown of the time.
Let's hear that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
Wow, it's close.
There it is. Yep.
Not far.
There is the chaser now, Joel Johnson. But I think Lucas is going to be able to get out, hit that blend line.
I tell you what, it's not going to be a lot in it.
Lucas will watch the blend line. Lucas got it.
Yeah.
And Joel will have to get that Cayman.
Yep.
And that's
let's wait for Joel. There he is.
Yeah.
So now you see the gap for yourself.
Really appreciate the camera operators out there with
Hello.
green light because they are really helping us tell the story
Yeah,
here.
it's hard when you have pit stops because you just don't know. We're getting a good story line here. There's your leader and there's your second place man. Between is one of the lap traffic cars, or at least a car that's coming out of order. That is your second place man. The gap, we think, is about 22 seconds at the moment.
Now, he hit that wall. That is the NASCAR safer barrier there on the outside, so it does flex with those styrofoam cushions. It doesn't look like there's any damage, no tire rub, but that does kind of put like a shot across the bow to the driver, right, to, like not to push it there.
Like he says, it's a tightening of the arteries.
The sphincter, I think.
I mean, it is, you're always trying, you're pushing the limits and trying to avoid this as a driver, and sometimes just things don't go. But I'm telling you, he's getting tired.
So we are 42 minutes into this race. The big Players like Catherine Legg are in the cars, and Rocco Ginetta the third. Owen Trinkler and Lucas Pank.
So now you're going to get settled in. Lucas is settled in now. He's back in. He's got his pit stop done. Now it's just run it to the end. He's fully aware that Owen's gunning for him, and Owen's turning a 50.3, but has a long ways to go to catch him.
Yeah, let's have a look at
38 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. And Lucas is outlap at 2:09.0, and Joel just did a
now 13 seconds.
53.6.
So yeah, that makes better sense.
Makes sense, yeah. So the actual gap, well, we've got it now at 8.3. Is that correct? Yeah, 8.3 seconds. So
no, that's Joel Johnson, but Owen Trinkler is 19 seconds behind. So this is going to be good, but Owen Trinkler right now is coming up the leaderboard, like in the times. The times are coming down, so Owen Trinkler may have it. So now we're on board with Owen Trinkler, an IMSA champion with Ted Giovannis, I believe, and he's been racing for 30 years. Actually, my neighbor in Brentwood, Tennessee.
You got a lot of race people down there.
We do.
So that cost Owen a little bit. He had a lift there behind the Cayman, and so that's going to cost him on his top speed. So he probably lost a half a second of what he would have had because of that traffic.
Body
but
language
realize
looks
Lucas
calm.
will have traffic too.
Yeah, and Owen Trinkler is he knows how to do endurance racing.
And he's fresh. He's not tired, trust me.
Well, there's that open door gap a little bit from yesterday's damage. But, remember, he did get out of a car to get into this car. So he's got almost the same fatigue as Lucas.
Good point.
I don't think he was in that car that way.
I don't either. So this is the team salad car of Mark Sandridge, Sandridge Crafted Foods, as they come through the toe of the boot, a very difficult section of the track because it's downhill to an uphill cambered toe of the boot, and then a long straightaway. You really got to hit the exit of that. He does look smooth, though, doesn't he, Tom?
Yeah, well, this is what a pro does. I mean, it's he's taking it all, too. But that's how it goes, These guys know how to do it, and they do it every day.
It's almost muscle memory, isn't it?
You don't become an IMSA champion not being a good driver.
No. I had John Doonan, the CEO, in a commentary booth with me recently, and we were just talking and remarking about the quality of IMSA's field now. Uncanny.
So he's got the visor open. He just kind of wipes some sweat off his nose, just hitting his marks, knowing that if he hits all his marks and does all the right things, he's going to be there at the end.
Mine says 19.5 seconds, if that's accurate, that Trinkler has to catch Lucas. And Lucas has a 10-second lead on Johnson.
Yeah, so it'd be, even if he did a second a lap, which would be really hard, that's not going to get him there.
Now, Owen could do a second and a lap faster than Lucas quite easily, but he's not going to do it every time in traffic, so it'll be...
But he looks smooth and he looks relaxed.
But he knows he's got his work cut out for him. How many minutes we have to go?
About just under 15, I think. I'm just going to wait.
Yeah, 14:20.
7 laps to go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the times.
So here we're on board with Owen, and look at how smooth he is. He takes the curbing, he's on the gas, and just letting it go. Hitting his marks.
Owen Trinkler's been a longtime coach of Mark Sandridge, but also our friend Scott Borchetta.
Yes. Okay. Makes sense. 150.3. What a success story that was. Scott Borchetta.
Yeah, Borchetta's up in your neighborhood, too, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Nashville.
Yeah.
Ken Thwaites.
Yes.
Yeah. Ken Thwaites lives about 1.5 miles from me.
Well, there's a new track opening in Tennessee.
Yeah, Flat Rock, which is owned by an IGT driver.
Who?
Forget his name. He's only done a couple of events with us.
Okay.
But it's really a neat track.
Well, you're talking about the smoothness of Trinkler. He's plotting some nice 150s. That's his best time, 150.3.
Right.
That's the fastest lap we've had so far.
Does look fast.
And what's
noticing Tom's body language over there? He's tensing up over there a little bit, watching this with us.
He's on board.
I'd like to see little old Lucas hit one this time. That'd be a hard-earned victory.
How many has he had this year?
We don't track it. We've had a very good season. Lucas had a couple of races with some breakdowns.
Okay.
And so this will occur when you're pushing the cars, these older cars, this hard.
Yeah. Oh.
And
Now, what's happened to the 333 of Thompson?
Looks like he's going up. So he came down turn 1 and just going back up to the paddock.
Fair enough.
So something must have let loose. He's giving it up.
To answer your question, we have 12 minutes and 41 to go.
Right now, I do not believe, based on this, that Owen can close this gap in these laps remaining. He's got 17 seconds to close. So
yeah,
but that doesn't mean there's not going to be a full course caution.
Lucas,
good point.
Let's stop that thought. Lucas better pick his laps up though a little bit because he 53.4.
Yeah.
Now, to add a little bit of drama, Tom Pank and I have been friends for a long time, and every once in a while I say something in the commentary booth that he doesn't like, so I'll get a pretty nasty text from him come Monday morning after he watches it.
You do it purposely.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. You know, sometimes I'll say something and you can tell Ken Fengler will be next to me and look over at me like, I can't believe you just said that. So I apologize, but I also love, because he comes behind me in the paddock at least 3 times a weekend, squeals the brakes, and just scares me to death.
Yeah.
And he's kind of known for that.
Yeah, the Trans Am boys like to roar the engines up in front of me and jump me out of my skin.
Yeah.
And Ben does a phenomenal job in this. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It's Ben's a natural for this. This should have
been
Ben's
you
career.
too, though. You're going to, I mean, now I'd love to see you out there, but here's Catherine Legg right here.
Yeah, here she is.
Mark. Oh, there. So that she's looking really fast.
Yeah.
So what are her lap times right now?
I'm just going to check. Well, she's 58, but I think this is actually one of her first flying laps, so we'll find out in a minute.
But that is a Cayman that she's in. The Stuttgart Cup.
What's the
Mission
preference?
Foods Trophy Cup car.
What's the preference?
Yeah. Well, you've got a choice of Caymans, the 3.8s, the 4-liter. What does it make that much difference?
You know, the Cayman's a different car.
Yeah.
But the craziness of the CRs, this is going to be good here.
And now he's going to
have to get around the Cayman first.
And then he's got Johnson in front of him. So this is for second place overall in the Enduro. So good at Catherine Legg to get over there.
Well, this is lap traffic right now.
Yeah. But that is the second place is the car that is ahead.
Yeah.
So now Trinkler's behind him. That wasn't Legg. That was Julian, I believe.
Yeah, and there goes Legg around the outside of Juliana. Yeah.
Nice pass, Catherine. Man is a regular here with us in IGT, as is Catherine Legg, so it's really cool to have them. And both of them gave me the same answer when I asked them what their strategy is. Both of them, Pippa Man at Atlanta said, I'm not giving away my strategy, and then Catherine Legg today. I love the competitiveness.
Wow. All right, they're fighting for it right now. Look at this. Catherine Legg coming up on the... Who's that? Oh, here he is. Here comes the pass by Owen on the 992. Now he's going to probably try hold him off because he's thinking it's Sandridge and doesn't realize it's Owen in the car. Oh, he doesn't stand a chance.
Now on the grid walk, I said this is going to be the race to watch, but I didn't think it'd be the race to watch for second. I didn't know Lucas would have this kind of a day. Super proud of Lucas because I've known him since he was a teenager.
No, this is good. Okay, now Owen's got clean track to Lucas.
Yep.
So,
just looking at the times, 1:52.4.
16-second gap.
Yeah, 52.2 last time out. So
10 minutes to go.
Yeah, and Lucas therefore is circulating at the same pace as Trinkler, so that gap should stay the same.
On Dad's old tires, even.
Yeah, those might be a factor too.
These Pirelli P0s really do hold really well, though.
Yeah, it's.
Look at this inside. Yep. Catherine Legg on Mark Julian. Nice. Unbelievable pass there. Catherine Legg was just textbook there on how to exit the bus stop.
Here comes.
Closing stages of our International GT Race 3. Tom Pank giving us an insight that we haven't had in a long time.
Where's Juan Gonzalez? I haven't seen him.
No, I think he's retired.
I think he's having some chips.
Okay.
Chips are out. Yeah, the chips are down.
I realize he was probably not used to his son's car, and his son can't be here because of his opportunity to debut an album. That's Juan Gonzalez Jr.
That's it.
On Spotify.
There you go. Good advert.
See? We got all kinds of music representation here.
Yeah, I like it.
We have Junko Raid is his stage name.
There you go.
So, we need to thank Juan for everything he does for us.
Well, maybe we need to have
and
Yuko Raid.
motorsports.
Oh, yeah, motorsports, unbelievable. But Yuko Raid needs to come and DJ one of our parties here with International GT.
Exactly.
Back on board, going through Mission Foods Turn 1, Owen Trinkler. And look at his hands, bottom left. He got a little bit squirrely there, but he's just trying to hit his marks, shifting the car. But there is Lucas, so he's still pretty far behind.
Yeah, and he's just about to catch up with Weisen.
Lucas and Bob Weisen are very good friends. They share the paddock together. They've been racing together for a long time. So if Bob is aware that Lucas is behind him, Bob's going to easily let him by. Maybe not so easily with Owen.
Well, Weisen just did his fastest lap in the previous lap. But he's not as fast as Lucas by a couple of seconds.
Bob Weisen, just one of the nicest people in the paddock. He's done a lot to help out International GT.
And he's been with us a long time.
I'm hearing a strong smell of gear oil from the 187 of Tommy Ballister.
Ah, well, he did have an early pit stop to Ballister, and I wonder if that could be something they were looking at. Yeah.
So then Weisen might be getting him.
Championship leader coming into the round, of course. Pank, the man you're looking at right now, is going to move up the order. Another good overtake on the 27.
So he has taken about 5 seconds in the last couple laps, but I don't think that's enough unless something happens. In an International GT late race enduro, anything can happen. I'm sure that's exactly what you want to hear, Tom.
Oh, please.
He's looking pretty quiet. Yeah. He's looking pretty confident now. He doesn't need to overtake the car in front, the 27. That's Weisen, currently 6th overall. There's the gap. Great job from Lake to let us know what the gap is.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And that is why it's so important to have motorsports enthusiasts as your camera
operators.
No
kidding.
This is
because they know what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, our hats off to these guys, the drone and everything. It's very, very well done. What was Owen's last lap?
Okay, so Bob Weisen giving Lucas room.
51.4.
Like a good teammate.
Lucas is holding it.
Yeah.
So this is good. Okay.
It's 13 seconds, but Trinkler is quicker at the moment, but Pank on those older tires, just sort of keeping it at a roughly 13 seconds.
I tell you what,
3 laps to go.
Lucas might be getting some phone calls to run like the Rolex, and because he could come in at a different metal, and because honestly he's got some talent. Because here is a legend in that kind of racing that's running about similar lap times.
Yeah, true. So this is a good performance by
Lucas has phenomenal reflexes and some just he is a natural at it. But he's a natural at all mechanical things. So
yeah, he's helped me a lot, Jonathan, with like camera gear and going live and doing things like that too.
That's
just
cool.
a very smart person.
This is Owen again.
Yeah, I'm enjoying that on board because you really do. Well, he's got past the 27 hands.
Yeah. He passed him into the bus stop.
We appreciate those in-car shots though from Fixie Wheels. Brant and his team providing that for us. Thank you very much. Mission Foods for the chips and salsa as they come through Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 11.
Yep, last turn, and 4 minutes to go now. So just a couple of laps remaining for
2 more laps.
Thomas Pank. Excuse me.
No, Lucas.
Lucas Pank.
Yeah, leave us a note in the comments because we don't often do these IGT Enduros, but if you're enjoying this, let us know because we might have to show this more. This has been a great race.
Yeah, and some of the fans saying, boy from New York says drone view's great. Yeah, I agree. I've been praising our pilots, do a hell of a job. So this has been a fascinating race. We've brought a real insight into IGT. We had 2 sprint races earlier in the weekend. Sadly, Tom had a transmission issue yesterday, hence the reason, even though he was pole here, he's joined us in the booth, and we are going to celebrate with him as young Tom bounces through the bus stop for what could be the second to last time?
Yes.
He's going to white flag maybe after this, because we have now, 3 minutes to go. So he should cross the line with about 2 minutes to go.
That's a white flag. Yeah. Watch this. This is the tough part of the track, this little, what we call the carousel into the boot section, because it's downhill. It's a little bit cambered, but you've got to get that right. And then this is downhill also. You can't really see that too much from these fixie views. And then it's downhill to the toe of the boot. Then it's uphill camber.
This is a third gear corner on the throttle early. and it's going to push you all the way out to the curbing on the outside where you see Owen now. There you go. And then just floor it and go. Brake around the 150 here. He's going to, yep, there it is. Fourth gear, he's in third. Carry it out, just uncoil the car, let it go over the curbing, bring her back. And this is off camber. This is a corner where you see a lot of crashing. It's off camber and the car can slide easy. If somebody oils this, you're done.
Yeah. And there's that bump there of the tunnel. Dorsey Schrader was saying there's a really bad bump there that you can hit in the wrong place at the wrong time. So we've got a white flag here. Next time by on Lucas Pank.
Yep, and it's been a very good performance by young Lucas Pank. Measured, we heard from him in
No, white flag stop. Next time by. This is not the white flag lap
it's next time by.
Yeah, next time by, okay.
That's from RC, our good friend up there in race control. I have him in my right ear. I'm here from Boy from New York. He did a great job last weekend at Monterey. Jonathan, I agree. I listened to it. Boy from New York, I'm also a Jonathan Green fan, and I had a great time listening to his commentary there at the Monterey races, the historic races there. I've always wanted to go to that event, just haven't been yet.
Race director RC's daughter is Chelsea, our bouncing grid lady.
Yeah. 2 days ago was her birthday. Yeah.
Well, hang on a minute. Isn't your birthday this weekend?
No, my birthday was August 14th.
Yeah, Ken Fangler has made an entrance.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
He realizes that Tom Pank is not going to win a race, but Lucas is going to take the laurels, but he's very nervous. Hope. Ken, we do need you. We need you to massage poor Tom. He's very nervous.
To quote Ken Fangler, in an enduro here at Watkins Glen, does Pank have anything left in his tank?
Oh, very good.
How many times we heard that?
Yeah. Well, he's got plenty, by the way. He's driving at the moment. His last lap, a 52.6. Even though Trinkler was a 59, the gap remains at 11 seconds, and that's controllable. If it comes under 10, well, Lucas might start to panic, but I don't think he's that tight.
No, he isn't. He is calm, cool, and collected. I don't know where he gets that from, but he just a fantastic race car driver.
Yeah, learned his skills from his mum, he says. That's what it says in his bio.
Yeah.
So this should be the white flag.
Now we should see a white gap. Last lap then for Lucas Pank.
So can you relax now, Tom, or not?
Nope.
Not until that checkered? Okay, that's good.
Not when you've got an IMSA champion chasing you down. Catherine Legg moves up to the top 10 in the 1.74.
So he's now 9 seconds behind. This would have to be a miraculous lap.
I don't even think Owen can pull this one off.
But you second-guessing those dad's old tires right now, or you feel pretty good?
No. He's got this one. As long as everything stays together good and no craziness, he'll be just fine. And he's still driving the consistent lap. He's not letting off. The problem is, if you start relaxing, then you screw up. If you go full concentration and maintain that, your chance of a unforeseen error are way less.
The amount of drivers who told me that they started thinking about what they were going to say and how their sponsors, it's the biggest crime you can have in motor racing. Take your eye off the ball, and it's harder, would you agree, if you weren't under pressure? Because when you're under pressure, your concentration is heightened.
Correct.
When you're on your own like this, it's easy to just relax.
You get complacent, then all of a sudden the guy's on your butt.
Yep.
All right, so Tom, give us a good social media memory here. Call your son home to the checkered flag.
Come on, bring him home. He's coming out the booth.
All right, Lucas, just steady, run it through, and don't hit your marks, and don't push too hard. You got this wrapped up. 2 more corners, smooth. Don't even worry about it. Let Torsten have it if you want. There's Torsten. And here it goes. You can pass him on the straight later.
No, passing him now.
Okay. You got this, Lucas. Good job. At this point, he can coast and win the race.
Plenty left in the tank. Checkered flag then.
Good job
for Lucas Pank, who wins our 3rd race of the weekend. A good, staunch effort by Owen Trinkler and Mark Sandridge to come home in 2nd place. Joel Johnson, who's had a brilliant weekend in his first IGT weekend. And I hope, maybe, just maybe...
Good job, Lucas.
We may hear from Lucas.
Always those thanks, man.
Owen couldn't even close you. You beat him by about 10 seconds. I guess he got it down to 7 seconds. But he was closed on you, but you had plenty. Good job.
Yeah, it worked out. I heard the time ticking away. So I just stayed focused and made sure to bring it home.
Good job. You got the overall win. We're proud.
How cool is that? Now, Jonathan, I hope you remember, last time we had a father in the booth at Road America, his son won. So
That's
this
right.
might need to be a,
It might be a
thing here.
generational thing we keep going with.
But
We've got a good omen.
Ken Fangler, the contractor's in the works to make Tom Pank just a full-time commentator with us. Did a great job. And then he brings the radio in to talk to his son.
I love that.
Nice job. But, man, this turned out to be such a great International GT Enduro. So glad that we covered it, and very impressed with Catherine Legg.
Yeah, very impressed again. Well, she's an absolute pro. And, yeah, she certainly is helping Thomas Bigoni. But that was, thank you, Tom, for your insight.
No,
and well done.
guys.
Go celebrate. We'll let you and Nicholas go celebrate that one and bring Lucas home. And thank you for that insight. And it was great to hear the cool, calm, collected youngster that is Lucas Pank. And yeah, hey, IMSA, if you're watching, you need a driver. You need a guy like this guy.
Thank you all, and I'll see you at VIR.
Thank you very much.
Well, how cool was that? Our friend Tom Pank up here.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him out on the track, but this is the next best thing. As Lucas comes into pit lane, Tom's going to rush down to give him a big high five, but we got some great insight there to these Porsches and International GT as Ken Fangler and Tom Pank will go down there. Owen Trinkler now coming in right behind him. And Jonathan, what a great, unbelievable hour-long enduro at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour.
Yeah, had some nice moments, didn't it?
Yeah.
Some good racing and some good insight. That really was interesting to hear,
Wait,
Tom. And also,
where are they going? They're supposed to be going to Winter Circle.
Huh? Who knows?
But both
They're
of them are
not.
going back to their paddocks. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, we'll just have to walk it now then. Oh, I see. They're supposed to drive into Winter Circle, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I guess we didn't give them that memo.
No, whoops.
But luckily, that wasn't our fault.
Here's the confirmation then. Lucas Pank wins, but in the end, just 6.9 seconds. It was 13 at one point, so a great job done by the veteran Owen Trinkler to bring home the Sandridge Trinkler car to second. Joel Johnson, good weekend. He gets another podium in third. David Tawadi is fourth. He led for a while. Thomas Ballister in fifth, the championship leader. Wisen in sixth. Groombridge in seventh, and then Kanata and Kanata the third, both called Rocco, in eighth, and then Thomas Bigoni and Catherine Legg ninth, and Jordan Sandridge and Owen Trinkler, who also played a part in that run too, in 10th.
Beautiful images here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour, high above from our drone. So just unbelievable, and what a great start to our Saturday here, Jonathan. And we've got a ton of SVRA races coming up next.
We'll take a short break here from Watkins Glen on this glorious afternoon in August. You're watching the SpeedTour from SVRA. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. Now, Jonathan, just a little reminder as we bring out the 5B, 8, and 12B, they do pace on the short course just to save us that extra minute and a half, 2 minutes of the pace laps. But I'll run us through the grid here. In position 1, number 18, David Rosenblum in an Audi TT. Second, Antonio Esposito in an Audi TT. Then we've got Dan Chapman in a Group 5B Brabham BT8, I believe with Ragogo Racing. Jim Lanahan is in a Porsche 9146, a Group 8 car. Then Peter Raganetti, a Group 8 Alfa Duetto. Then Thomas Bork is in a Group 12 Datsun 280Z. Richard Soapy Madia.
What a great name.
A great name. In a Group 12 BMW 325 Ci. Christine Lay in a Group 8 Alfa Romeo Spider. Then Benny Bish, another great name. I love Benny Bish. We were talking about that at Sebring in a BMW 2002. And then Steven Backenberg in a BMW 320i. That's that BMW there in the back. 320i, you don't see those very often, is that Watkins Glen Toyota Camry also out there leading the way, I believe doing some sponsor rides. Those two Audi TTs and then a Brabham. You don't often see these cars together. If you're watching on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, please leave us some comments if you have any expertise on the cars or drivers, or if we get anything wrong, please let us know. We might be leaning on the boy from New York and some of our resident experts over there in the comments column. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us. And Jonathan, now we start the kind of SVRA leg of the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour as they go around the short course.
Yeah, this Toyota is kind of freaking me out a little bit because it just doesn't look as though it should be out by there. But
It's
when
not.
you see the stripes.
No. The Toyota Camry is just out there giving sponsor rides behind the pace car.
Clever.
Yeah.
Good
So
to know.
that's why they're not wearing helmets.
That's a pretty car, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Kristen Lay's car. The Alfa Romeo Spider.
Yeah, Christine Lay.
Christine, excuse me, yeah.
Alfa Romeo Spider, that Group 8 car. So this is a mixed group, Group 5, 8, and 12B as they come down here. Now, hopefully that Camry goes into pit lane. Looks like he's showing he's going into pit lane. And the Ginetta lights are off, but this should be a great run up here for these two friend Audi TTs.
That's a pretty cool joyride when you think about it.
Yeah.
You really, truly are in the race. So the Janetta and the joyride pull off, and we go joyriding. Go bowling, it says, but we're going racing instead. But who is going to skittle this one, we wonder. Green flag waves then, and away we go for our Group 5B, 8, and 12B action.
That is scary for Dan Chapman there in that Brabham. Just such a low car behind those TTs. See Jim Lanahan in that 9146 taking it through Mission Foods turn 2, or turn 1 in second place.
Yeah, he is low down, isn't he?
Yeah.
So where'd they go?
For my music fans, that is not Jim Lanahan of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers fame. That is another Jim Lanahan.
Though we have some lauded musicians who have been amongst us over the years.
Yeah.
Including Ben Sissel.
We had one yesterday, an International GT, a professional violin player.
That's right, and you jinxed it.
I did. Now here comes Dan Chapman on the inside Cube 3 architecture bus stop behind that Audi TT.
Yeah, that TT, great car. Really stole a march in the One Make series when it came out. And everybody enjoying Audi's professionalism and ability to build a nice little compact race and production car.
Yeah, but I believe Esposito has kind of fallen back a little bit in his Audi TT. Not seeing him. He started in second place, but has fallen back quite a bit. I hope he's not having mechanical problems. So they come in here through the boot. It is David Rosenblum, Dan Chapman, Jim Lanahan.
And Ben, I always like to remind people, we've got a good audience tuning in right now, but I always like to remind people, if you fancy a go at this, you get a lot of track time. This is the second race of the weekend. You get practice and qualifying, so you're out there. It's a 20-minute race, so it's not you don't have to be 1,000% fit, or a youngster. Anybody from any age can pretty much do these 20-minute races. If you don't have a racing license, you can get one from SVRA, right?
Yeah, come to one of our driver's schools or Skip Barber or Kaizen racing schools, any of the great racing schools out there. I will say the SVRA racing school is probably better if you want to do this style of racing because we teach vintage racing. and it is quite a bit more cost effective. And you get your SVRA license for a year, a subscription to SpeedTour quarterly, and we race. We do our driver school. We haven't released our 2025 schedule yet, but it'll be at 2 different events, West Coast and East Coast, I believe.
There you go. Rosenblum setting out some nice pace, 2:17.6, so he's flying at the moment. Building a 3-second lead now over Dan Chapman in 2nd place in the 52, and then in 4th place, Jim Lanahan, as you mentioned before. He's going through shot. And that's lovely. Number 3 Porsche 914/6.
Esposito back up in 3rd place. So I think he just kind of, I'm hearing reports from race control. There are reports from pit lane that certain cars jumped the start. So that might have been what happened. But nobody gave any numbers. So they might be getting away with it. As we look at Dan Chapman, this is a great car. The Brabham, I want to talk about this Brabham BT8 because that's with Rigogo Racing. And Paul Rigo and his crew have a Friday night fish fry that I took part in last night, so we really appreciate that.
There's a common theme with you and food.
Yeah. You give me food, I'll be your friend.
Okay.
But they have a fish fry on Friday nights, Rigogo Racing, all the way from Dallas, Texas. But when I was there was a line of about 70 of us waiting for our fish fry. So thank you so much for providing that for free for the Paddock, and Dan Chapman putting on a great show here with us.
Yeah, boy from New York says, with great views, never get on network TV. Hear, hear, I say.
Yeah, no, I actually like this. This is with network TV comes a lot of added things that we have to do and things that we can't do. I like being able to talk to the comments section. A lot of times they have some great expertise, which I know we asked this before, but are these Audi TTs, are they all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive? What are they? I thought they were all-wheel drive.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that
I think
you can get a front row. I think you can get a front-wheel drive or a four-wheel drive. But I'm happy to bow to anybody who's got any ideas out there on the interweb.
So that is the number 18 of David Rosenblum doing a really just looks like a very easy lap, which means the car is set up how he wants it.
Yeah, and he's putting in some good lap times. He's just dropped it down to a 2:15, so he's enjoying himself out there. But then again, Dan Chapman in 2nd place is up the pace too, as is everybody else.
I think, and I don't know much about these Audis. If a car was made after 1985, I'm not that familiar with it, but it looks like they're in 2 different marks of the Audi TT, or one is an Audi TT RS.
Yes,
so
that's
also
the difference.
Let us know what a TT RS is.
That's, I would have said, well, it's obviously the race version, but that could well be how you get your four-wheel drive, but I don't know. That's not what
that should be changes. Benny Bish right there.
Yep. And that's a classic BMW 2002. You can tell the shape. Looks boxy, but now it's so classic, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the square tail lights, not the roundy. But the visibility in a BMW 2002 of any tin-top car, I think they have the best visibility.
Yeah, it's got good headroom. Good headroom. Bork in 6th place is the number 11 of Rigonetti. In 5th place, just ahead of him.
Do you have to have an Italian name when you drive an Italian car like Rigonetti?
I think it helps. I think just to be a racing driver, you need some sort of,
Look at the lines of that
flair to your name.
That is the car from The Graduate that Dustin Hoffman drove in The Graduate. Just a beautiful car, a red Alfa Romeo like that with that kind of wedge tail. I just love the look of that car because it's such an iconic movie.
There's a group for you in SVRA. Cars from the movies.
That would be good. Yeah. Have a lot of Beetles out there, like Steve Smith's Beetle. From
a lot of NASCAR cars out there.
Yeah. Yeah, we should do that. Cars from the movies.
So this is our 5B, 8 and 12B race. Their second of the weekend.
That's Esposito there in the Audi TTRS. Still don't have any Audi champions
aficionados out there.
Come on now, people. Somebody said James Colmy knows, but where's James Colmy? Dan Chapman looks hooked up in that Brabham BT8. And I'm not seeing the Datsun of Thomas Bork. Have you seen the Datsun 280Z?
Not yet.
I haven't seen it yet. And there it is. Look at that. Just
as if by
magic. On the spot right there.
The Audi R8 is mid-engine sports car that comes with Audi's Quattro permanent all-wheel drive system. The R8's Quattro system is slightly rear-biased with variable power delivery to the wheels. There you go, Ben.
And the Quattro made famous in the Rally Pikes Peak days,
yeah.
but also Trans Am when they took over and
won a championship.
Not to say this about Trans Am, but they actually changed the rules on Audi because it was way too competitive with Hans Stuck behind the wheels. And now what was the other Porsche, the Brumos Porsche driver?
Hurley Haywood?
Hurley Haywood, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There you go.
See, we didn't have to go to our comment section for that,
We
John.
didn't. We did that all on our little own.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? It's available in both rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive. So that was the answer to the question.
See, now we're getting it. There's Jim Lenahan.
But the rear-wheel drive would be lighter. So that's worth thinking about when you are going racing.
Now,
you really
if it's
don't
raining,
need all-wheel.
If it's raining,
Well,
though, you want that
yeah,
all-wheel
but
drive.
Yeah. But I'm guessing that most people want to get power to weight, and so to get less weight, you'd go with a two-wheel rear-wheel drive, and I would have thought it'd be more fun to drive. But then again, if you're an amateur like me, all-wheel drive would probably suit better. Forget the weight.
So Jim Lenahan in that Porsche 9146, and then Raganetti, I believe, just behind him in that Alpha.
Some people say the rear-wheel drive is a little numb and lacks texture. Now we're getting into real heavy stuff. I don't know what that means, what texture is. Then again, you never know. So Rosenblum doing a good job. He's bringing out a 10-second lead over Dan Chapman here in this one. And we're about halfway through this one. Chapman's still second.
Esposito just trying to get around. There he is. So now Esposito is going to try to put the chase on. Esposito in that Audi TT RS and the Audi TT of David Rosenblum. Oh, Benny Bish here. Now, usually you see BMWs fighting against Alpha tin tops. But this is the Group 8, Benny Bish with that Alfa Romeo.
So that roll cage, obviously great safety, but is that... that's all obviously within the rules, yeah?
Yeah. Christine Lay in this yellow Alfa Romeo. It has to be a few inches over the helmet. Now, this is a little bit of overkill on that, but that's just a safety thing.
Yeah.
That does add a little bit of weight to the height, but from a safety standpoint, and our tech inspectors, that's really what they're looking for. They're not looking for like cheater engines or anything. They're looking for seatbelt, safety, helmets, that everything, the fire extinguisher system, and then the roll cage. Because there has been a few times, you remember this, even here, that I've called in too low of a roll cage from just seeing it on the live stream.
Oh, okay.
And we do make them fix that.
No, you won't want to roll an open-top car. That is for sure.
So Benny Bish getting around Christine Lay there at Mission Foods Turn 1.
Yep, nicely done. Past the Jack Daniels Club. There's Thomas Bork.
We are having a party tonight at the Jack Daniels Club. So see if you came to this event, you could go. But look, Christine Lay trying to give it back.
Yes, she's coming back at the bus stop.
Benny Bish might have one of my favorite racing names in SVRA. We also have a Thor Johnson that also races a BMW.
He sounds like he should be in a Marvel movie.
Yeah. And then a BMW 320i. You don't see these very often.
Not often. Not that old anyway. That's the 24 of Steven Backenberg, and that's a 320i. Yeah.
And what is it about the German cars? We always talk about the 356 to the 911 to the 997 all have the same line, but BMW, like even from the 2002 to now, even the 3 Series, you can kind of tell that BMW, the lines, the kidneys, they all kind of resemble each other.
And I think because Audi, Mercedes, and BMW are all so compact in the same country and vying for, if you will, the customer, I think having that brand DNA is so important, and they've managed to do it. And in fact, to be competitive, other brands from other countries, and I'm thinking Japan, Korea, etc., have also tried to do the same. It's hard. Volkswagen has struggled a couple of times, but there is DNA, but they do have a varied thing. But yeah, BMW, you can't miss them. Porsche, obviously, that to me anyway is the obvious. The 911 silhouette shape, whatever you want to call it, is so synonymous with that company. And BMW have also pulled it off. And
Well, there's two BMWs right there.
Yeah, but that grille, of course, that famous grille, I mean, it doesn't matter the shape, and there's two very different shapes there. You can tell from the grille that it's a BMW without the logo being on the front or the back.
Richard Soapy Maria. What a great name. We've got some great names out here in that BMW 325 Ci in the Group 12, right behind Steven Backenberg in that 320i that we're seeing, the number 24. Neat little number font there. I don't know the year of that.
Like
early 80s.
Yeah, maybe or late 70s. Yeah.
Because then they would have come out with the 325s, 323s after that, I think.
CSL, made famous by Hobbs and Redmond.
But that does, I think that would be considered an E30. That does resemble an E30, like the early E30s.
Here's your leader again. What's he got on the front of that? What's that sticker on the front? Now we're going to challenge Cameron. When you get down to the lake, he'll zoom in on it. I've got a challenge on for him today. I'm always interested in what's written on the cars. You always find interesting stuff on the grid, don't you?
Yeah, I love it. I don't know what that is. Matthew's going to try to beat
him.
Summit.
Matthew's in it. Summit.
Summit. One of our sponsors.
Too good.
Nice. Lake is like, darn it. You beat me to it.
He'll get his chance. There's plenty of hours to go yet.
So this is Rosenblum, our current leader in an Audi TT Group 12. I just heard from Race Control that number 27 has pulled off. That is Thomas Borg in that Datsun 280ZX. And we've got a white flag next time by on 1-8.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I'm going to put you on the spot. Pick your favorite from this group.
I like the BMW, honestly. I really do. I like this tote, too, this Porsche 914. It's such a distinct... You know, if Porsche have gone away from their usual thing, this was a time, this and the 944 were two cars that really did... it's unfair to say, not look like Porsches, but not look like all the other Porsches. Put it that way.
Yeah, the 968, the 928, any of the front engine Porsches. Yeah. And then this one was had to do with Volkswagen as well. Yeah. It was kind of an intermingling of the two companies.
Didn't the 944 have something to do with Volvo as well?
Not sure. That's a good one for the comment section.
There you go. We'll get everybody chattering. But yes, we're coming to the closing stages of this one. This is our Group 5B, 8, 12B. Group action from Group 10 coming up. There's the Datsun still happy out there.
So it might have been Richard Soapy Madia because he's a 27A. Good call there from our producers.
Yeah. Yeah, my mum had a 240 at one point. But yeah, Datsun obviously a distinctive brand too before they turned to Nissan.
Yeah. The Nissan headquarters for North America is only about 1.5 miles from my house as well. And that's why Ken Twaits lives by me, because Nissan is his biggest client.
There you go. It all makes sense, really, doesn't it?
We've got Nissan and Mitsubishi right across the street from each other.
Wow.
In Franklin, Tennessee, for some reason.
That's funny. So here comes your leader, Rosenblum, heading home. And he's going to take the fastest lap as well, which he did on lap 3. And he's just marching it home, and he's got a 15-second gap over the man behind him, and that is Esposito, in the other TTRS of a similar ilk. Here he comes then to take the checkered flag at the famous Watkins Glen.
White flag.
It's white flag, my fault.
Yeah, I think I had told you white flag next time by, and sometimes that confuses me too, but
it's all good.
Just in case, you can see his hood pins coming up just a little bit there. It looks like there's a little bit of a line there. We were seeing that in the Porsches earlier today. I don't know if we can call that a hood pin on an Audi TT or the hood on an Audi TT.
Well, everybody is putting some fast laps in the closing stages. Antonio Esposito just hit his fastest lap on lap 6. Dan Chapman likewise, and so too Thomas Borg. So everybody just getting in on that final lap now.
How about this for some information from our friend Boy from New York? The 9146 was actually more successful in Le Mans than the 911 at the time. So the 914,
really?
It did have a 911 engine in it. That's what the 6 is in the 9146. But yeah, that is correct. That's why he's wearing the Camel GT IMSA. They were like the cars to beat back in the day.
There you go. Good intel. Thank you, sir. And anybody who's had the audacity to take on the old Scott Goodyear and Ray, and who else did he say he dribbled against?
I'm not sure. But here we go. This is Rosenblum coming through the toe of the boot. It's a downhill to a cambered, very hard uphill. You really have to get the exit of this correctly. because you can lose a lot of speed if you don't. You come out here and then it's hard on the gas all the way down this straight. A little bit to crest of the hill right there to the corner worker station, and now you're just slightly downhill to this right-hander. He's been smooth this whole race.
Yeah, it's been a nice run. It's been a nice run. Never looked out of place, did he? And just ticked off the laps. Like I said, got his best lap on lap 3.
Now, he did squeal his tires coming around turn 11. Our Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 11 with Matthews. So we're going to see if he's squealing the tires there.
That means he's having fun.
Let's see if we can hear something here. Just slightly. I think he's just fighting for grip. Nothing bad.
Bringing it home then. There is the checkered flag finally for David Rosenblum. And he brings his Audi TT. And interestingly enough, his lap time, his best lap time, was actually equal to his best lap time for race 1.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. If you're an Audi fan, we have the most winning Audi in Audi history here with us this weekend.
Like Travis Engen.
With Travis Engen.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for that. Dan Chapman first in Group 5B in that Brabham BT8. Beautiful car with Ragogo Racing out of Dallas, Texas.
How about this? We got Tim Trinkler. We've seen Dad. Now we've got the daughter.
Oh.
She's online watching. Owen doing a good job.
That. Yeah. So do you live in Brentwood, Tennessee, Kim? Because I'm in Franklin, Tennessee. Here is Jim Lenahan coming through. Again, not Tom Petty's manager. Jim Lenahan, the race car driver.
Just coming to the finish, last corner. Powers through in the Porsche. And he'll see the checkered flag now. Perfect conditions for racing. And I mean, we've been in the Glen. We've been at the Glen with rain and hail and you name it.
Fog. Here, say the Italian name here in this Italian car.
This is Peter Raggonetti.
I wish I could do that.
Raggonetti. See. Well, you do 20 years of superbikes with the Italians and that's what you end up doing. Here's the Datsun. Konnichiwa. For the Datsun of Thomas Bork in the 27. Bringing that beautiful 280ZX.
Oh, let's see.
Line.
Can Christine take
close.
Benny Bish?
Here we go. Nope. BMW hangs on.
Benny Bish. Ricky Knuckles is another one of our drivers. You know, just some great names here with SVRA. And this is that Steven Backenberg in that BMW 320i. Love the letters. The font of the numbers. I don't know if that's the correct term for that, but it's really cool.
Yeah, that's about the right font. Yeah. Again, that distinctive grille for the BMW coming across the line. Airbag. There you go.
Oh, my signs are blown down.
Oh well. This is where Lincoln needs to come in.
Yeah, exactly.
So then that concludes our action from that group 5B, 8 and 12B. David Rosenblum with an easy win and does beat the Audi of Antonio Esposito. Then Dan Chapman rounding out the top 3 with the Brabham BT8 beautifully prepared. And then Jim Lenahan in that Porsche 914. Raggonetti in 5th place. Bork in 6th. Bish, Lay, Baschenberg in the BMW. And the 325 CI of Richard Soapy Madia is 10th. We'll take a short break here from Watkins Glen. More from the Speed Tour after this.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
I see why Andrew Heffering wanted to join us, because there was a Kaizen Lamborghini up there up front. That's David Hodge. Here we are. Welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour here on the grid. So we've got David Hodge with Kaizen. We've got Andrew Heffering joining with us with the Janetta Challenge, but related to Kaizen. So tell us about that Lamborghini up there in front.
Yeah, so it is a 2015 Lamborghini Super Trofeo. It is, naturally aspirated V10 with 620 horsepower, so a lot of go juice inside of that car. Yeah, so he's planning on moving up to maybe either Super Trofeo or running Trans Am. He's running the Trans Am XGT race tomorrow in that Lamborghini, and so he wanted to get some more fun and some more track time while he was here. So he said, "Let's go in Group 10."
That's a good idea.
We saw Randy Walker there in the 03. Remember, we had that Mark Mercurio, Randy Walker great race from Pit Race just a few weeks ago, and they're both back here with us this weekend. Danny Lowry had an off, not going to be out in the Ford Fusion. There is that crazy Ford Falcon GT1 car of Doug Richmond. This is another mixed group. This is Group 10, but we have several different groups inside Group 10. You've got 10 GT4, you've got 10 GT2, 10 NC, which means not compete, GT3, Stock Car 3, GT1, you've got Stock Car 3, Stock Car 4, we've got Stock Car T.
There she goes.
Oh, that's the truck.
There she goes.
Oh, there's Chelsea. Chelsea is our grid chief there. She's always so excited to release the cars and making sure that they go out with.
There's your truck.
There's our truck. And that was the same truck that was with us at Lime Rock.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And we had Mike Skinner, and even he was puzzled. Pantera, check out this group. Supra. So let me run through here, because we've got we've got David Hodge in first in a Lamborghini, Joel Johnson in a Porsche GT3 second, Jeffrey Bernatovich in a Chevrolet GT1 Corvette, Bob Wyson back there in the Porsche, Fletcher Quigley in a Chevy Camaro, Alan Cohen Mustang Port City Tube. I've got some information on that car. Jeff Rocco in a Pontiac Grand Prix, Mark Mercurio in a Howe Camaro TA2 car, David Jans in a Riley and Scott Mustang, Mark Sandridge back in a Porsche 991, Danny Lowry in a Ford Fusion stock car, Randy Walker in another Chevrolet Camaro TA2, Rick Wolsifer in a Chevrolet Camaro, Alan Savajan out there in smoke, Tony Stewart's Chevy Camaro, Chevy Monte Carlo, sorry. I know I just made Alan mad. Sorry, Alan. Doug Richmond in a Ford Falcon GT1, Scott Kissinger in a Porsche GT3, Tom Forgione in a Ford Taurus, and that is a Taurus that Aaron Creed had to tell us about last time, so hopefully Aaron's joining us. Ron McCall in a De Tomaso Pantera, Randall Green, we talked to him earlier in that Ferrari 550 Maranello, Michael Dubé in the Chevrolet truck, Sebastian Coppola in another Ferrari 458 Challenge, Torsten Gross back out there in a Porsche, and Michael Leptuk in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Now remember, gentlemen, they are doing the short course, and they're doing the short course to save us on pace lap times. The lights are out. Jonathan, what are you seeing?
It's such an eclectic group, this. It says Group 10, but that really doesn't describe it. Like you say, there is mini groups of very different cars within this group of 10. And, you don't often get such an interesting group, do you, of cars in one race like this. So we've got a smorgasbord.
Yeah, it's too bad, though, because I didn't see Torsten Gross out there in the Just Hands Cayman.
They just got off. They're probably still doing their podium celebration.
Yeah, and it's too bad because it's really cool. He drives a hand control Porsche Cayman, which is just it's really cool to see him actually out there running.
Now, what year is this Lamborghini? Do you know?
It's a 2015, so it's a non-Evo Super Trofeo.
Okay.
So here we go, Jonathan, to take the green.
All right, Watkins Glen, here we go. Group 10. Green flag waves. Away we go. Watch the Lamborghini and watch also the number 45 and the 98. Sorry, the 90 of Bernatovich as he goes into almost second place. Not quite. Oh, maybe. Yes, he just does a little quick spurt and dives into second place as they head up the hill for the first time.
Bernardovic even actually almost made it up to first. He was ahead of David Hodge going into turn 1, but David was able to outbrake him just a little bit.
Good start by Scott Kissinger, too, in the all-black 222.
Those GT1 cars have a lot of power, but not quite the brakes of the Lamborghini. You can see the Lamborghini still trying to heat up the tires maybe a little bit.
Yeah, well, maybe it was a slow lap for him.
Yeah, these kind of professional cars, a lot of times if they're running a professional car on a professional tire, you need a full pace lap at least to get some temperature. So while running the short course does help with getting timing wise, unfortunately it does not let some of these higher level cars get their tires up to temperature.
So that's Joel Johnson out there again, the man from IGT, right?
Yep. And Alan Cohen out there in that Mustang Port City Tube car, I think currently in 3rd place. So very eclectic mix. Now, what's happening here is these cars all run very similar lap times, but they put together a lap in totally different ways. If you watch this GT1 car and the Lamborghini, the Porsche, the Ford Mustang Port Tube, you can see being outbroken by the Porsche, so it's going to be really interesting to see how these cars interact around Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and the drone really gives you the braking distance as well. And they're very different for each and every one of these cars.
Yeah, the car in 3rd place to the 45, he's actually our Paddock neighbor, and all of his cars are called the Patriot Missiles. Yep. So really good people, very supportive of of our country and things like that, and so it's really fun to see him out there, and he's getting faster every single session. He's gone quicker.
He's on target, you could say.
Randy Walker trying to get around the smoke car of Tony Stewart, driven by Alan Savajian.
Now, I presume Edward Savajian is his son.
Yes, Alan and Edward. Alan started Duntov Racing with Corvette experts.
In Dallas,
Yep, and then Edward kind of took it over. And now Alan's out there in Tony Stewart's car, the Home Depot car.
That's not a Corvette.
Yeah.
Well, the Lambo is quick, but he's not that much quicker than the rest of the field. He's just at a 157, so he's on the pace for sure. Now he's got his tires up to temperature.
I'm impressed with Jeff Rocco as well in the Rusty Wallace car.
Yeah, I wonder if these ex-NASCAR guys are aware of how much their old cars get raced.
They are, and hearing about it when we were at the Lime Rock All-Star race, Bobby Labonte's car has been with us all season, and he was so excited to see it. And he actually, he said he watches the live streams and is always cheering for his own car.
That's funny. How funny is that? Just got a quick glimpse of 10th place, number 31. That's Rick Wolfser in the
now watch
Chevrolet
the braking.
Camaro.
This car in 3rd right now. Watch the braking advantage it has. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, now you see it.
It sucks up. But then the car in front, that Port City Mustang, then has the horsepower down the straights, as does the Corvette. So they do put together similar lap times in totally different ways.
Yeah, it always ceases to amaze me when you see a race and they're, a tenth of each off each other, or the top 10 are split by a second, and yet they're so differently made and prepared. And of course, each and every driver is different, but they still manage to come within a second of each other. It's pretty impressive.
Now, why does that Lamborghini just look so angry? What's wrong with it, Andrew? It just looks so mad.
Well, I will say I know the driver in the car is a little bit mad. He's been chasing as fast as lap time. He hasn't quite gone it every single week. At every single session, he gets very close. And he wanted to come up here. He's testing. He's trying to he wants to continue the race this car and Trans Am and that stuff.
The face on this car, it just looks so angry. Miatas and the Bug-Eye Sprites, they have a good smile, but he just looks, mad.
I was never a really big fan of Lamborghini in the early days. I thought they were a little too brash. But since the Trofeo and the One Make Series, and
that's a pretty car there.
It's a pretty car, yeah, it really is.
Yeah, we always said that the Huracan race car was one of the best looking cars that was ever made for a, as a track car. And one thing we love about it too is it spits fireballs the size of you and me out the exhaust every time he gets onto the brakes. So while it's kind of immature, what person doesn't love a giant fireball at the exhaust of a car, honestly?
Well, and you think about the history of Lamborghini and how, talk about competition from Alfa Romeo, from Fiat, from Ferrari, coming into that world as a special supercar is very hard indeed. And Lamborghini, though, took up the challenge, especially when Ferrari was rude about the fact that Lamborghini started as a tractor company.
Porsche made tractors.
Porsche makes tractors. I mean, every major manufacturer makes some sort of, I want to call it, utility vehicle.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't hate on it too much.
No.
There's your fireball.
That was
right?
That was just Enzo being rude.
Yeah.
He was that about. He calls us garagistas back in the day too. So there you go.
David Hodge in that 10A Lamborghini. And it's just something we talk about is the modern cars for some reason lately, they've been making them look angry. The new BMWs, the new Mustangs, and back in the 60s, the cars all looked real happy.
I'd even say in the 90s, they a lot of times looked happy as well. You're talking about like the Indy Miatas and things like that.
Yeah, smiley faces.
Even the Porsches back then, I think, were a little bit more happy, like the 996s and things like that.
Yeah. But look at this. Here's that Porsche Camaro like we were talking about. Just totally different ways to put down a lap. The 222 of Scott Kissinger. And then Randy Walker right behind. Where's Mercurio? I haven't seen Mark Mercurio out there.
No. Maybe not racing today.
Mark's in the Ferrari, correct?
No, he's in another, just like Randy Walker's, another TA2 car, and they go at it. When they're on track together, they really do go at it.
Comes the Mustang again.
Alan Cohen, the Patriot missile.
Yeah, that's great.
And Alan, I apologize. You gave Rob a sheet for me, and I left it in my scooter. So next race, I will have that. Tomorrow's race, I'll have that for you. He did this homework for me, and then I didn't bring it with me.
Lincoln, come back. All is forgiven.
I know.
Your father's falling apart.
But I need him to be in college.
Got to learn something.
Oh, and Boy from New York says he loves the Miura, which is actually Jerry Seinfeld's favorite car, and I just don't get it. So Boy from New York, this is the first time we've differentiated in our opinions. But that's what makes the car culture so cool.
All right, here we go. Trivia. Jerry Seinfeld on the show. Tell me the racing reference in Jerry Seinfeld's world.
Skip Barber sticker.
Oh, you just gave away the answer.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
No, that was a trivia quiz.
So act like you didn't hear that. But he also has in his apartment. There's a Porsche 4 wheels off in a poster in his apartment too. Just a big Porsche fan.
I'm going to tell you something, and I am in Jerry's world up here in New York State. But I'll tell you a secret. I spoke to Skip Barber about that. You know what the reason was? Jerry put the sticker on the fridge for the first season that he did the Skip Barber School. And it was just meant to be a sort of, hey, thanks.
Oh, no, the Port City Tube.
Oh, dear.
Ford Mustang has stopped on the track. That's unfortunate. And then there's the 10 of Tom Forgione.
Well, then I can only tell him to take the circle line then.
Yeah.
So Jerry put it on the fridge for the first season, or the first show, but it stayed there for all 10 seasons, or however many seasons the show went for.
Yeah, and I wonder how much that would have cost in real life.
Well, because Skip Barber said he kept breaking the machines. He kept breaking the cars. So I think it was a fair quid pro quo, actually.
Yeah.
Dark dog on the back of that car.
That's the Ferrari.
That's the Ferrari, yeah.
550 Maranello of Randall Green.
What's the French?
Why the French sticker on the front then?
That ran in the in a French GT series back in like the early 2000s.
Knowledge?
Oh, and I'm reading comments that I called that a Supra. What idiot commentator called that car a Supra? So I apologize to whoever I offended. Got the yellow on the headlights, so that car has done endurance racing. That is Randy Green, who gave us the start command in IGT. Green Wealth Management, but also Furia Corsa.
I'm told that if two or more commentators are gathered, only one can be called an idiot. So you're
okay. So that's me today. I'll wear that badge proudly. Yeah. And then kind of the American Italian car, the De Tomaso Pantera. And this is a rear-engine American, I forget, is it a Ford V8 or a Chevy V8 in the Panteras usually? But basically it kind of has that wedge look of a Lamborghini or a Ferrari.
It's kind of a combo, isn't it?
With American power.
I love it.
I like to often think it's kind of like the precursor to the Corvette C8, that it was just a bit before its time, a mid-engined American car.
Yeah, good point. Well, Hodge is absolutely killing it out there. Some 15 seconds almost ahead of Alan Cohen at the moment, halfway through this race. And just enjoying his day, I would have said. Alan Savagian up to 5th now behind Rocco. Jeff Rocco in the Pontiac Grand Prix. We've seen a quick glimpse of him. Here's the car you were talking about.
De Tomaso Pantera. I think most people my age had a picture of that on their walls growing up. The Lamborghini Countach, the Ferrari 308 of Magnum PI, the Porsche 911 or 959. That was the era for those cars, and I grew up in the 80s around these cars.
And the air intake on the top, just cooling the engine at the back.
Oh, I'm hearing a Ford 351 Cleveland, and that's got to hurt from the boy from New York that it wasn't a Windsor.
Ford 351C.
That's the Cleveland. Both 351s were, one was made in Cleveland and one was made in Windsor, Ontario.
Ben, sometimes you cease to amaze me.
It's weird.
I have to say, I feel a little bad. I may have given the commentator's curse to Brnitovich. I went and talked to him right before I came here, and he's the only one that hasn't, and he's the one that stopped on track. So
Yeah.
I apologize, Jeff, if I ended up giving you the commentator's curse.
Did you tell him you were commentating?
I did.
Oh,
Unfortunately, that was it. I made the mistake.
I'm afraid I'm passing the dumb hat to you now. I'm staying right out of it.
I will gladly take it.
As these two still gutting at it. The Mustang and the Porsche.
The Patriot missile.
Yeah.
All right, no pressure here, Cohen, but, this is America versus Germany here. Let's keep that American car up front as you go into Mission Foods Turn 1. But, man, been so impressed with Joel Johnson, and he's got to be loving this because he's just getting so much track time out here with an Enduro, and now this 30-minute sprint race. He's done the IGT races. Been very impressed. Hopefully he's had a good time his first weekend out here with SpeedTour, IGT, and SVRA.
Oh, it's his first weekend. Fantastic.
Yeah. Tell you what, that's a hell of a distinctive design he's got on that. You can't miss that, can you?
You cannot. You can't miss it when it starts up next to you either.
I'll bet.
There's nothing louder in the world. We started up the Lamborghini, which, keep in mind, is straight pipes.
Yeah.
And it completely drowned it out when that Mustang started up.
That's wild.
Now, if you remember, at Mid-Ohio, Rick Wolsifer was our record breaker. Rick Wolsifer at Mid-Ohio, last race of the day, if you remember, turned the slowest lap time recorded in a race car at Mid-Ohio but he did the lap. I got to give it up to him. That was probably the most courageous lap I've ever seen.
It was in the rain.
It was in downpour on slicks.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And 10 miles an hour was way too fast for that car.
He was crawling along. It was quite funny, actually.
He has that distinction, and I really applaud him for that because that took a lot of cojones. And there is the number one of Michael Leptic.
In the Monte Carlo.
So Michael Leptup actually just came to our racing school earlier, within the past year. This is one of his first SVRA races, so he's just coming up through. He's finally getting into racing more often.
Time for a plug. Tell us about the race school.
Oh well, we have Kaizen Oswald runs the SVRA racing school down at VIR. So we have two more for the rest of the year. One in September on the 15th and 16th, and one in November on the 6th and 7th. So if you really want to get out racing with us, you get out racing with SVRA at VIR in a couple of weeks. You come to a racing school beforehand, and as long as you pass, you get your race license.
And we were saying, that's a great way to get a racing license and a great way to go racing. We were just talking about the cost versus going into other series, perhaps. This is really, a really good and economical way to go racing and a relaxed way to go racing without the pressure of being in a championship.
Yeah, I literally 40 minutes ago, before coming up here, I was talking with a gentleman that said I was been racing in another series in BMW CCA, and I'm ready to switch up to something else. So he saw us in the paddock, came and talked to me. He signed up for our school, and he's going to come racing with us in October at VIR. And he's like that. He's going to come to school in September, go racing with SVRA at VIR.
Who do you see? What kind of people?
I see anybody and everybody you can imagine. People who have raced for 40 years and just want to move into vintage racing. People who've done track days for a decade or more and decided want to try something else, go racing. People who have never been on track ever, and they're just like, I want to start somewhere, but I want to start with the school before I do HPD, so they just don't really know how to get into the sport. And so we accept anybody and anybody, and I've had people from I have someone to our September school who is bringing a McLaren M6B to do the racing school to get a super license for SVRA.
Wow, that is not suggested. But I got some great information here from Adam Weller. The Racing Ferrari 550 raced at Le Mans in 2003. The chassis here, if the livery is original, raced in the 2003 Le Mans 1,000-kilometer race that was a preview event of what's now the ELMS. And boy from New York, the Canadian, is saying that the Cleveland car, the Cleveland 351, had canted valves in the head for better breathing, a little bit more horsepower. But that's actually the Canadian-American exchange. Not only in money, but it's a little bit of a horsepower exchange, too.
See, the internet is working now. I tell you, we oiled it perfectly as the white flag has already come out. So the final lap is on the way for Hodge in that beautiful Lamborghini. But yeah, now we're getting the good stuff from our brethren online. I tell you what, this internet thing seriously has got a future. I really do think so.
I will say, Adam Weller, it is the original car. It is the original livery. So you are completely correct. That car then did race at the 2003 Le Mans race. So.
Adam Weller gets the
Prize
commenter medal of this session. Nice job. So, talk to us about David Hodge here in this Kaizen Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
Well, David Hodge he came to our racing school years ago. He came in prototypes and things like that with us, and then he decided to move over to GT cars. He runs WRL with a gentleman who runs the coach for the Bridge Hall cars in Trans Am, Tyler Hoffman, and then now he's decided to move towards GTs, and he loves the Lamborghini, so he's going to run the Trans Am race at Next GT tomorrow, and he wants to run here, and he might even think about running the race at VIR because he just loves the car, and so he wants to maybe planning on to run Super Trofeo next year underneath IMSA, and just kind of go on from there and see what he wants to do.
Yeah, and just so a few people have been asking, the TA race, which of course includes XGT, SGT, and GT, and this car, as you can see, with the XGT blazoned on the back of it, will be in action at 1:15. Their qualifying starts, and then the race is. Let me just see.
The race is at 1:15 tomorrow.
The race is at 1:15.
Oh, here he comes. Take the checker flag, Jonathan. Bring us home.
So, David Hodge doing a great job in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo from 2015, takes the checkered flag and wins by a country mile, no less. Alan Cohen will come home in second place in his Mustang Port City Tube, or is that gone away?
No, it's out there.
It's out there.
Yep. It was the Bernatovich car.
Ah, right. Across the line they come, and a big wave from the 45 as he crosses the line. Nicely done.
Alan Cohen. Now, I'm hearing from Adam Weller. He said, I started my day commentating on the Ferrari Challenge in Japan. I finish it feeding info into Watkins Glen. So, Adam, tell us when your race is. Jonathan and I will watch it. We'll leave comments for you.
and
we'll be your Google. How about that? We'll trade the favor.
I don't know if that's a good trade or not, really.
So, Rusty Wallace coming to take the checker flag, piloted by Jeff Rocco, and then Tony Stewart with Alan Savajian behind the wheel.
Yeah, I like it. And I love the fact that you do give reference to the Rusty Wallaces and the guys that originally run.
Yeah.
So it's important.
That's how I knew him. And as a Tony Stewart fan for years, I could not go to Lowe's. I had to only go to Home Depot, which was further from my house.
I went to Lowe's just to say hello to Jimmy.
See? Well, there we go.
Yeah.
And there's Wolsifer, who, again, this year got the record at Mid-Ohio with us, finishing this race too. So Wolsifer doing a great job.
Checker flag out then, and that concludes our coverage of and great racing by Mr. Hodge. But that's Route 10 in action there, and there's the Monte Carlo finishing off with a wave as well. All these cars beautifully prepared.
I love seeing all the drivers give a wave as they come across the line.
Confirmation then. David Hodge in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo wins ahead of Alan Cohen in second place in the 45, 717 of Joel Johnson. Big busy day for him. He's been doing IGT too. And Jeff Rocco takes fourth. Alan Savajian takes fifth place. Kissinger sixth. Richmond, Walker, Wolsifer. Wolsifer. Yes. Rick Wolsifer in ninth position and Tommy Forgione in 10th position. I'll get you to a break, put my teeth back in, and we'll see you on the other side from the Glen.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
to Watkins Glen, and it's Seneca Lake, I believe, in the distance there, which Watkins Glen sits atop. And if you want to know the history, it all began back in the late 50s or mid-50s when they used to race right round that lake, and they throw homage to that because it raced around the streets of Watkins Glen and down the main street, I may add, and it was quite a special thing. But, of course, as with all things, same with Pebble Beach in Laguna Seca, they thought, yeah, you know what, these cars are getting faster and more Europeans and good drivers are coming over, and racing around trees that are painted with white paint doesn't really work. So they said, where can we build a nice track somewhere near Watkins Glen that is away from the noise? And so far, they went up the hill and they built this wonderful place called Watkins Glen. They had Formula One here for 20 years or so, so it was the most storied Formula One destination in the USA, and the likes of Mario Andretti and many others all raced here. Tony Pirella got his kicks when he first came here as a little fella in shorts at about 11, I think. Saw his first Trans Am race, and now he runs the place in terms of SVRA and all sorts. He's a Corvette man, right?
Yep. But what a great group here. We've got Amber Stevenson. Look out for this number 15 green Lotus, that Lotus 69 Formula Ford. This is Group 2 here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. The first 3 cars you see there are Formula Bs. My favorite of the open wheel cars, just beautiful cars. We're going to see a great race here because we got Bruce Hamilton, Travis Engen, and Mark Giroux.
Oh, now, if you know your historic racing drivers, those guys are good.
Yeah, now Travis Engen, I think, is on Hoosiers, and Giroux is on Avons. And I was asking them about that, and it's basically whatever's available. They don't really know if there's a huge incentive for that for speed, but there is Amber Stevenson in that beautiful Lotus. But look for something to happen there at these Formula Bs because we have some great races. Then that 15. Then Gavin Clark. Gavin, I got to give it to you. You were the only one to wave to the camera at our intro, so you've been paying attention. I appreciate that. He was with us with his dad, Mark Clark, at Lime Rock. And then my favorite of the Formula Fords right there, Wes Allen, the Gurney Eagle. I love that, Gurney's cars had that Eagle's beak, so that's got that Eagle's beak front end, just the most beautiful Formula Ford. No offense to my Ford people, but I just think that's the prettiest of the Formula Fords is the Gurney Eagle DGF.
Formula B would be a pre-runner to what would become Formula 2?
Yeah, they were the Formula 2 cars. They were run in different kind of iterations, but the Formula B, that was kind of the Formula 2. In fact, some Formula B cars became Formula 1 with just a different power plant.
Right.
All you had to do is just put a different power plant. But if you watch the movie, I had a friend, Phil Wicks, who you probably know from the VIR Kaizen days. He raced minis, but he also raced he was a stunt driver in the movie Grand Prix, and he told me they use mostly Formula Bs modeled after Formula One cars, like the James Garner. But some of the best racing footage you'll ever see are in Steve McQueen's Le Mans and James Garner's Grand Prix.
Great film if you want to see a good racing film.
So that is Bruce Hamilton. I'll quickly go through here. Bruce Hamilton in a Brabham BT36. Travis Engen in a Chevron B17. Then Mark Giroux in the Brabham B29. That's our Formula Bs. Then in a Club Ford, Van Diemen RF is Patrick Flynn. Amber Stevenson in this very historic Lotus 69 Formula Ford. Amber Stevenson, huge racing fanatic. She and her wife both race all kinds of different cars. I follow them on Facebook. Almost every weekend they're gone, but they're both engineers. So it's like the perfect combination. Race car drivers and engineers, both really fast. Gavin Clark in a Crossley 32F. Glenn Taylor, Club Ford PRS. Wes Allen in that Eagle, Go Eagle, DGF. And then Gary Slahor in that Protoform P3 there. This should be, even though it looks like a smaller group, this should be some great racing here. Watch out for those Formula Bs through turn 1 and turn 2, Jonathan, as they come to take the green.
Yeah, and like I said, I've done a lot of historic Formula One racing, and Mark Giroux, Travis Engen, of course, where he races that
Giroux. He said it's Giroux like kangaroo, and ever since then I've remembered it. Yeah.
Giroux. Yes, I apologize, Giroux. There you go. Think about making a roux. I like the match of the helmet and the car for the 76. Bruce Hamilton doing it in style, but this should be an interesting start here. Off goes the Ginetta, and away we go. This is Group 2 from SVRA from the Glen. The green flag waves, and away we go. Hamilton gets a good start, but watch out for Travis Engen and Mark Giroux.
Now, Mark Giroux, Travis Engen, longtime friends.
Yeah.
Mark Giroux is kind of the captain of this Formula B group. You remember last couple of years, we've had 15, 16 of those cars at COTA and some of the best racing we've seen. But right now, it's Hamilton, Engen, Giroux. As they go up, we see Gavin Clark going up following Amber Stevenson.
Yeah, Mark Giroux had a good look down the inside, but I don't think he could just quite get past Travis Engen.
And really, that's just the gentleman racers these two are. They know it's going to be, about a 25-minute race. They know it's a long race and anything can happen. So, you're not going to do anything to hurt your friend here at Mission Foods Turn 1. And these three will also be back with us in equally yoked Group 9 cars. So they like racing together in pretty equally yoked cars in 2 different classes. So how cool is that?
Yeah, that's another great beauty of historic racing, is that each and every weekend you'll see the same driver perhaps do 2, maybe 3 groups sometimes, depending. And sometimes it's their own car. Sometimes they get asked to drive for an owner who wants to see the car and put it through its paces.
So Travis Engen giving a look to Bruce Hamilton. Actually, that Chevron right now looks to be a little bit faster than the Brabham of Bruce Hamilton. We had the honor of calling a race between Tonis Casamets, Jeff Brabham, and Matty Brabham.
Yeah, that was awesome.
They were all in Brabhams.
Yeah.
So that was one of the best races we've gotten to call at
that was
Circuit
COTA.
of the Americas.
Oh, it was so good. Yeah, remember that well.
So you can see the slight difference in that Chevron nose of Travis Engen. Travis drove that. We did a tribute to Chevron here about 8-9 years ago at Watkins Glen. Had a bunch of Chevrons. It was a really cool class. And Giroux falling back just a little bit. Bruce Hamilton.
But as we suggested at the start, these three pulling away.
Yeah, they have a little bit more motor and obviously a lot bigger tire than the Formula Fords.
And what's interesting is you're looking down the front straight here. The Brabham of Bruce Hamilton has a much higher roll bar than the other 2 cars.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that is how they were from when it was new, or they added a larger roll bar for a different driver, or something like that.
Knowing Bruce and Cahill and that team, I think he probably added that just for the extra safety features of that. And it looks like Amber Stevenson was able to get around Patrick Flynn
up to 5th.
But now, don't put the so this is one race here that you're seeing in your screen going to Cube 3 Architecture Bus Stop. Then the next race is basically the next group. So there's kind of 2 races in here, and then this car here is almost by itself because that's a more modern Ford, and then we've got the vintage Fords back here. So really there's 3 races, and Amber Stevenson right now is leading her race with the vintage Formula Fords.
It's interesting you mentioned Cahill, because I used to race with them back in an F2000 and Formula Atlantics, almost a decade ago, and it's I know that the guy who took over it after Chris unfortunately passed away has been doing a fantastic job to basically grow Cahill into this incredible vintage group.
Yeah, no kidding. So you're seeing basically, we work in the ladder system now of F1, but this is the ladder system. You went from Formula V to Formula Ford to Formula B to Formula One. Most of the huge heroes of the 60s and 70s and even early 80s Formula One came through that ladder system. And so it's kind of like today, Jonathan and I work with Ligier JSF4 to F4 to FR to F2 to F1.
Yep, basically.
I know that there have, but sometimes I know James Hunt's F2 car and Nicky Laudo's F2 car have actually run in here. They're with the team near VIR, and I know they've run in here a couple times, and it's really exciting to watch them run out there, because you're talking about 2 of the most legendary drivers in Formula One history, and their cars are still out there running.
So let's see if we can get that eagle of Wes Allen up there to the front. Right now it's in the back of this pack of 4. And then Gavin Clark, who was with us at Lime Rock. But Amber Stevenson, you need to watch her race. She races a Lotus 7 with us. She's raced all kinds of stuff. But control, absolutely unbelievable. And she wears the Wonder Woman race suit. I love that. And, my wife is a redhead. She's a redhead. So I have to always cheer for the redheads. They come into Mission Foods Turn 1.
Glenn Taylor in the 93, just coming through shot there, currently in 6th place. And just behind is Wes Allen in the number 8, and Gary Slahorn in the number 9 in 9th place, just behind this car you're looking at right now.
So there have been, what what makes you love the Eagle so much?
The nose. It's the nose of the Eagle. So the Crossleys of the Lotus, see that Crossley, the red car, is a little bit flat, but it's kind of more cigar shaped, and there's a little bit of an eagle's beak just at the front of that Gurney Eagle. I just love the look of that. And then the tail of it is like an eagle's feather. So there was actually design that went into it. A lot of these Formula Fords, they just kind of put a mold together and just,
bit basic,
and just kind of thought it would look okay. But knowing Dan Gurney, the perfectionist, he actually put some design behind the Eagle. I just love that. And they're very rare. They're not as fast as the Crossleys or the Titans, but they, I'm not a fast driver, so it's all about the looks.
And frankly, sometimes it doesn't matter how fast the car is. If it's amazing to drive, then that's totally okay, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you're out here driving to enjoy yourself and meeting people and having a wonderful time with friends and family. And so, you pick the car that you want to have, and you go out there and enjoy yourself.
So that's the Protoform P3. I'm not a fast driver, so I at least have to look good.
Jim Farley, who races a lot of SVRA, says that, as head of a CEO of Ford, he says that it's not he's trying to avoid work when he does historic racing. He said he gets more work done because there's more B2B. He said there's so many people involved in the historic racing scene that he is able to, to actually do some business.
Like his friend John DeGainer that's here this weekend. Up until about 2 years ago, he ran the company that made a lot of Ford's electronics, and they're good friends, and they get to hang out at the track and probably have better meetings at the track than they would, in Detroit or wherever they are.
Saw Kerry Hitt yesterday talking to me about making the bodies for the Toyotas. TA's coming in.
Started that.
So that's exciting news for the future.
So look at Travis Engen. Here's something you'll see about these cars. The head, the lean of the head, just everything they can do. And I have driven a car kind of similar to this, and it's just something you kind of naturally do, but also just the G-forces and just anything can happen. Because one time I put cameras on cars at COTA with Dave Handy, I believe Tonis Katzenmetz, Bobby Brown, who's a pretty famous driver, and they wanted to make sure that the GoPro was in the exact same place on the exact same part of the car, because just that little bit of aero really does make a difference. We see Amber Stevenson still leading
these three
this group.
Glued together, aren't they? It's great.
And that car that she is driving is a very historic Formula Ford. You got to go see this thing up front. And she, just being such the motorsports fan that she and her wife are, they have all the different, the lineage and the provenance of that car.
Good on them.
Gavin Clark was trying to make a move around the outside of the bus stop and just had to pull out, which was probably a good idea, because I don't know of anybody who's ever passed around the outside of the bus stop. But, props for him for trying to make the pass.
Well, he's at the halfway point, so he's probably starting to chomp at the bit.
And these are such momentum cars that you don't want to get on the brakes. You'd rather just kind of ease out of it, because any little bit of momentum lost, you might lose a second, just a little tap on the brakes in the Formula Fords. These are very good drivers. You got to learn how to drive these. These cars are not easy to drive. There's no downforce. You can see the suspension's way out there. There's a lot of slip angle in the corners. And if you can control a Formula Ford and you can drive it fast, you can almost get behind the wheel of anything and drive it fast.
Oh, 100%. I started off racing something that was very similar to like this, and I credit those cars to, how I actually could be able to drive today. The optimal angle to drive these things was 18 degrees sideways through a corner. And that's
wild.
It's wild, but it gives you the best car control you could possibly have.
Andrew, you've pricked my interest now. If I went to the SVRA school, what would I be driving?
You can drive your own car if you'd like, or you can rent one of ours. We have street cars, we have full race cars.
Hold on, sorry to interrupt. We got a pass here on the 93 Glenn Taylor inside Amber Stevenson. Maybe she saw him, and that was not a pinch. She gave him room.
Yeah,
not sure, but I think he's just kind of living to fight another day here.
No, honestly, I think she just got on that middle pedal just a little bit later than everybody else. She broke very late into turn one.
Well, I don't think my 2000 Tacoma truck is going to teach me much, so I won't bring that. What can you hand me?
You can get a Camaro, you can get a BMW. Ooh. You can even race one of our Janetta. You can even do the school in one of our Janettas.
You got to do that, being a Brit.
Oh, yeah, Brit from Leeds, yeah.
Oh, here we go again. Glenn Taylor on the inside. Now he has the line over Amber.
Yep, made it stick this time.
It's almost like he kind of caught her just by surprise a little bit. He wasn't really ready for that one.
There's still only a second and a half between the leaders as well. Bruce Hamilton continuing to lead. Travis Engen still second. And Mark,
look at how close
Giroux
they are.
in third. I know, it's awesome, this. Down the hill they come. Into that tricky left-hander. It's all downhill. And then they get a bit of a break with this next cambered corner. But as we heard from Tom Pank, you've got to kind of roll
Looks like
in
Amber's
here.
about to throw it up the inside.
Yeah. You've got to roll in here, use the camber, and then let the car drift out as wide as you dare without going on the grass. And that's exactly what they're doing.
So now she's got the draft a little bit. So important in these cars. Formula Fords, Formula Vs. She's trying to get up side by side. Let's see who gets later on the brakes. Looks like almost equal.
Almost equal, yeah. No, not quite do it that time. Now back up the hill.
And this battling is going to be really good for Gavin Clark because it's going to keep him in there while they're basically just wasting time fighting with each other. It'll let him to come right back up and hopefully get back in the mix.
So this is a Van Diemen RF90 in the lead, a Lotus 69 Formula Ford in second, and then a Crossley 32F. So these are three different chassis and body manufacturers. Amber right behind Gavin Clark. She's going to try to do the same thing going into Mission Foods Turn 1.
We've got opinion going on the internet. Van Diemen makes the most cute Formula Fords. Answers on a postcard.
Okay, I like that.
Well, they're pretty
Look at this,
famous.
Amber taking it over. Using that draft, but getting a big lead going into Mission Foods Turn 1.
Yeah, the Van Diemen, of course, synonymous with Formula Ford racing worldwide.
It's almost like Glenn Taylor may have had a little bit of an issue going to turn 1 because now Gavin Clark is right on his gearbox. So maybe he had a little bobble under the brake zone.
Leaders are at turn 4 right now. Hamilton with that 1.4 second lead over Travis Engen. But this is the battle we're watching because it's a good one.
A little bit of a wobble there, 93 coming through the bus stop.
Gavin Clark making his way, tries to do a slingshot. Now as they head up, can he follow up that?
Here come the leaders.
Here they go.
Bruce Hamilton, Travis Engen, Mark Giroux.
Not much change, is there, since the start of this one?
No, but actually this is bigger gaps than we usually see in these Formula Bs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say Bruce Hamilton's pulled us a pretty significant gap over the past 2 laps. I wonder if maybe Travis Engen had a bobble or was maybe fighting with Mark Giroux and he just was able to get away.
Travis Engen is racing somewhere each and every weekend in my book. I see him everywhere we go.
I mean, that's the life I think all of us dream of, right? You can be in a race, you can be in a race car every weekend and you can actually enjoy it. And some of the cars that he is driving, I mean, that is
living the dream.
He's living the dream.
You know, and knowing Travis is a great guy, great friend. He deserves it. And the other thing, he's just so gracious. He loves talking to people about his Audis or his Lotus 23. He loves letting people and kids come in and see it. So it just couldn't happen to a better person.
Oh, 100%. You know, we were here last year with SVRA, and I went over and talked with him for almost an hour, just learning about the car because the first ever, the first ever endurance race I ever watched was the 24 Hours of Le Mans from 2002, where that car won. Yeah. And I will admit, I got a little emotional. I was like, this is amazing. This is literally my childhood. And it was a fantastic, it was just a fantastic experience. And that's why SVRA racing is so incredible. And, you have tons of fans coming around that all have the same story as me.
Yeah. That's very true.
Amber Stevenson seems to be gapping.
Yeah, Gavin Clark's in the 5 has dropped off a bit. Here's the leaders again. Bruce Hamilton just going through shot. There's Travis.
Travis Engen in his Red Bull helmet. And then Mark Giroux. I just love the look of those cars, the linkages in the rear, the guibos as we call them. Just everything is right there. I mean, it is all just function. You can see the different body, the lower, flatter, like squish cigar of the Brabhams, and the more cigar shape of the Chevron.
Yep.
One thing I do love about the Formula Bs is they always have a very bright colored nose, right?
Yes.
It's just such a cool look to have. And then, I kind of wish they would do that more on more modern cars, but other than out of the Stake F1 cars, there's really not like that anymore.
Well, I haven't seen much of the number 9. Here is Gary Salor in that Protoform P3.
I don't know what that is. Is that a
Protoform? Yeah.
Formula V?
That's a Formula V.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a Formula V.
So like a modern V?
No, that's a true Formula V.
Yeah, it's got the FV on the side. Look.
Yeah, he races in the Formula V series that was with us at Mid Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty little thing. Hoosier tires. I often wonder how these tire manufacturers manage to make so many different shapes and sizes of tires. I say shapes, but they're all round. But, yeah, I can say, I'm sure when you go and visit the tire man, he's got a whole bunch of different tire sizes.
It's commitment to racing. That's the only reason why that I think they would, because otherwise there's no. I mean, they're used on just so few cars in the world, but obviously Hoosier loves racing, and they want to keep racing these. Want us to keep racing these amazing cars.
Guys, these cars are doing over 100 miles an hour. I hope you're taking on board just how well these cars are being covered here. It's pretty impressive. Nice little shot of the braking there, and he lost it a little bit there. Did Gavin Clark, but he's caught right back up again. I just said he's lost some ground, but now look, he's caught right back up on the 93 of Glenn Taylor in just a lap or so.
He's definitely pushing. You can see he's definitely pushing to catch back up. He knows there's only 1 or 2 laps to go, and he's got to make his move now if he's going to make the chance.
And the leader, Bruce Hamilton, coming into the final turn. There's the gap between second and third. We could have a battle on for second, but it's the white flag coming up for a last lap. There it is. Bruce Hamilton's going to romp away with victory here, but I'm not so sure about whether Travis Engen is going to hold off Marc Giroux.
Marc Giroux's closed the gap, though. Marc Giroux, sorry, has closed the gap.
Yeah, he has.
On Engen.
Come on, Marc.
I think Marc's probably best chance to get past him will be into either the toe, into the toe of the boot, or if he's got some good run and maybe some I'm going to say big cojones to go around the outside end of the carousel. And see if
well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Although he's just not, as they head towards the bus stop for the last time, he's close, but just not close enough. Travis Engen isn't going to give away that kind of gap easily, is he?
No, both of these cars are GMT prepared, very equally yoked. That's how they like to do it. Marc Giroux and Travis Engen like to compete with each other. But like I said, one's on Avon tires, one's on Hoosier. I always thought Avon tires were softer. That's what I had always heard, but they said that they can't really tell a difference. They just get whatever's available.
Mm-hmm. Also, one thing I can say is that Travis Engen definitely has a lot of understeer. You can see him getting pushed out wide in high-speed corners, while Marc's car seems to be a little bit more tight and hooked up through the high-speed corners as well.
Uh-oh.
Look at this.
This is a leader change here.
Yeah, this is great.
As they come to take the white flag.
Oh, this is going to be one hell of a last lap for these three. Here it is. White flag out. Out pops the number 5 on the inside. A red and white striped car looking for position here. Last lap again, under braking, swirling left to right, trying to gather it all together to get past Amber Stevenson, who's doing a good job. She's holding him off.
No, she's in second, but in
yes,
that group,
what I mean.
Yeah. So here come the leaders, but let's see if Wonder Woman can pull it off here as Bruce Hamilton comes in to take the checker, Jonathan.
Yep, another great win at the Glen as the checkered flag waves then for Bruce Hamilton in the Brabham BT36 or 36, whichever you prefer. And how about that? Whoa! Marc Giroux almost
Here we go.
did it.
Amber Stevenson has the better line going into Cube 3 bus stop. She does. She holds it. The Wonder Woman. Now, can she hold it? Where could the number 93 take it here of Glenn Taylor? Where's his next chance?
And it looks as though the Formula V's coming in to join them.
I don't even know if Glenn Taylor's going to get a chance because it looks like Gavin Clark's going to try to give him a run for his money as well.
Great finish to this one.
I think if Glenn's going to take any sort of chance, it's going to have to be into the toe of the boot, but he's just not close enough. Amber has done exactly what she needs to do to get away, and I think that moved into the bus stop. It just probably gave her the win of this race.
Race within a race.
Somebody's playing some cool music over there by the drone operators. I love it. But Amber Stevenson, I wonder if she played a little chess there, knowing that she wanted to do the draft into the Cube 3 Architecture's bus stop and make that move if she went back. Because sometimes the draft is so important. And knowing the racing intelligence of Amber Stevenson, I wouldn't put it past her.
It also sounds like, or looks like, that she was also really good at using the traffic that they came up on with the Formula V, and she just went just right around with them.
Well, Patrick Flynn is in like Flynn there.
Yeah, we didn't see much of him, but he got 4th.
Group 2 PCF Van Diemen.
And I think this is how it's going to finish here. Between these three, it's been a great race-long battle between them.
really impressed with Gavin Clark, too.
Glenn Taylor then takes 5th place. Amber Stevenson actually gets 5th. Glenn Taylor in 6th place and Gavin Clark in 7th.
Great race. Amber Stevenson, I love watching a race. So the Wonder Woman has come up ahead again. And then Gary Slehor in that Protoform P3. And then there's my Eagle, Wes Allen Eagle DGF. Love that car.
You know what's incredible? If you look at the timing and scoring, Amber, Glenn, and Gavin were within less than 1 second of each other crossing the line.
That's great.
And it was 1/10 of a second between Glenn and Gavin.
Awesome.
Incredible.
So give them a wave if you're out there here at the Glen.
I just waved at the TV.
Yeah.
I honestly thought I was waving at Bruce Hamill. He didn't see me, but Bruce, I was waving.
I worry about you sometimes.
I've lost it.
So, another good race here from Watkins Glen, and confirmation that the Brabham BT36 of Bruce Hamilton wins ahead of Travis Angin in the Chevron B17B, and then the Brabham BT29 of Mark Giraud. Patrick Flynn in 4th, Amber Stevenson 5th, Glenn Taylor 6th, Gavin Clark 7th, Wes Allen in 8th, and Gary Slehor in 9th position in the Protoform P3. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from Watkins Glen for more from the Speed Tour after this.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour here at Watkins Glen. It's a glorious day here in the Finger Lake area, and we've got a break in the action here, so it gives us a chance. We've been talking about some of the storied people in our group of historic racers and part of Trans Am, and we really have got some fantastic stories to bring you, and we call it our Stories from the Paddock, and here is Claudio Burton.
You know, this is a labor of passion.
Away they go there!
Big spout of flame coming out the side of that car.
The win for Adam Andretti.
So many things happened that weekend. Adam Andretti's birthday, it was Palm Sunday. We're both spiritual guys, Adam and myself, and for it to come together, the first win under those conditions was truly special. Long time in the making. I've been racing Trans Am for over 25 years, and I wanted to do something a little different and build a car of our own. It all has to work together. It all has to work. The coach work, the aerodynamics of the car, the chassis, how it puts power down, I would say, is one of the most important things. The biggest difference in this car is the positioning of the fuel tanks. You know, other people have tried multiple tanks and things, but this is the first car that has the whole fuel capacity in front of the rear axle. So this is similar to like an open wheel car for safety reasons and also for better balance. Because we're trying to basically consume the whole tire in 100 miles. So that's what we try to do is there's no rubber left after the 100-mile race. And that has to do with spring rates and downforce and a variety of things that consume the tire and the track surface. The unfair advantage, a superior chassis, a superior car, something that every manufacturer strives for, is to make a better car. We would like to extend sales of the chassis to other competitors, but at this point, you know, we're the ones pioneering it, and you have to prove it out, and that's how you win. You have to win races. So this is chassis 1. Chassis 2 is on the surface plate, and it will already incorporate a lot of changes that we have found over the last, 6-7 months of running this car. It's not only in the shower, it's everywhere. I love the mechanical aspect of motorsport. The commitment and discipline that it takes to be a professional driver is exceptional. Adam brings a good depth of knowledge of setup on the car. Adam is a fast driver, so it balances out very well with the team. His input and Damon, lead engineer on the car, to get the maximum is what we're after, maximum potential from Adam and the car. Well, in some ways, I think we have built the ultimate dinosaur here, right? A carbureted car, probably the last of its type. This is a labor of passion, not of economics. Trans Am is the greatest American GT cars. They have been for some time. NASCAR is nice, but their whole series of rules and regulations that don't really allow maximum speed. They haven't reached maximum speeds in over 20 years, where we're going to tracks and going faster than we ever have before. So it's a different approach to motorsport. Well, without question, winning the championship. So that's what we're here for. We prove that we can win a race now, and now it's time to go after a championship.
Keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. I started racing, vintage racing, about 2010. That was the first race car I ever bought. Bought it from a gentleman from the Chicago area. I love that it's nimble. It's a very nimble car. It was a good car to learn how to drive. Not much horsepower, so you learn how to keep the momentum going, and they're just a lot of fun. Well, we got one more run with the Datsun. Tom Benjamin's my competition, seems like, this weekend. I got him yesterday. He may get me today. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to get another podium today. It'd be a nice way to finish the weekend in the B sedan. Back in 2016, when SVRA combined the Trans Am, and we're like, well, wait a minute, we're at those races anyway. Let's build a TA2 car and see what we can do. A lot of the vintage guys were doing that. We built the car. Year before last, this race was my first race with the car, our second race, and out of 42 cars, we finished 12th. I was very pleased with that. We were hoping for mid-pack, but it worked out very well. Last year was our last racing with TA2. Now we've decided that it's gotten a little professional for me, so it's just a little too hectic. So now we're going to race the car Group 10, Group 9. A lot less hectic, it's more laid back. Very fun. First of all, it's something to do. I'm retired, so keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. Do it. Don't hesitate. Life's too short.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. Watkins Glen is always one of my favorite events. This is going to be our Group 6, Group 12A, and the Janetta Challenge. As we're seeing here, not only is our safety car, pace car at Janetta, but the next big group of cars are going to be Janettas. These are new Janettas, and I'm joined with my friend Andrew Heffring, who is our Janetta expert. His dad is actually out there in the number 77 that we're seeing right here. Peter Heffring, that's a Ginetta G56 GTA. But then we also have Group 6, which is our big bore American ground pounding muscle cars, and Group 12, which is our big bore American ground pounding muscle cars of more modern era. So Group 6 is basically 72 or older, and Group 12 is 73 or newer. And this should be a really fun group. We've also got some E-Type Jaguars out there, the beautiful Donovan Jaguar E-Types, Ford Boss 302s, a BMW M3 LWT, a Porsche 911, another E-Type Jaguar, some Shelby Cobras, some Shelby GT 350s. But Andrew, tell us about these little British boutique cars of these Janettas.
Yeah, so again, you know, we've been running with the series with SVRA since Road Atlanta at the beginning of the year. So they are, you know, 2,400 pounds, but our min weight for the class is 2,700. That's with driver, fuel, and extra weight. That's Ray Huel. That is his first ever race right now that's going on. So we're excited to have him out here. He's had his car for a little under a year. He's with a new team called Ace Motorsports out of Club Motorsports up in New Hampshire, and you know he's getting out here. He's getting racing. Now you're looking at the Corvettes and you know the other big big horsepower cars.
Yeah, we saw John DeGainer there in that Devon. I forgot to mention that Devon Evolution, which is it's got a Corvette engine. It's got an MGA rear frame, and he and his dad have been racing that since, or developing and racing that since the early 60s. His dad gave it up to John, and now John is racing it. We mentioned John in the last race when we were talking about Jim Farley, and John DeGainer also running in the TA race with us tomorrow with Trans Am. And then we come through here, the more modern Group 12. There's Renee Tercilla in the 009. He's running for the Group 12 championship this year and really doing very well. Aaron Quine is in the Chevrolet Corvette. He was with us at Mid-Ohio. That's Jim Heck's Chevrolet Corvette. Then an actual true BMW lightweight. You don't see the lightweights, very valuable cars, gone up in value in just the last couple of years. That's Gary Palmer. But we've got some great cars. How do these Janettas feel? They run a similar lap time, but in a totally different way than these big bore, heavy American muscle cars.
Yeah, so they drive very similar to your GT3 cars. You're looking at the red Mustang of Victor Corda, who's a Kaizen Autosport graduate. He's actually the first ever SVRA Kaizen Autosport graduate, which was kind of exciting, and he's still running with SVRA now. But Janettas, they are not very fast in a straight line. You know, you top out at 135, but our cornering speeds are very, very high. You know, we're cornering at over 2 Gs, going through like the carousel and going into the, you know, into the like towards the ankle of the boot. They can brake very late. You know, there's the pit marshal jumping again. Love her excitement whenever we're going on track. But they are very, they're not a lot of horsepower, not a lot of top speed, but their cornering speeds and their braking is unmatched. Like, we're 100 miles an hour through the bus stop as your min speed, or over 100 miles an hour through the carousel. You're braking at the 300 board at the end of the back straight. So just a lot of momentum and a lot of grip these cars have versus horsepower. So our laps are done quite differently than the Group 12 and the Group 6, but we run very similar lap times.
Yeah, it's really fun to see. This is going to be a split start. This is the Janetta Challenge, coming kind of to the late part of the season for the Janetta Challenge. I'm hearing a rumor of nearly 20 cars with us at the VIR SpeedTour coming here in just about a month. So make sure you get tickets and go to the VIR SpeedTour, go to speedtour.net. But then we've got our Group 6. I'm not going to have time to run through this because there's 33 cars in this group, and we're doing the short course for the pace lap. But this one right here, Randy Williams, that E-Type green Jag, if you're in the area, if you've ever gone to one of those dandy gas stations, which I did to get fuel this morning, and a little Dr. Pepper, I always stop at his dandy gas station. He and his family own a lot of the dandies up in this area, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, so that's just really cool. We see the Camry here bringing some dignitaries behind our Ginetta safety car, brought to you by Kaizen and the Ginetta team, and we're about to get going. So I'm going to let you take over the start of this, Andrew, because you know all these drivers.
Perfect. So it's Seth Henry on pole, David Lecco in second. These two have been battling out the entire time. They are 0.05 of a second off in qualifying. Super, super close, and they've been having a great battle. They're P1 and P2 in the championship. And we are green. It's a good start already. Seth and Dave are already starting to lean on each other. They're getting very close. Aiden Dorvey in the third, number 13, is coming down. Peter Heffring.
He just moved his mirror.
He moved his mirror. He knocked his mirror in. Wow, they are so close. Seth Henry has held him off going to turn 1, but Dave Lecco's trying to come around the outside. And here's the start of our Group 6, Group 12A, and 8.
Unbelievable as they come down here. I hope the green light can get us a replay of moving that mirror. What a great strategy. But there he goes in that beautiful E-Type. That's Jack Bush all the way up there up front over Kurt Vogt and that beautiful Boss Mustang. But now they come into the Q3 bus stop. Take over for me, Andrew.
And the Genettas Dave Lecco and Seth are still side by side. It's all about who's going to be late on the middle pedal. Seth definitely takes it a little bit later. Good. Dave Lecco getting a little out of hand. Here comes Aiden Dorvey trying to come at the inside. Eric Arms is in the middle. Mark Swain's up next to Peter Heffring, and Greg Arsenault is right next to behind him. Eric Arms is one of the main mechanics and one of the main builders and in South Boston. He's really been, he's been getting grips with his car, and out of nowhere in qualifying today, he dropped 2.5 seconds. It was fantastic.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some great groups in here. Andrew Heffring, but also TA2 champion and yesterday's winner in the TA2 series, Thomas Merrill, who's raced a little bit of everything from Salinas, California, just down the road of Laguna Seca. Got his start racing with his mom and dad, and your mom, Ross, would be in one of these Porsche 911s if he was here. But Thomas, tell us a little bit about this, the opening stages. We've got Janetta, Group 6, and Group 12. What are you seeing here so far at Watkins Glen?
Well, I'm seeing a beautiful day to start with, man. The weather out there is fantastic, and these guys look like they're getting everything out of it for sure. It's a really cool mix of cars. These Janettas are really lightweight, nimble automobiles. They're carrying a lot of cornering speed, which is what Watkins Glen's all about. Looks like we got a good battle for the lead there.
Yeah, they've been close all year, right, Andrew?
Oh, yeah, these two have been fighting back and forth. They've been 1-2, 1-2 in the championship the entire year. Honestly, Thomas, if you want, come out for VIR. We got a car for you if you want to come race with us. See if you can take it to some of the young guys.
I would love to. I was looking at one of those up close yesterday. It's really lightweight, really intelligently designed race car, actually. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're incredible. This is where Janetta, it's not a huge brand in the States, but we've been trying to bring it because we know how good the car's quality is, and it's one of those things that we want to bring to the States and show that this is a great ladder for young drivers and for gentleman drivers to get into and have a good level of racing without, having to go, the budget of TA2 racing or the budget of, MX5 Cup or something like that.
Yeah, they look like a great starter point. I mean, anything at that kind of GT4 speed, I think, is really, really good. And these cars have electronic aids like ABS and things like that on them, or no?
No ABS, no traction control. All they got is power steering.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
They do it because you only have 300 horsepower. They're 2,400 pounds, and so they do make a version of these called the GTP that has ABS and traction control.
But where's the fun in that?
But where's the fun in that? It is more expensive, and so that kind of puts you in the level of GT4 car. And so we brought over the GTAs and then made a race spec called the Ginetta Challenge spec, and that's exactly what we've been running.
Okay, well, I think that's better. It teaches you a lot more. Without those nannies, you're feeling the car, you're understanding what it's doing, you understand the limit of grip and everything else. So, yeah, it looks like a great platform.
So the same season that Thomas Merrill got second place in the 24-hour of Le Mans in a Porsche kind of cup car with all the aids, the electronics, the paddle shifters, then you win the championship in our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series with no driver aids and a lot of power and minimal brakes. So that's got to be quite a change. But you've been driving just about everything your whole career.
Yeah, you drive as often as I do, and it's at the end of the day, it's a steering wheel and 4 tires, and you just kind of get down to business and do your thing. The last 5% is always about getting the most out of that particular platform, but at the end of the day, at least this is just what I tell myself, it's just a car. Just get in and drive it.
They're all cars. They all have a steering wheel, 3 pedals, maybe 2, depending on what you're driving, and they all go fast in a straight line of turn.
But look at this. So the Jaguar's Jack Bush, who also races a TA GT1. Then you've got Kurt Vogt that also races TA2. John DeGainer in that Devon is going to be in the TA race tomorrow. Bob Lima also has a TA2 car. So this is a great field. That's a real Shelby GT350 there of Gary
real?
Moore. And yeah, that's a real one. Wow. And then that is Claire Schwendeman in that number 37, Dr. Claire Schwendeman. And then last year, Cord Kissart in that Corvette Z06 came in the booth with us, but so happy to have him out there running. But John DeGainer right there in that Devon, absolutely beautiful car. And he told me today he's running his fastest laps here at Watkins Glen. But don't count out Jack Bush in that E-Type, because very well prepared, but Jack Bush, an unbelievable driver, and this is kind of one of his home tracks along with Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, and John DeGainer just got up to second place after getting by the blue. I can't even remember what kind of car that is, actually.
Boss 302. Bob Lima coming up next to him. So that's
close.
a 302.
That was close.
DeGainer running a 327 Corvette engine. And I thought it was a 3.8 in that E-Type Jaguar, but it's actually the 4.2. And talking to the Donovan guys this morning, they say that's actually a better engine to build into a race car. As we see Gary Moore, and we'll see him do this a lot, just hanging out those rear wheels going through the carousel. Is it still Seth Henry in the lead of the Ginetta race?
Yeah, they get very close. You can see Dave Lecko's very good on the brakes, getting up close. He's in the Deal Machine Janetta there, the purple one. Deal Machine is his primary sponsor. It's an app to help young people get into real estate investment and things like that. And so he's been, his big thing is supporting. Woo, he went very wide there. He's definitely telling he's pushing very hard. That's Aiden Dorby behind him. This is his first race ever, and he's already in P3 and running very good laps.
Unbelievable. First race ever. There he is.
First race ever, and he's in P3. He's on the podium, and he is running very quick laps.
Keep it up.
Looks like Mark Swain made it up to 4th. That's very good. It looks like also Eric Arms has disappeared a little bit, unfortunately. I don't know where he is right now. So Mark Swain is just ahead of Peter Heffering. Greg Auctioneau is right behind him, and Preston Peebles in 7th.
So I'm hearing that the 8.4 wide of Eric Arms has spun and continued at turn 7, but did that pretty dangerously. So not happy about that. But look at this new leader here in our Group 6 GT class. John DeGainer, Jack Bush, Kurt Vogt over, and then Bob Lima over Gary Moore. So unbelievable. Oh, and it looks like Cord has moved up 2 places. So unbelievable racing here. Now look at this. This is handling versus horsepower. One of my favorites. Gary Moore. Oh, and Bob Lima, a little bit of a touch. And there we go. Kurt Vogt, Cobra Automotive. You're going to have to get some of that Wimbledon white paint coming out for that Shelby GT350 of Gary Moore. These are 2 teammates now battling it up the hill. And Bob Lima, doesn't look like there's any damage on that vet, but pretty good damage, but just looks like cosmetic damage. Now, you wanted a Mustang yesterday here, Thomas Merritt, and that car just looked hooked up yesterday for you.
That was one of the best Cope race cars I've ever driven. It just got faster and faster and faster with each lap. This is a great little battle, though. I'm loving. Credit to Kurt Vogt for his awareness there in turn 1. He left a nice little gap there and kept himself clean, and now he's looking like he's driving away from that Mustang. But yeah, our Mustang was so hooked up, I couldn't believe it.
Now here's the real question: with your Mustang, would you go too wide like that up through the Abdulesses? Because that was
only with somebody
impressive.
you trust.
Yeah. You might be asking the wrong guy.
Oh no, Jack Bush there.
Oh no,
on the downhill. That's a very difficult place to run in that beautiful E-Type. He just hit the tire, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of damage, but if he can't get that thing going, I'm hearing that we're going to have to do probably have to do some kind of full course caution there if he can't get refired. But there is Kurt Vogt with Gary Moore, then Cord right behind him, then Bob Lima, Claire Schwendeman. This is going to be a great race. Gary Moore trying to make that pass in that actual true Shelby GT 350. I don't know if I would have the cojones to hang it out like that as Gary Moore in a car of that much value.
Yeah, it's all relative for sure. But those bias ply tires love that. He's actually doing a great job wheeling that thing.
A couple of years ago, Paul Tracy put that car into the wall for Gary Moore as a favor at Indy.
That's one way to autograph it, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Gary Moore, though, one of my favorite drivers in vintage, and he really wheels that thing. I'm hearing safety cars stand up, but what are you guys seeing? You know a lot more about racing. What are you seeing from these cars right now?
Well, it looks like that Mustang's got a little more poke in a straight line. But Kurt Vogt's doing a nice job of carrying corner speed, and in these brake zones here, that Mustang looks to the inside. He's got that straight line speed advantage. I think he's looking too far to the inside, so he's having to overslow. He can't quite get that done.
He doesn't need to be in an extra car width over to the right. You know, he has.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
He can definitely be a little bit closer to the door. But again, you know, in gentleman racing and SVRA racing, that little bit of extra space is never a bad thing, right?
For sure. Yeah.
So we've got double yellow to pick up Jack Bush there at turn 6. So we will have a restart here, which is really going to throw this into a whole other gear with Seth Henry and the Ginetta Challenge, but also this Group 6, Group 12. If we can get a great shot of that 21 Cord, you can see that he's bent his exhaust pipes out there because he does a lot of racing, and sometimes that helps with the DB limit. You can get a great shot here of Cord in that number 21. And the tailpipes on that have like a 90-degree turn just for that. Look at this beautiful Cobra. Unbelievable there. That is James Aquilano, the Shelby Cobra. And Thomas, if I remember correctly, the first time you got in a race car was with your mom at Laguna Seca?
Yeah, I was sitting on the passenger side of the car, not in the seat because there wasn't one. I was just hanging onto the roll cage. Fortunately, I was young and light and had decent grip strength.
So is that where it started?
Well, yeah, sort of. I mean, before I could walk, I was in the paddock with my folks at the racetrack, so I was very, very privileged to grow up in that environment, for sure.
So can you hear it from your house, like if the wind is blowing the right direction?
I can. In fact, years ago when the Toyota Formula One car guys came to set the track record, I was in my dad's backyard at the time, and I could actually tell where he was on track by the gear changes.
That's amazing. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a commercial, but we will be right back for the Janetta Challenge, Group 6 and Group 12. Stay tuned.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
The VIR Speed Tour returns to Virginia International Raceway October 4th through the 6th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, PSSA, and Janetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Camping Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the VIR Speed Tour October 4th through the 6th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back high above there. You can see the cleanup crew here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. We are under double yellow. Unfortunately, we had that beautiful Donovan E-Type Jaguar go in just a little bit too much momentum. It looked like the rear wheels got out from under him. I think it was unassisted going into the wall there, but hopefully not too much damage. They're looking at the tire walls right now, but this Janetta Challenge is really now going to be heating up. I thought there was another car up front because I always forget our safety car is also a Janetta. So I thought somebody got around Seth Henry or something happened, but no, that's our safety car running the lights. And then it is Seth Henry and David Lecco. So look for this to move up. But you were saying that Ray, this is his first race ever, first real race ever. He started 9th and he's moved up to 3rd?
No, Aiden. So we have two people who are new to the series today. Aiden Dorvey, who is it is both their first race. Aiden has done a lot of track days and stuff in other cars, and he just moved into a Ginetta, so now he's running very well. He's up in third. And then Ray, and Aiden's in just a plain white number 13. You can see him there. He said, once I get through my first race, then I'm going to put my wrap on it for VIR because I want to make sure I get through it cleanly, and that's what he wants. You can see my dad coming around in the 77 right now. He's right now, him and Mark Swain, the car directly in front with the green, are fighting for P3 in the championship. Nice. They are 1 point apart from each other. Whoever finishes ahead each race is going to end up winning it. And that's both David and Seth are pretty far clear. 25 points clear because we follow the Formula One point scale. And so when they they're pretty far clear. So it's going to be between them two to see who wins the championship. But it's going to be between Mark and between Peter to see who's going to get P3.
Now, see, I like these Ginettas. I was just kind of bagging on the new Lamborghinis that were in the last race, how they look so angry. But these are modern cars that look happy. The Ginettas look happy. I like for cars to look happy. Your Mustang, Thomas Merrill, looks angry. So these new Mustangs, like you're seeing right there, they kind of look angry. I don't know why we're doing that with modern cars. I like the happy Miatas and the bug-eyed Sprites and things like that. But here's a modern car that does have a smile on its face because they're having fun out there.
Especially with the pace car livery where it has the black and the two white that are left, so it makes it look like it's a smiling with teeth, kind of like a gap-toothed child or something like that. But I love them. They have such a great look, and race car looks so good with the new wrap on it. But it was interesting. You said that you thought there was a car that gone past Seth when you were looking from the safety car. I don't know if you remember at Mid Ohio, Jonathan thought that there was a car coming into the pit lane. He forgot that it was the pace car. So he was like, so it was just a fun little callback. That it is sometimes a little confusing to see the
Look at this
pace car out
car
there.
a Shadle. I was giving a hard time yesterday. It's almost camouflage here. It's almost the exact same tone as the Armco all the way around the track. I'm like, it's almost like camouflage. It's pretty neat. So I have the pleasure of being joined by a TA2 champion, a friend of mine, Thomas Merrill. We've worked together for a long time. For some reason, I always ask Thomas awkward questions on the grid walk, fan walks, but he was the class of the field, absolutely, yesterday in yesterday's race. Won the race basically from flag to flag. So Watkins Glen, how would you describe the grip level? They have changed the entrance here into the bus stop. How would you describe this now?
Well, if anything, it's just faster. The grip here has always been good. The track's really smooth. It's one of my favorite places to drive a race car. It's very consistent, very confidence-inspiring. But the bus stop change with the curb is huge. We're coming in there way faster than we ever used to. And so that was a little bit of a reprogram for us. And it was actually easier for the drivers on my team that haven't driven here much to adapt to it. Tom Sheehan, one of my teammates, raced Trans Am longer than anyone ever has. He had the hardest time adapting to that change in curb because he's done so many laps here with the old curb. So that reprogram was really, really tough. There's a ton of entry speed in that section, and now there's even more. The bumps are a little bit different, but the rest of the track's the same. It's smooth, consistent, and at least for my car, it got faster with each lap. And that's a product of just the low degradation, the low tire wear, the smooth surface here.
So then, how much did your line change going into the bus stop with the curbs changing? Because we've had different debates on it hasn't changed at all, it's changed a little bit. So what's your opinion on that?
Well, I watched them build it, so it has changed.
Well, no, like your line changed that much, right?
Yes, definitely. I'm turning in a little earlier, a little flatter. I'm a little closer to that Armco wall on the right-hand side. I found the more curb I took, the smoother it was, based on where they've put those little pyramid curbs in the middle. If you take half of the curb, the bumps are worse than if you take all of it. So, but you're kind of threading the needle.
Is that because you're loading so much to the left that the car leans up, so you get more ground clearance on the right side because it's like leaning up when you do that hard turn?
Yes, and because we're carrying more speed, we're able to brake deeper, and we can actually carry our brakes across that first curb now, which we never used to do. So it's definitely changed the dynamic. Unfortunately, my teammate Keith Prochuk found that out the hard way yesterday. He got in there a little hot, got a little crossed up, and ended his race a bit early.
Well, you can see here at the bottom Jack Bush's car being towed in, so sorry about that for Jack Bush and Donovan. The lights are out. We're about to restart, but I got to give a shout out. That is that number 75. I'm sure you've seen it. The Anthony Della Vecchia. That is an actual Chaparral Chevy Camaro with some Trans Am history as the Janetta Challenge. Seth Henry leads them in to take that green flag, and it's now up to him when he wants to go. There's that green flag, so take it away, Heffring.
Yeah, so we're going down. It looks like Mark Swain trying to go down the inside. He looks like he's not even going to go. He's going all the way up to second so far. Peter Hevering is following him past Aidan Dorby. Mark Swain up to second past David Lecco. Unbelievable. That is from fifth to second. Now he's going. Now again, Dave Lecco's going to try to get by him as well. Peter Hevering up to fifth. Aidan Dorby back down to fourth. Greg Arsenault right behind there. So that was an incredible pass by Mark Swain. Well done. Mark has been racing for years. He's the CEO and owner of Janetta North America, so he's joined our series because he wants to race with us and help grow the series. Looks like Dave Lecco's definitely going to try to make a move down into the bus stop. Here he goes again, laid on the middle pedal. Wow, great move. Well done by Dave.
You can see there how he took all the curve. He was nice and tight to the wall.
Aidan around, Peter around.
Oh,
then that's my dad in the wall. Oh, that's too bad. Unfortunately, he had to spin to avoid him, but that's a very, very tough incident because that's really nothing with his fault, just to avoid the incident.
Yeah, that was an avoiding thing that I wonder if he goes back and watches it, if he's like, man, maybe I should have just hit him, because now that wrecked 2 cars, but there's nothing he could do there. Peter Hevering, that will probably, ladies and gentlemen, have to be the end of the race because there's debris on the track, there's 2 cars out, and we probably aren't going to have enough time. And that was so unfortunate. That car just went a little bit too deep in there. And we do hate to show that. This is SVRA and the Ginetta Challenge. We hate any kind of metal-to-metal or tearing up cars. And when you get a group this deep, 33 cars with such different, that's just kind of bound to happen. And like Thomas was saying, just seems like the weather has been perfect. It's that perfect. You don't need a hoodie. You're comfortable in shorts and a short sleeve shirt, but you're also not hot. The track temperature is really good. Very few clouds in the skies. Lots of campers. It's been an unbelievable weekend here for the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. But so what does that do for your championship if Seth Henry and Lecco come in 1-2 like that?
So Seth Henry and Lecco, this puts it to where Seth Henry is pretty difficult to beat now for the championship. Dave would have to win every race from now, and Seth would probably have to DNF one race.
Wow.
Which would be quite tough, but that's a part of racing. That's what ends up happening. But it's amazing to see that Mark Swain came in third. Greg Arsenault was up to fourth, and Preston Peeble, his second race weekend third racing with us is up to fifth, and that's some really good points for him. Ray Huell finishes sixth in the Ginetta Challenge, which is incredible for his debut. And Eric Arms seventh, and of course Aidan, and then unfortunately my father Peter in the wall. Really no fault of his own, but that's all. That's what ends up happening sometimes when you're racing.
Love that lightweight BMW there. Some great results, though. It was a good race when it was happening. Seth Henry first, David Lecco second, Mark Swain third, Greg Arsenault fourth, Preston Peebles fifth, sixth is John DeGaynor. Now, John DeGaynor the first in the group sixth. Then we go back to Ray Huell in the MPX, that's the Ginetta. Then Gary Moore in that Shelby GT350 over Kurt Vogt in that Boss 302. And then Eric Arms in that other Ginetta. So that rounds out our top 10 here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. Thomas and Andrew, thank you guys so much for joining us. I wish we would have put on a better show for you guys. Thomas, it's been cool seeing you here, that you're sticking around working with David Hampton. And then we'll see the Ginetta Challenge again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, we will go to a break. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you for having me as well.
All right, we'll see you after this break.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Sissel here. I am going to introduce one of my favorite drivers here, The Speed Tour presents Stories from the Paddock. One of my good friends, we just saw him in this race, win in 6GT and win overall in SVRA. Jonathan DeGainer in that beautiful Devon Evolution.
All of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. So I'm running both a vintage car in Group 6, and for the first time I get a chance to run my Riley and Scott Trans Am car with the pros in Trans Am as opposed to running it with Group 10 in vintage. It's a new challenge for me. Bill Devon built both turnkey cars called the Devon SS, and then he built a series of bodies that ended up in specials either with small four-cylinder engines, so Devon Triumphs. You saw there was a Devon Volkswagen here, a Devon Porsche here, and then a whole series of cars that end up with Devon V8s. So this is an original Devon body on an MGA chassis with obviously some reinforcements, and then with a small block Chevy. So that's a car that's been in our family since actually before I was born. It's on iteration number 7, but it's a car that my father bought. We raced in SCCA solo events back when I was a kid. When I turned 16, I was able to race with him in the same car because it's one car on the track at a time. And the car sat for 25 years. We then restored it and got it ready to go vintage racing, and we've been doing that together as a family since 2015. Oh, you know, it was fantastic, and we actually had the opportunity on the vintage side. I have another Devon, and we ran both of the Devons in Group 4 for a couple of years, so racing with each other it's tremendous, and it's all of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. Yeah, so this is a 1992 Riley and Scott Mustang body Trans Am car. It's Riley and Scott number 11, so it's their Gen 1 car, and it's serial number 11. It was run by Ron Fellows for a couple of years between 92 and 94 successfully. And so I'm now the caretaker of it, if you will, for the last 5 years, and trying to run both of the cars. It just got to a point where, hey, maybe if you're gonna measure yourself against the best, and that's running with the pros on the TA side. Compared to this, it's really quite straightforward. It's it does all things well. It doesn't have any of the what they refer to as the nanny stuff. So there's no traction control, there's no anti-lock brakes, but it's got power steering. The brakes really work well. It turns, it stops. This one is a little more raw. This one, on a scale, is less raw, but it's very challenging. It makes you a much better driver, and the more time I spend in either car makes me better at both. I really enjoy running two different cars. It stretches your brain. It forces you to think through. Brake points are different, turn-in points are different, all of the other things, and things happen at different speeds between the cars. So it makes it. I'm an engineer. It forces you to think through each of these. It's really a lot of fun. I enjoy it very much. We refer to him as the team owner, the team principal, or the boss. He's here at every one, and it'll take him a little while to give me all of the feedback, but this is one of these things that we get to talk about just about every day. I was able to podium in the Devon, and in the Mustang, I know I'm not going to be competitive with a Gen 3 Riley and Scott car. So to drive to the limit of the car, to learn from the pros, make sure that I'm worthy to be with them in the series, that's a good result. So I finished 6th in class, I finished 8th overall. The car came off the track in exactly the same shape as it went on the track. I think for the first time I've run that's the first time I've ever driven this car for 75 minutes. To do that and do it well, it says something about the preparation and the team behind us from the preparation standpoint, and it's really a successful weekend.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. As you can see, it's all quiet on the Western Front, as they say, and that's because we've got some repair work going on. But it does give us an opportunity again to step back and take a closer look into our paddock, where we've been learning from our stories in the paddock, some of the nice folk that are part of SVRA and the Pirelli Holdings team. Let's take a look at the latest from our stories from the paddock.
We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. The 1963 Jaguar E-Type. This car actually, I found about 4 years ago, has been raced really since it was built. When I started collecting muscle cars. And my wife hated muscle cars. And what really got me into E-Types was she said, if you'll buy me an E-Type Jaguar, you can have any kind of car you want. So I bought her a 69 one-owner E-Type Jaguar, and I fell in love with the engineering of the E-Type. Shortly thereafter, bought another one, then another one. Have a couple of Jaguar saloon cars as well, 1956 XK140. This car came along, and then, you know, there are others as well, but I really kind of fell in love with the English engineering and even the Lucas Electronics, if you can believe it. I think it was Enzo Ferrari said that it's the most beautiful car that was ever made. And when I started learning a bit about them, when I started collecting, it was amazing to me how advanced they were really for their time. I didn't realize what Group 6 was about until I purchased this car, and I had a quick learning curve. Here we're running a little 6-cylinder, and you know, there are 3 classes, A production, B production, and an early Trans Am. The lowest horsepower the V8s are making are probably 500, 550. So the challenge is, this car's real advantage is it gets to weigh less, but you have to handle better. So there's a lot of work, creative work that I've done to get the suspension sorted out so that it handles better. You got to brake better, handle better, you got to drive better, because you certainly get outpowered on the straightaways. And so I would say that at first it wasn't fun, but as we've developed it, we're in the hunt, usually running up front. We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. That's muscle versus European, it is.
We ran each other really clean. It was an awesome race, especially since I was ahead.
This car, believe it or not, 2 weeks ago didn't have an engine in it because we had a minor engine problem, and due to Kyle and another good friend of mine, we hustled over a few days to actually make it here, and fortunately everything turned out, but we really were surprised by the outcome yesterday, given what we've had to deal with in the past couple weeks. Sure.
So there you go. Quick look at our stories from the paddock, and some great characters, and some big characters out here right now, because here we go again at racing. And as you can see, our next group, which is Group 9, are preparing themselves. And these some monsters in here, Ben.
Yeah, this is going to be really fun to watch as we see there Travis Engen, and like we talked about in that Group 2 race, right in front of him in the same car is Mark Giroux. But look for Lewis Cooper Jr. Not sure if that's Lewis Cooper Jr. in that car, in that Panos DP01 starting first, the number 70, or if that is his grandson. His grandson, we had him at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta earlier this year, was super fast. We are releasing cars from the grid. Group 9 is basically open wheel, slicks and wings class. So there are some Formula 5000s. The Panos DP01 that has the nicest musical note that comes out of that of Lewis Cooper Jr. Amber Stevenson is in her Lola. T9720, another beautiful car. Then we talked about Bruce Hamilton, Mark Giroux, and Travis Engen. So Bruce Hamilton is in a Swift 016, and then Mark Giroux and Travis Engen, again, equally yoked in both Lola T9720s. Then Mark Sherwood in a Ralt RT41. Robert Albani in a Mazda Pro Formula Elan. Scott Dick in a Dallara Infinity. Kirk Kinsfader in a Swift. Did you hear me? It's like I hit a reading speed bump.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I can actually hear your brain whirring.
I worried. I got ahead of myself. Kirk Kinsfader in a Swift 014. Paul Subject in a Star Cars Formula Mazda. Tony Carpanzano, can't wait to hear how you would say that, in a Reynard 93 HFA. How would you say that, John?
What, Cosano?
No, the Tony Carpanzano, starting 11th.
Ah, yeah, Carpanzano.
See, that's so much better. Joseph Riolo in a Legrand Mark 11, if I know my Roman numerals. In 13th is Sebastian Coppola in a Lola T192. Now, Sebastian is in a Formula 5000, and he kind of runs the Formula 5000 group. So it's so cool to have him here in his Ferrari and in this Formula 5000. Jim Stengel in a McRae GM1. David Savetsky, one of my favorite drivers out the 15 cars in a Legrand Formula 5000. That car there is not on my list, but that's one of those Nathan Bird crazy cars with Dustin Hodges, the number 39. Where lights are out, boards are down, flags are down, I'm going to text Dustin Hodges, see if he can give me an answer to that car that he's got out here. Jonathan, you take us away for the start.
Well, as you can see, the Ginetta leading them round as we head over the bridge. You can see now how the track works from above. We haven't often seen the drone from this angle, so we're now going to start to see the last two corners here. The Ginetta's lights are off, which means we're going racing in Group 9 as they pack up 2 by 2. Good solid field of historic cars getting ready to run, led by Lewis Cooper Jr. in the DP01 Panos.
But how about that elf car of Amber Stevenson starting P2? What a beautiful car, and that's new to her, so let's see how she does in that. Take it away, Jonathan.
And away they go then, and it is the Panos who streaks into the lead ahead of the elf car of Amber in the Lola T97/20. Bruce Hamilton had a win earlier today. He's in third position in the Swift 016 in third at the moment. Everybody cleanly through the first two corners as they head up the hill for the first time.
I love it. Now, just like in the Group 2, Lewis Cooper Jr. is kind of in a field of his own in that Panos DP01, but listen to this note.
Oh, it does sound good.
It's like the Formula 1 cars back when Formula 1 cars were amazing. And then Amber Stevenson, Bruce Hamilton, Mark Giroux, Travis Engen, and Mark Sherwood are kind of in their own race with these Indy Lights cars. And then it's just kind of a mixed bag until you get back to the Formula 5000s. But this car here that we can't quite figure out what it is, it looks like the same Nathan Bird, Dustin Hodges car, has already moved about 6 positions up.
Why don't we know?
It's not on our sheet.
Ah, right, okay.
So it might not have qualified or might not have started. It did start in the back, but now they come into the toe of the boot. Because we are doing these short pace laps, they're not able to get a lot of heat into these tires.
Right,
and with
I noticed
such
that.
downforce, slick tires, you're going to watch their lap times really go up in about lap 3. We saw that last year with Lewis Cooper Jr. in that same car. Listen to this thing.
Yeah, one of our cameraman, Logan, was watching excitedly yesterday when this flew by down the main straight, and he said, sounded awesome. And I said, yeah. Because we started looking for it, and I couldn't work out what it might be.
I think it's a V10.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why the sound is so.
So I think it's a Judd
engine. Yeah.
V10.
Basically, in fact, Leighton House used to run one of those Judd V10s in Formula 1.
But I'm really impressed with Amber Stevenson. I know that is a new car to her. Now, I also know that she's very talented behind the wheel. And like I said earlier, she and her wife are both engineers. So I know they've been working on that car. I follow them on Facebook. But she's staying ahead of Bruce Hamilton, Mark Giroux, and Travis Engen, some of our fastest Indy Light drivers.
Do they both race?
Yeah, they both race, yep. So then that's Lewis Cooper Jr. up ahead, then Amber Stevenson, then Bruce Hamilton, then Mark Giroux, then Travis Engen.
So that Panos would be what, an Indy car spec?
I don't know. You know, because I asked Mr. Bennett what it raced in, and it slipped my mind. But I'm sure our comment sections can tell us what that car would have raced in. Maybe kart? I'm not sure. Because I don't think that was the original engine with the car. I think they just put that engine in to come vintage race and give our fans the best racing noise in the world. Looks like there's a car off there at the toe of the boot. Now here's our Formula 5000s, like Can-Am, like your friend Brian Redmond raced in. This was just a crazy class at a crazy time. Way, way, way too much power.
Can I brag?
And not enough car.
Can I brag a bit?
Yeah.
I got an email from Brian Redmond this week saying, good job. He tuned in. He never watches any racing.
How crazy is that?
I know.
Well, now that, you know, that should be like a career milestone. That's unbelievable.
It is. It truly is.
So there's Amber Stevenson, somehow able to keep up with Lewis Cooper Jr. And then Mark Giroux, Travis Engen in that beautiful Red Bull Indy Lights car.
Yeah, that's cool. And he's got the Red Bull lid as well. I saw Travis get out of his car earlier in the day and still wearing his Audi overalls. Great character. So here's our 5000s.
Look at these things.
I love it.
So we don't run Formula 5000s anymore because they made the chassis as light as they could and then put like the biggest American V8s behind them as they could and just absolute animals to drive.
Yeah, I mean, talking of Brian Redmond, 3-time Formula 5000 champion, and he would admit that they were beasts to drive. But you need a guy that's got the experience of a 917 or any of the Le Mans cars that were recalcitrant in their behavior with power to drive a Formula 5000 car. And I think that's why Brian, having had his Formula 1 experience as well, was the perfect guy for Formula 5000. And in 75, 76, and 77, he showed why.
And you could see they had a pretty small rule book also because the wings are different, all the cars are different. It was basically, you need to have this wheelbase, this weight, this tire size, and then anything goes from there. And everybody had different iterations of it.
And I think that's why it was so popular amongst the engineers as well, is that it was anything goes.
Unbelievable. So this is the Formula 5000. David Zavetsky is in there mixing it up. I believe in the front of this group. Then that's the 5 of Joseph Riolo behind him, going side by side through the carousel.
Lovely. He got through.
And then back to our leaders. Amber Stevenson able to keep Bruce Hamilton behind. And ladies and gentlemen, here from race control, we're going to have to go double yellow for that car off at the toe of the boot. So here is the caution. And then right behind Travis Engen there is Mark Sherwood. Mark raced with us last year here, if you remember, Jonathan, one of our kind of stalwarts. Love having him. See that small wing. We were talking about that small wing, and I was asking if that had an advantage or disadvantage over Travis. From the looks of it, from the little knowledge I have of aerodynamics, seems like that would be an advantage, but he says it's actually a disadvantage at high speeds. Panos raced in kart with Cosworth XFE. That's another one from the boy from New York.
And you
so
know,
he may be our commenter hero for this race.
But the point we're making, boy from New York, is that would be a kart car with a V10 engine, and hence the Formula 1 sound it's making right now. So
now
it's a
the
bit of
Formula 1 from the good days of Formula 1. I know you can't say that.
The screaming 18,000.
For those of you who don't know, Jonathan is currently a Formula 1 announcer, has a Formula 1 racing show, very popular in Austin, Texas. Tell us a little bit about that, Jonathan.
Yeah, Speed City, we've been doing it since Circuit of the Americas came to be. And yeah, we do a pre and post for every Formula 1 event, including today's Dutch Grand Prix. Obviously, I was away, but I'll be doing some soon. And yeah, we also go on site for Miami, Vegas, and of course Austin. So we'll be at Austin and Vegas. We've already been to Miami.
Now, we've got so many Jonathan Green fans on here. How do they find your radio show?
Speed City Broadcasting. They can't miss it. Or Speedcaster is our Twitter handle. So come and follow us. And we're on Sunday mornings around your Formula 1. In fact, if you're in the car, we're on Sirius XM and you can tune in if you can't watch the race. Keep up with the BBC commentary and listen to us, and we'll have a good chinwag afterwards. We've got some great guys. We've got a guy that hauls Corvettes around the USA, and wherever he is hauling Corvettes, he calls in.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we said, what are you hauling today? And it could be, you know.
So that's your boy from New York. We love Boy from New York and our regular tune-in people, and you've got that on your radio show. So that's the 41 there of Robert Albani in the Mazda Pro Formula Elan. And he's kind of the first outside of the Indy Lights. So very good for Robert Albani. But I got to give it up. Amber Stevenson in that Elf car with that beautiful, the Elf, is that like a Tyrrell livery? The Elf, what is that?
So yeah, the Jackie Stewart had a very similar blue and elf coloured Tyrrell back in the day in Formula One. So there's sort of homage there to that.
It's a very dark. I don't call it navy, but I don't call it royal. It's somewhere between there.
Yeah, and I think that is the elf colours.
So there's like a petty blue, and that would be like an elf blue?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or little people blue.
So there's Amber Stevenson there, and that is a fairly new car to her. So obviously they know what they're doing because they do have one of their condos around New Jersey Motorsports Park. And if you follow them on Facebook like I do, they're almost every weekend they're doing something different. And it's really interesting to see. So behind Amber Stevenson's Bruce Hamilton, Mark Giroux, Travis Engen, Mark Sherwood. As we go caution, and there you can see at the top right of our screens here, that is going to rescue a car that has gone off.
Yeah, do we know which car's gone off?
Don't.
Trying to work it out. Well, I'm looking at the lap times, or the laps gone by.
I'm guessing it's Mason Dwinell.
Yeah, Dwinell in the red and white F1000 JDR. Yeah.
Oh, that's the car we were wondering what in the world it was.
Oh, there you go. Well, now we know. Now we know it's not going very fast. That's the one that we do know about it.
That's unfortunate. He had a good start. Jonathan, Mission Foods, Watkins Glen SpeedTour, if we had the ability to order weather for race day, I think this is exactly what we would order.
Yeah, the guys who are out there in their motorhomes and RVs are having a ball out there. This is perfect weather. It's mid-70s, gets cooler at night, but not cold. And absolutely fantastic. And of course, it'll change pretty quickly coming September, October, because this part of the world gets some snow and ice pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're usually 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
And what a difference now that we've been here at this time, we might want to say, well, this looks pretty nice.
Do we hang around?
Yeah.
I love it.
So there's the 7.7 of Paul's Subject. That's a Star Cars Formula Mazda. That 2.5 that kind of resembles the livery of Ferrari back in the day. That's Tony, how would you say that? Capanzano?
Capanzano.
And a Reynard 93 HFA.
Yep. Reynard, known for...
Oh, am I saying it wrong?
Yeah, Reynard.
Reynard, I'm sorry. I learn all kinds of things from you.
But you know, that's where I got my little people joke.
The one I'm most embarrassed about is, for my whole life, Caterham. I've been saying Caterham.
Caterham, yeah.
And you say Caterham?
The worst one. I'll tell you the worst one, and I'll tell the
Livery.
world. Oh, livery. You used to call it livery,
yes.
didn't you? Yeah. No, that's wrong too. But Wimbledon. That's the one that gets me. It does my head in. There is no place called Wimbledon, and there's no tennis players that go to Wimbledon in July.
Oh, that's my fault. When I lived in Medina, Ohio, I lived on Wimbledon Drive.
Ah, you see. It's Wimbledon.
Did I say Wimbledon?
No, not you. But Americans generally. It's all right.
Well, supposedly, you can speak very well. There is that Reynard. Is that saying it right? How do you say it?
Reynard. Yeah.
Reynard.
Well, RC has given us the clue, and that means that the race director is telling us that that little yellow dot at the top is going to disappear soon, because it means the caution is over, and we will be racing again, led by the Panos of Lewis Cooper Jr. And like you say, we'll hope to give you some sights and sounds of that car, because it really is spectacular. And there's nothing wrong with saying that we all basically harbour a wish that Formula One currently did sound like that, because those were the days, the screaming V10s. Love it.
I can't imagine 20 of those things going down the straight at the same time.
It was frightening. about
it
ear
would
splitting.
make my teeth fillings rattle.
It would. No, I'll tell you what would make your teeth rattle is doing one, let's say the Indy 500 year 5. After they built the bricks, but the cars are still wooden wheel. Can you imagine? Or basically wooden wheel.
Yeah.
You know? And by the way, it's 7 hours, the race in 1950.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think their top speed was like 78 or something like that.
Yeah. It took till the mid-60s till they got over 150 average.
Wow.
Qualifying.
Oh, yeah, average speed, not top speed. Yeah, average speed.
Parnelli Jones.
But I tell you what, I have gotten to go around one of those, the National that raced in the first race.
The ragtime.
And
with the ragtime races.
Yeah, 70 miles an hour in that.
It's
is
scary.
Way scarier than 180 in a Corvette.
Well, because you're looking down and you basically could fall out one of those, couldn't you?
So huge respect for those Daredevil, the Gladiators. Probably the most modern-day equivalent to a Gladiator were those first,
no doubt,
up until the 40s, Grand Prix racers or Indy 500 racers.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, here they come, Jonathan. Open Wheels, your favorite group of cars, coming to take a restart at Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour.
Well, I could call from my hero, Murray Walker, of course, who often called Formula One for many a year, and he had a distinctive tone, just like this. And he would say, here comes Lewis Cooper Jr. in the Panos, DP01. Oh, it looks as though we're going around another lap, so I can't be my Murray Walker. No, we are going. Here we go. So Lewis Cooper Jr. leads them to green, and away we go. Amber Stevenson trying to hold on to second place, but she's going to be pushed all the way down to that first corner. But she's got away well, brakes late, nicely done, keeps the line. And in goes the 31 of Travis Engen. Trying to get up to, fourth place early on as they climb the hill towards the Jack Daniels Club.
Good close restart here. Group 9, SVRA. That's Lewis Cooper Jr. out front. Amber Stevenson, Bruce Hamilton, Mark Giroux, Travis Engen, Mark Sherwood. And then I believe Scott Dick in that yellow Dallara.
Yep, it's a Dallara Infinity.
That's a good looking car there, Sherwood.
Sherwood's, yeah.
Just looks sleek.
Well, we've got some really nice, different chassis out there from Lola, Swift, Rolt, Reynard, Lola, of course. We've even got a McRae out there. You don't see too many McRaes. We've got a GM1 out there at the moment.
Well, I'm hearing from our commenters that there's a bit of a controversy on these pronunciations. That's a good comment.
My business partner has problems with that one too.
Aluminium.
And he likes what the Brits say frustrating, and the Americans say frustrating.
Yes. And then you put a U in color.
Yes,
there
we do.
There goes Travis Engen in that Red Bull number 31. What color would you call that?
I can't win. I'll tell you what, the Panos is not pulling away as it was earlier.
But Amber Stevenson under some pressure from Bruce Hamilton.
Good racing. And look at this. Goes the 32. That's Kirk Kinsvater. Great German-sounding name. Kinsvater.
So if these drivers, you're their favorite announcer, and they all say, you could take 5 laps in my car, which car would you pick?
I have to say, I think it would be the Panos right now.
Really?
Yeah, that's pretty sexy. Although, no, actually, I tell you what, I take it back. I would take one of the 5,000 cars. I think that would be just a thing that you'd never, ever forget doing. I'd go very slowly, mind.
There's Mark Sherwood. Scott Dick.
It's funny, we talk about Adrian Newey in Formula One and what a great designer he is, an aerodynamicist. But people forget that it was on cars like this that Adrian Newey got his start. He came over to America and did a lot of kart and Indy before he actually became famous in Formula One, as we see the Formula 5000 going hell-bent for leather at them.
That's Jim Stengel there making that pass in that McRae. You were just talking about that McRae. So great pass there over Joseph Riola at the Cube 3 architecture bus stop. Some great fans. We have had some great fans here. Why not? We've got some great weather. And I am hearing from the boss, Michael Printup, our COO, that we will be back at our regularly scheduled September date with the Downtown Parade, the Watkins Glen event that I always recommend to all the vintage racers. As we see here, Amber Stevenson increasing that gap over Bruce Hamilton. But you can really see as the white flag comes out, the tires are at the temperature, the downforce is working. Let's see what happens here on the last lap.
One lap to go then. Great to hear that we're coming back. I know that's Tony Perella's favorite weekend, is the parade weekend. Always gets to drive around with the family and do the parade. I've never done a lap of the old circuit or the old track yet, but I've been to the parade obviously several times, and yeah, the whole town comes out. It's really great. Just shows how much support they get in this part of the world. Travis Engen just going through shot there. Currently in 5th position. Just ahead of him, Marc Giroux. So we've now got it right in 4th position. Bruce Hamilton holds 3rd. Amber Stevenson doing a great job. And between the pair of them at the front, all now, in the 144s.
In Group 2, it was reversed to these two. Giroux was behind Engen. Now Engen's behind Giroux.
That's funny. Yeah, like you say, they like racing together in their different groups.
So Amber Stevenson somehow staying behind that V10, that Judd-powered V10 Panos.
Yeah, he hasn't stolen a march on anybody, has he? Now you see the gap. It's what, 3 or 4 car lengths. And good under braking is Stevenson. But it's going to be the Panos of Lewis Cooper Jr. Yeah, it's not at full chat by any means. He's screaming. So here we go. Last corner coming up. That's Cooper Jr. Dives into the final corner. And you see the checkered flag. There it is. And takes the win here in Group 9. In their feature race 1.
Marc Giroux, Travis Engen, Mark Sherwood. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Could be a battle. Maybe. I don't know if that Mazda can do it.
Scott Dick trying to hold off. Kurt Kinsfinder. And does, just. Good little battle. And then Robert Albani comes over the line in the 41 ahead of Paul Subject. There he is. Tony Carpanzano holding off the 77. Paul Subject. So yeah, okay, Campazano got ahead up to 10. He finished 10th at the end then. So
look
top
at that
10
hand.
wins. Yeah,
now let's see how these Formula 5000.
Here we go.
Come on.
Last corner. A Civic car. Here we go. No, not to be. But there's the checkered flag. I like the digital one. Whew.
Man, I can't wait. I can't wait to have a full field of these Formula 5000s.
That'll be awesome, won't it? So, confirmation of the result then. Lewis Cooper Jr. with the win for the Panos. Amber Stevenson in the Lola T97 gets 2nd, and Bruce Hamilton in the Swift gets 3rd. Giroux gets 4th, Engen 5th, Sherwood, Dick, Kinsvater, Albini, and Carpazano rounding out the top 10. We'll take a short break here from Watkins Glen. More from the Speed Tour straight after this.
What it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
Welcome back. The Speed Tour making a splash, as I have often done occasionally in the past, but don't believe all the rumors you might hear. Here we go. Next group up. It's 1, 3, and 4. Ben has
my favorite group.
Okay, I'm going to...
and ladies and gentlemen,
he's
get
on the ceiling.
Ready. My medicine has officially worn off. Jonathan's always favorite time to be in the booth with me. Groups 1, 3, and 4. A lot of my British friends are out there. Look at this Alpha here, the number 99. Beautiful car. That is a one-off special there. Then we've got this number 25 of Peter Ustavinas, Mark Hansen. We've got a Miata out there, that number 74, that beautiful Sprigget of Richard Zipkowski.
So a Sprigget is a combination of a Sprite and a midget.
Yeah, so they had Sprites and midgets. Now this car here, the number
heck is
22, that is the Le Monster. The Group 4, that is a tribute to the car that raced in the 1950 Le Mans. I've got some great stories about that. That is a very historic car built on a 1950 Cadillac chassis, and it raced at Le Mans back in 1950. Then John Gorsline in that Mini Cooper. I love that car.
So it's a Cadillac.
It's based on a Cadillac chassis.
Wow. What a group.
Yeah. Then we've got the number 2 of Christopher Chilson. Then we have a lot of our Formula Vs that we've seen on and off this season. Starting with Elliott Barron.
Is he a Texan? He's got a Texas flag on his.
Yeah, Elliott O'Barron. Yeah, they're from the Dallas area.
Okay.
And then Arnold Garbaugh Jr. in a Lynx. Alex Gee in a Formula V Lynx B. Stephen Kuhl in a Lynx B. John Carter in a Zinc FV. And James Lynch in a Form Car FV. This is going to be a split start
makes
for
sense.
These Formula Vs. But this should be a lot of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Group 1 is very small bore production cars. Group 3 is slightly better, which is like the Porsche 356s.
Under
MGBs.
2,000 cc or not?
Yeah, Spitfires, things like that. Then these cars, the Jaguar and that Corvette, are Group 4. That Corvette is one of 700 that Corvette made that year. I talked to Bill Schwacky last night about that at the Fish Fry. Very nice car. Bill Schwacky, the Chevrolet Corvette, and like I said, 700 were made. That is a gold medallion just as it was. Then right behind him, Randy Williams in that beautiful Jaguar E-Type. He was in an E-Type Roadster in the Group 6 race. And then Randall Green in that Lotus 23B. Then remember, we've got Larry and Ralph behind him. And we figured out a couple of years ago that Larry is left-hand drive and Ralph is right-hand drive of the identical Spitfires.
There you go. Chelsea, look at her. Pretty in pink. She's got a pink phone, a pink hat, and now she starts to jump with her
Now,
pink shoes.
I will tell you, Chelsea's favorite cars and favorite drivers are in this group, those Formula Vs. Those are her best friends in the world, ladies and gentlemen, the Barons and the Formula V group for Texas. So maybe she's going to give a special little jumping up and down for the Formula Vs. But me personally, I like the Spriggets. I like the Miatas.
That Cadillac is doing my head in.
Oh, unbelievable, yeah.
It looks as though it's like a water vehicle. Look, she likes it too.
He's from England.
Is he?
Yeah, they're trying to get some work from Cadillac to be able to bring the original Cadillac and his Cadillac come back here and run the Watkins Glen Parade with us, because it actually, the only time an American got to see that, the 1950 Watkins Glen street race. And then I think it was J.C. Argetsinger was 5 years old and was trying to go around as the pace car, and they pulled him out at the last minute. So he wants to put J.C. Argetsinger in the car 75 years later and have him run around the road course with them in that car. So I think that would be a really cool thing.
You cease to amaze me in the internet audience that you suddenly come out with these facts.
Well, he talked to me today in the truck, and I wrote it all down, but I didn't bring the sheet with me. So I could be wrong on that, but that is I'll tell you a cool story. He was at Laguna Seca. He drives it to the track. It hauls a camper, so that's his tow vehicle and race car. And then they came to Laguna Seca. Then they went to Road America. They spun a bearing. They took out the crank. They took it to a machine shop. The machine shop put everything on hold, machined the crank 2 days later, and then they were able to drive it here.
That's
because
right.
I guess when you say, here's what I'm doing, any machine shop in the world is like, well, then we have to stop what we're doing and help you out.
Oh, they're too fascinated by it.
That's the grit of these two husband and wife that are driving across the country, hauling a trailer with their race car. And you can follow them on Instagram and Twitter. It's the Le Monster for the Le Mans Monster. And really cool to see. I'm so excited about this group if you can't hear it already. I'm not going to have time to go through everything, but hopefully we get to see. But I want to talk about the Tom Raganetti. We talked to Peter Raganetti, that Alfa Romeo Special built on a Alfa Romeo, I think Giulia, but that's a one-off special that they have really worked into. It's just a fantastic race car.
Ben, I'm going to go and see Andrew Heveringham, and I'm going to see if I can get my SVRA license. And then you're going to find me a Mini, and I'm going to race an SVRA in this class.
Actually,
and I'll commentate
Racing
as well.
Out west, because I can't say which tracks, but one starts with an L and one starts with an S. We're going to do back-to-back next year. Don Racine will rent you a really great race Mini for about $1,500 to $1,900 if you have your racing license.
Got to get that first.
All right, so here they come to green. I'm a little bit too excited, Jonathan, so you got to take this one.
I will. Groups 1, 3, and 4. Off goes the Ginetta, another English make. And we have a front row with the Corvette and the Jaguar XKE. There's a combo. Green flag waves then. Away we go then for our Group 1, 3, and 4. And away goes the Corvette in the 55. Right behind him, the tiny little Lotus 23B. Just sneaking in there into second place, and the Jaguar just behind him. Then a couple of MGs. Well, 4 MGs. Spridges.
Yeah, and there's Larry and Ralph. The two Spitfires going there, the white Spitfires and some Spridges. Great. It looks like everybody got off correctly in the groups 1, 3, and 4. Let's see about the Formula Vs, but we've got some Miatas out there, an MGA, and then, like you said, these Minis. I just love the Minis.
You know, you come from a cool family when your grandma drives a midget. Back in the day when I was a kid, she'd go to the shops in the midget, and boy, she went hell-bent for leather too. I never realized how cool she was.
So that's Elliot J. Barron in the Pegasus FV over his son Elliot O. Barron in the Zinc C4 going up the hill. I don't see Hunter Barron on the list. Hopefully Hunter's out there. So let's see what Larry can do here over Ralph right now. And speaking of Larry, I believe that's Larry Smith in that SpeedTour Blue MG Midget. Larry Smith, one of my favorite people in vintage racing.
Now, Doug Schreiber is a name I've seen on these charts many a time, so he must be a regular in his MGB.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Elliot O got around Elliot J.
Yeah.
And then that's the 12 of Arnold Carball Jr. in that Lynx B. And like we were talking about in Group 2 Formula Fords, these are Formula Vs based on Volkswagen Beetle engines and components and suspensions that anybody could make a chassis, anybody could make bodywork. It just had to be to a certain specification. Now watch for this Lotus 23 of Randall Green and Bill Schwacky in this Corvette. They kind of went at it, got angry at each other in today's qualifying. And two totally different cars. And Randall Green in that Lotus 23 is very hard to see from Schwacky's Corvette.
Yeah, and like you say, couldn't be more different in terms of how they get to the racetrack, in terms of design and build and size and weight. But that is a classic Lotus with the beautiful yellow and green, which is so distinctive to each and every Colin Chapman design.
Let's see if we can get Lake to focus in on those white Spitfires in view. The back of them will say Larry and Ralph.
We just got to know which one is which.
Here, yeah. And then here comes that Le Monster. Unbelievable looking.
It's like a giant Hoover.
Yeah. And then there's an MGA, and then there's John Gorsline. John Gorsline, remember, he gave us the mints at Sebring. He's an insurance salesman, Gorsline.
Oh, that's right.
And gave us the business card of the mints. There's that Le Monster. And what a Le Monster it is.
Are those headlights or speakers?
Yeah, those are headlights. He's got the fog light in there. That's the number 22, Derek Drinkwater, in a Cadillac 61 Series Special. One of 3 ever produced, I believe, right there.
I cannot believe that would go down the Mulsanne Straight and feel safe.
Yeah, because that was before all the chicanes, too.
Yeah.
And I believe when they brought it, they only did it. Yeah, they only did it 1 year in 1950.
Ooh.
And they finished 10th and 11th in Cadillac.
That's pretty impressive. Cadillac back to racing, of course, and potentially back to Formula One.
Ooh, Stavinas there off in his Bridget.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
That's a weird one, isn't it? Because it's just before the bus stop, but nowhere near the braking point. So it's as though he's come out of turn 1, gone into turn 2, and then realised he has to give up the ghost and has just parked it on the side of the road there. But look at this, through the bus stop. Maneuver that, if you will. That's a handful.
And in this group of cars, that looks like a homecoming float.
It does, doesn't it?
I mean, that's a large car, but then especially you put them with the smallest cars of the weekend.
You've come up on an idea here for our cautions. So we just get the dancing group out there on the hood during cautions. They could handle it, and they could throw out doubloons just like in Mardi Gras.
Yeah. So, Bill Schwacky up front in that Chevrolet Corvette. Being from St. Louis, I kind of have to root for that car that was built in St. Louis.
You're right, the medicine's wearing off, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And he was telling me last night that Corvette, basically, GM didn't put much effort into Corvette these days. They just thought, we've got to do something about these Ford Thunderbirds. So they came up with the Corvette. The sales were not exponential at this time, and they didn't put a lot of effort into it. But they really, truly are beautiful cars.
Yeah, you know, I was talking to some Corvette folk, and you're right, the Corvette almost went away. They weren't keen on building it after a certain amount of time, but glad they did.
And yeah, could you imagine that? Like
life without Corvette.
If you were to ask people what's the most American icon car,
absolutely,
as much as I love the Mustangs,
no,
I think I'd have to say the Corvette.
And the Corvette, the Mustang came after the Corvette. It was a reply to Ford not having a successful small sports car, and that's why the Mustang came to be. But unlike Corvette, they didn't really push racing until recently, and now Jim Farley is doing that. Well, as you can see, we're under caution at the moment. We still haven't got that little MG off and out of the way. There it is. That's what's going on. Why don't we take a short break? We'll be back with more after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
The VIR Speed Tour returns to Virginia International Raceway October 4th through the 6th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, PSSA, and Janetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the VIR Speed Tour October 4th through the 6th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back as we take a look at our Formula Vs coming at us. Line of sight, great on, hey, little wave under caution, so you've got time to do that. That's the number 17.
Jim Lynch. That's a very old-looking Formula V.
Yeah, it is.
RFV. They got sleeker as time went on.
Well, and there's a reason for that. This is historic racing. Just, you were wondering why it looked so old.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
That's all right.
But I would love to see modern F1 drivers race a Formula V race. I think that would be the most watched race of the year.
You know, there's drama in the Formula One paddock today.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. No. Kyle Larson says he's better than Max Verstappen.
Oh, I heard about that, yeah.
And when you look at the actual, things that he's done compared to what Max has done, but the truth is, Max has only just started his career, and he has only driven, really, Formula One cars.
Yeah, and Christian Horner would never let him get behind the wheel of something else that he might get injured in and lose his cash cow.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to distract. Alonso also says he's better than Verstappen, and he's also, of course, won Le Mans.
Now, I have a harder time arguing against Alonso than I think Kyle Larson. I'd kind of more agree with Alonso than Kyle Larson.
I think so, but
let's start a fight on the commenter section. Who currently could beat Max Verstappen?
Yeah.
And we're
and
going
by the way,
this time
if
by.
you fancy your chances, you can go online because he's on there most of the night, even during Formula One race weekends, we hear. And I'm told, because of sim racing, a little birdie told me yesterday that they pipe in the sounds of tyres over the engine of his Red Bull Formula One car because he's got a better chance of listening. He's a tyre whisperer, and it helps him to hear the tyres. There you go. Which he does in sim racing, as I'm sure Carl Larson does. How about that?
That's pretty good.
You don't get these nuggets just tuning into anything. I'm telling you.
Here we go back to green, Jonathan.
Thank you, camera 3.
With Randall Green.
Lexi, good job. Here we go. Out goes the Ginetta, the Corvette. Will lead them away. And can that little Loti 23B, that little Lotus, look, it's disappeared, look. For a second there, but it will be hard. Look, he's looking at his mirrors. His mirrors aren't very big in the Corvette. And the Lotus is literally tucked underneath behind him.
Larry and Ralph going into Mission Foods turn 1. That Spitfire really got a good run.
And Lake's doing his best to try and find out which is which.
Larry Smith leading the charge up in that blue Sprint. These are two different groups, though. Those Spitfires should be Group 3.
So Jesse Darrow is in the 51 Spitfire. And Patrick Darrow in the 53. Into the bus stop they come then. The Corvette leading the way and leans into it. The Jaguar not far behind either. That's the XKE, beautiful British racing green.
That is so cool looking, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very cool. They're enjoying it, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm amazed. Oh, here we go for the lead.
Randy Green for the lead.
Oh, not for long. I'll tell you what, if they keep doing this, though, that Jaguar is going to get both of them. So what was going on in qualifying then? Were they dicing?
They were dicing. Yeah, I had the radio in my ear, and I could hear that they were making hand gestures at each other. That's as far as I'll go. You can use your imagination.
Yes. Okay. Well, they were telling each other they were number 1, right?
I'm not sure, but I think it was one finger, but I'm not sure that's what they were signaling.
Okay.
And they weren't hitchhiking.
No. Down to the boot.
So we're going to go white flag next time by. So Randall Green, get up on there.
Well, Randall Green has shown that he's able to get ahead of the Corvette, but whether he can make it stick is another question.
Randall Green with Furia Corsa, one of our new marketing partners here. We welcome them to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour.
Welcome aboard.
But look at this. What do you think he can do here, Jonathan? Because he's got the nimbleness. This is a handling versus horsepower battle right here.
I'll tell you what he's got to do. He's got to look for some fast momentum, slower speed corners, except this one, because that's quite fast. It's the last corner, to get the momentum. And it starts now. It starts by getting with the white flag, and it starts, and the Jaguar's going to try to do the same, but he's going to try to brake as late as he can into turn 1, and just bit by bit try to get into a position before the bus stop to maybe make it go. And if he can't do it there, then maybe down the hill on the inside.
Yeah, that Corvette just has so much power compared to that Lotus 23. It's going to have to be somewhere of nimbleness, or Bill Schwacky's going to have to go long into something.
Yeah. Well, here they come up the hill and now towards the bus stop, and this is where he'll close in on braking. Corvette just a little bit heavier, obviously.
I'd say twice.
Yeah. Well, Colin Chapman, ever famous for making lighter and more nimble cars year on year. And so you can guarantee if it's a
Look
Lotus.
at this. The Darrows, side by side of the Darrows.
Great shot of the day. The two roll bars facing opposite ways, and they dive in.
Ralph Taylor.
Oh! Ralph Cowboy.
Oh, my goodness. And that's why they have high roll bars, ladies and gentlemen. But Ralph takes over Larry there. I believe that's Patrick Darrow then over Jesse Darrow.
Gosh dang, I thought I was home in Texas right there.
Unbelievable.
Damn.
That was a rodeo.
Wasn't it? Awesome. Let's see if the Cadillac could do that.
Oh, gosh, I hope not. So Bill Schwacky's still in the lead over Randall Green. Then Randy Williams, who we talked about, the owner of the Dandy convenience stores I always stop at when I'm at this area. There's Elliott Barron there in that aluminum Formula V, but always great races in Formula V. Look at this.
Yeah, you know, Erwin Greben says that the Lotus 23 was so good it was banned from Le Mans back in the day.
Yeah, they did that. We talked about it to Travis Engen. They did that thing with the lug nuts, and they found FIA, as the French always do. They find a way to get rid of the things they don't want, and they didn't like how Lotus did the lug nuts on it, and they sent them away.
There you go.
Because I think the fronts had 3 and the rear had 4, and your spare tire had to work all the way around at that time.
There you go. Good knowledge again, Ben. I don't know how you're doing it. Here comes the Corvette, though. He's held off the mighty Lotus 23B. Ooh. And here he comes to complete what has been a really nice run by the 55 of Bill Schwacke in that Chevrolet Corvette. So check the flag out then.
Bill Schwacke wins Group 4. Randall Green wins Group 5. Let's see. It looks like Larry got back around Ralph.
Yes, he did. That was a little bit of a moment, though.
And then there's Larry Smith to win Group 1. Nice job, Larry Smith.
Oh, look at this. You can't tell me that Cadillac can see those cars.
No. And this is the smallest cars versus the biggest race car I've ever seen.
Ooh, follow that Cadillac. He's going to get sucked in underneath it if he's not careful. Look at this. You can't even see him. Oh, I love it. Well, I've seen some pictorial stuff before as Hunter Barron doing the business. Can they beat him to the line? They should be. They should be a little bit more nimble. No, they're just going to slipstream him. Well, you don't often see that on a racetrack every day, folks.
That was crazy. No, wasn't expecting that today. So hopefully that was entertaining for you guys because that was a lot of fun for me.
Okay, my favorite car coming up here, I think.
Which one? That's my car. I have a 59 MGA.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I love MGAs. That's kind of the poor man's Jaguar to me.
Yes, yeah.
Just very nice lines on that.
Yeah, lovely. MGA. Beautiful. So, confirmation of the result then. It's the Chevrolet Corvette of Bill Schwacke who wins ahead of Randall Green, but they both win because they are in different groups, as you can see. The Lotus 23B taking second place overall. Randy Williams in third in the Jaguar. Jesse Darrow, Patrick Darrow, fourth and fifth. Larry Smith in sixth place. Nate Doyle in seventh. Tom Ragonetti in eighth position. Mark Hansen ninth. And Richard Respakowski in 10th. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from the glorious weather here at Watkins Glen and for more SpeedTour action.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back as you look straight at one of the most storied machines in the world, and I don't say that lightly. A car driven by Travis Engen right now, but has been driven by Johnny Herbert, by Pierre Caffer, Van Capelli, Franz Bieler, Alan McNish, I'm sure, but it has probably the most mileage of any historic or race car.
It's the most winning Audi in Audi history.
There you go. And it remains here in the USA because, of course, it did also race in IMSA and was very successful there. But it has been a regular with Travis since, since I've been doing these races, and that's a fair few years. And but more importantly, we have a host of Sabecos out there today and radicals, and because of that we've brought Cal Denise. I'm going to get it right.
Denise
to see you.
Nice to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
So we are delighted to have you because we've been struggling a little bit when we've had Sabeco out there because we're still learning a little bit about it. So we're hoping to
PSSA, the Prototype Sprint Series Association. There's Revolutions, Radicals, Sabecos, LMP3 cars, but we need some resident experts. This is a new series to us. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the most we've ever had.
Yeah, it's really good.
So tell us about this PSSA class and specifically the Sabecos.
Yeah, it's been a great class for us so far. The Sabeco chassis fit in really well. We have a few of them right now in the PS2 category. That is our SPX car. It's a little bit faster, 2.5 liter Mazda motor. The other cars are running, for the most part, a 2-liter Mazda motor, so a little less powered, and they're running in that PS3. And yeah, it's been a great field, and Watkins Glen, obviously everybody wanted to come here. It's such a great track. So we've got 12 of them out there with us, and looking for a good show.
What kind of horsepower are we putting down in these?
So the SPX is about 250 horsepower, whereas the MPO1 Evo is about 210.
Yeah, so power to weight ratio, because they're pretty light, is pretty good.
Yes. And they also run WRL at about a 9-to-1 ratio. We've done a little bit of BOP for this, and we're getting about 1 power to weight for the PS3 cars.
And if you don't know your sports car racing, balance of performance is what he's talking about. So it levels the playing field out, so you get a good chance that you get a decent race if you kind of do that balance of performance.
Let me thicken the plot here a little bit. Nathan Thompson was late to grid. I'm listening to Race Control in my right ear. Nathan Thompson, a Lotus 23C, one of the best vintage racers that we have, and he's having to start from the back. So look for that blue, Regogo blue Lotus 23 to move its way up. And this is a Group 5A, 7-11, and PSSA, a mixed group. So we've got some sports racers. We've got some prototypes. We've got one of the most famous cars in the world, that Audi R8 LMP. And then the Lon DP02 of Wes Allen, which I always kind of call like an Indy car with skin on it. and then a ton of these Radicals, Revolutions, Sabecos. This should be a really fun race to watch.
I'm going to ask an odd question now, but who can drive a Sabeco? What kind of level do you need to be at to handle or at least push one of these things?
It's a pretty easy car to drive overall, but, it is a little bit more physical with the downforce. So somebody who's in relatively good shape,
So not us, Jonathan, is what he's saying.
That takes us out, yeah.
takes some shoulder muscles, but the cars, some of them do have power steering in them, some of them don't, and it's an option.
It's the old adage, which is easy to drive, but those last half a second, that's where it gets a little bit nip and tuck, right?
That's it.
Here we go then. Green flag about to wave. The Audi on your right-hand side when we see camera 1. Here we go. And the black of the number 65 of Nathan Duckles leads them away. Travis Engen will go around the outside, but straight into the lead. And that Audi will just head off into the distance, is my prediction. One of the Sabecos going wide, I think. But Travis Engen is off to the races in that Audi, and up the hill he goes for the umpteenth time. Sort of car you'd see here at the 6 hours of the Glen back 20 years ago.
It does take time for these Audi's LMP cars. Because we're doing that short pace lap, it does take time to put heat into the tires. So we might have that Revolution catching Travis Engen here early.
Yeah,
I'm
but
hearing of a car-to-car contact between 9.4 and 9.9 at turn 1. But here we go. This is the start. Travis Engen moving ahead. Look for these PSSA cars. Unfortunately, Nathan Thompson didn't make the start of the race, so he must have had a mechanical and pulled off somewhere, so that really stinks. But we've got some unbelievable racing coming through this Prototype Sprint Series Association with hand-cooked tires. But the winner of the championship at the end of the season, I believe, gets $10,000 cash.
That's right. We also do a little bit of extra for the Speco cars on top of that. But the hand cooks have actually been really good with our car. The cars perform well, and we get a lot of miles out of them.
Well, as we look at Travis Engen, again, more questions for you. What's the difference between the SPX, the MP01, and the SR3 Radical? I mean, all right, that's a completely different car, the Radical. But I'm interested to know that's a second subject, if you will.
Yeah, we are really similar to the SR3 as far as performance. So the 1340s run with our MP01 Evo. And again, those have about 210 horsepower for us, but similar lap time to the 1340. So it's a great chance for them to run together here in PSSA. And then same thing with the SR3 1500. We're real similar overall lap time to them with our SPX, which is putting out about 250 horsepower. We do have a little bit more downforce on the SPX, but it's really about 4 to 5 second difference around here.
So I mean, Radical has been in my vernacular, as it were, in terms of racing cars for many a year. Speco hasn't. Is that because it's come later than Radical?
Yes. Speco was formed in 2019, and
Gotcha.
They took over the Elan chassis.
Oh, okay.
Which was they first raced the chassis in 2016. And again, Speco took it over 2019, started developing the car, and they've spent a lot of time in the endurance side of things, and we're excited to be a part of PSSA doing some sprint racing.
Well, we'll welcome you with open arms into the Pirella Holdings family, and it's great to have you on board. Travis Engen already building a 5-second lead over Duckles and Dickerson. Allen in 4th, Waddle in 5th place, and Kidd in 6th place. Is that Jody Kidd out there? No, can't be.
Brandon Kidd. He's
kidding. That was for my director. We've lost Ben.
Well, I'm listening to race control about that accident, but here's that Elan DP02 and Speco. I'm surprised to see the Speco staying with it, to be honest.
Yes, and we got Dakota Dickerson out there. He's really wheeling it hard. Great driver, running with Stratus, and lots of time in the car. But again, it's a great amount of downforce and good power. So I'm excited to see him sticking with them.
And have you been happy with the pickup since you joined, this series and being part of each of the other weekends?
Yes, definitely. It's growing car count. Again, we got 12 of them out here this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Are they having fun?
Oh,
that's the biggest thing with SVRA. The racing, that's all great, but are they having a good time?
They are. Stratus is usually running endurance races, so today they actually, during the long gap between qualifying and the race, they went down the street, played some mini golf, came back to the track for the race. So definitely having fun.
Are they just as competitive at mini golf?
I don't know. I wasn't with them, but I'm assuming so.
The light on the top, is that, I noticed they're not on all the cars.
Yes, WRL requires it, so a lot of the endurance cars, you'll see it.
So they've literally got, when they're racing at night, they've got the 3 lights coming at you, effectively the one on the top, and then the 2 headlights.
Correct.
Nice look. Beautiful car.
Thank you. And, they... you had the Panos out there earlier.
Yeah.
They were built right down the street from the Pano shop, and
Brazelton, or
that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
So, in fact, the engines are still produced by Elan Power Sports, which are still in the Panos building.
There you go. Small world.
So just 5 minutes down the road from Road Atlanta. 10 minutes maybe.
Brazelton, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we make everything in house. So the cars are really American made and a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, Don Panos doesn't get the credit, perhaps, maybe because it's more recent than obviously the Jim Halls and so many others. But he will be a fantastic footnote in the history of American racing, no question.
Absolutely, especially my home track, Road Atlanta. What he did to that facility was phenomenal.
And people that were trying to quit smoking. Don't forget that. That's probably what he's most known for. He's probably saved a lot of lives from inventing that patch that gets people to quit smoking. Yeah, that's how he made his money. He invented the nicotine patch.
There you go. There you learn something every day.
But he kept smoking until the end of his life.
Now, you see, you didn't need to ruin it.
Well, you don't have to practice what you preach, right?
Travis Engen's practicing what he preaches, though. 1:45.0, his best time so far. So he's, 5 seconds up the road quicker than anybody else. He's now 17 seconds.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
No medicine.
Harry Colson, that is. In that black and red.
There's
Sebeco.
And a Porsche liveried S2000, Sports 2000. Then there's a Revolution, another PSSA car. So we've got Radicals, Revolutions, and Sebecos out there. But this is the first time we've had a Sebeco overtake of the Radicals or Revolutions. I like seeing this.
Yes, it's awesome.
So the Revolution is a sort of progression from the Radical.
Yes, they are, from the little bit that I know about the Revolutions, they were founded originally with one of the owners of Radical, who split off.
Yep.
And the guys at Classic Car Club, I believe, just had a press release where they took over a little bit more. And they do a great job with those cars as well.
Yeah, they do.
Now, did you see Mitchell Idle out there in that Chevron B31? We were talking about your friend Brian
I
Redmond earlier,
yeah.
But that would be like a Brian Redmond
Chevron,
style car there. And I just love seeing those sports racers like that.
Yeah, his affiliation with Chevron is huge. And, it's...
I know he drove everything, but for some reason in my mind, that's what I picture him in,
is
that era, that car.
Yeah.
And then watch how this car rotates. The Travis Engen car, it just... And I had this car in a slot car, still have it in a slot car, but it really does. It is a reverse airplane. It just rotates so
and
well.
You can hear it's dialed down. It's certainly not at its
But that engine has 60,000 race miles on it, still going.
Well, that's Audi for you. That's one thing you can get count about an Audi. It's not going to go anywhere. Like a Toyota.
And what's funny is I asked GMT about how many miles, and the guy's like 60,890 something. Like he knew exactly how. And that's just kind of the staff there at GMT. That's how precise they are.
Yep. So the 62 comes through shot. That's Mitchell Edel. And behind him,
like a national championship helmet in that Radical. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, you're fine. Yeah, you can hear it's just not. It's pulling, but it's not at its full revs by any means. That's just Travis just keeping control of it.
And it doesn't need to be.
No. Yeah, he's already got a 17-second lead.
Travis and his team are hosting a Monoposto party tonight. They usually do that on the Saturday night at this event. A Monoposto means one post. Mono means one and rail means rail. That's a Simpsons line.
Penn, I can understand why people do tune in to hear you now. I get it.
This is a man, 50-year-old man, going crazy live on a live stream. You can hear it live.
You just can't take it anymore.
But I absolutely love this car. It just rotates. It's just so beautiful. And
talking of rotating. Ooh, careful. And he got it round.
Oh, my
gosh.
That
was a big moment.
Unbelievable. Oh, there goes Nathan Thompson's car. I give that about a 9.2.
Well, it was, the entry into the pool was good. Straight dive.
That's Fred Knoll in a Swift DB5. Ooh. Now, for some reason, we're looking at the hood of looks like an MG TD.
Well, it's the MG Tea Party. It's a tea party, of course. Well, the fans doing
like that.
It's the British fans, Ben. You should be over there entertaining them.
That, yeah.
That is your port of call tonight. You get to sleep in the tent. You get to hang out with the MG folks at the tea party.
I will do that if I get a lap in that TD.
Would you like a cuppa, sir? Look, they're playing charades or charades, whichever you prefer. They're lunatics. You see, we're all coming from a Monty Python kind of era, really.
And now for something completely different.
I know.
Well, that was Fred Knoll in that 88 Swift DB5. Leave us, what do you guys judge that pirouette that he did going into Cube 3 Architecture's bus stop and back with Travis
Lucky boy,
Engen?
Fred Knoll. Almost ended on a grassy knoll there, but he didn't, thankfully. Engen completes another lap.
I wonder if anything with that wash from the Audi R8 did that, because that would be such a disturbance of the aero there with that, you know, that really...
Well, especially going into the bus stop.
Yeah. So here we go. This is the PSSA race here. The Sebeco Red, White, and Blue, the 17 Radical. This is some good racing here.
Yeah, this is 15th place.
Oh, that's my friend Philip Lewis.
Yeah.
Came all the way from Copenhagen. Last time we were here, he came all the way from Thailand. He lives in Australia. He's got a house in Thailand, and his daughter's in Europe, in Copenhagen.
Sounds like he's on the
run. He always comes, yeah, maybe. Maybe we need to know something about Philip Lewis. But, yeah, he's always coming from somewhere exotic to race with us, and we appreciate that.
Well, the Intersphere is glad that car didn't crash, that's for sure.
Yes. And I want to give shout out to Nathan Thompson there for knowing the car wasn't working right, ducking behind the wall, and letting us go green. So thank you very much. You can see the PSSA logo there at the top left, Prototype Sprint Series Association. And this looks like it's kind of starting to get some legs, and this might be one of the most competitive groups at our Speed Tour races, this PSSA. If we have car counts like this next year, they will have their own group, and this could get really interesting.
Yeah, no question. Cal, what's the sort of, you know, if we're getting towards the end of this year, as we look ahead to 25, anything different happening next year, or is it just a case of keep building?
You know, we did a 4-race series this year and wanted to test the waters a bit, see how it goes, and we've had a great response. The guys out here really enjoy it, and you know, we enjoy running with the Radicals and the Wolves and Stores and everything else that can run out there. So we plan to do a little bit more. Hopefully, add a couple more races.
There you go.
Next
Look
year.
at that. Speaking of nicotine patches.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's where Panos would have come in good. Track 6 don't count.
I keep interrupting. I'm sorry.
That's great. That's the mighty 1976 world champion James Hunt from my good country of Great Britain. A legend. James Hunt. Hunt the Shunt, they called it when he first started. They took that away from him when he started winning.
Could there be a James Hunt in today's motorsports? Would
Would
any owner allow that?
No, but the closest would be Bottas, but in a clean way. Just look at the mullet. I mean, that's about as radical as it gets in this day's sport.
Kimi Räikkönen, is he anywhere close?
Yeah, I've had a few vodkas with him.
But just a crazy dude. That, you know, it's so hard now with sponsors and team owners to let somebody loose like a James Hunt.
No, I think the only crazy guy out there right now is Dan Ticktum. That's all right.
I don't know who that is.
Everybody who does know who he is will know that.
I thought you just made up one of those names that if I said it again, I'd get in trouble. Jonathan's trying to get me canceled. Like a Dick Trickle.
Dan's going to cancel me now.
Oh, Travis Engen getting around here, going through the PSSAs. Is that Travis Engen in that R8?
Yeah.
In the middle of some PSSA cars?
Yes, he is, right in between.
Oh, my goodness.
Here he comes. Oh, he'll blow by them. Cross the bridge. Look at that. There's one. See ya. And he'll get the second one on the exit of the last corner.
Two beautiful cars right here.
I know, absolutely gorgeous.
And we just saw Travis in a Chevron, now passing a Chevron.
Yeah, I know. There he goes, down the main straight. Blue flag waves, white flag waves. We have one more lap, folks. Travis Engen is marching on.
I want to get up to the Watkins Glen safety crew, all the officials around here, the SCCA. They have been Johnny on the spots with the blues and yellow flags, and they always do a great job here.
Yeah, it's something you don't notice until you do notice. And I know that sounds like a ridiculous thing to say, but you really do notice it here at Watkins Glen. They are on it immediately.
So this is a revolution here with that kind of reverse dihedral rear wing. It just has a very futuristic look. Travis Engen behind him in that beautiful Audi R8, and then a Radical behind them.
You can't use words like dihedral. Way too early.
Or way too late.
Yeah, way too late. I think it's probably the better. Good call, Cal. So, any surprises for you from this race? Like you say, most cars involved in 12 so far. So, short season. What perhaps have you noticed today?
You know, right now, Jason Alder up there ahead of.
Is that the Jason Alder of single seaters?
Yes.
Formula 4. That's our Jason Alder.
Jason Alder.
Yes.
FR and F4. I asked Ashley that, and she didn't think it was.
We call his dad once a week when we wanted to do interviews with another Alder.
Funny story. He didn't make practice on Thursday, he had an allergic reaction, and his hand was swollen up to some stuff. And luckily, everything was good, and he was out there Friday and today. But he had a little scare on Thursday.
Well, Jonathan, Saturday, take us home with Travis Engen.
Well, here comes Travis Engen, with his engine, the Audi R8 LMP, coming to the last corner here at the Glen, as it has done so many times before. And Travis will bring it home in style. He led all the way and will take yet another checkered flag for a car that has done plus 60,000 race miles.
The most winning Audi just adds to the numbers.
Nathan Duckles will take second place in the Revolution A1, and Wes Allen will take third in the Elan DPO2. And Cal, I'll let you tell us about the Sabacos and Dakota Dickerson, another one of our champions.
That's right. And they've got a lot of miles in these cars, and Dakota and Ben are both in the SPX. Jason's in the PS3 class with the MPO1. But they are doing great. There's Harry coming across the line. It looks like that might be Dakota up front coming in.
Cool looking car.
Yeah, it is very cool.
Absolutely. And really the big surprise, Dario, I was expecting to be fighting for the win up there, but I guess that turn 1 incident took him out.
Yeah.
So we'll find out what happened after the race. But Dario, really, hopefully, car's okay, and we'll be seeing him tomorrow battle for that win.
So congratulations to all our competitors this race day. Fantastic stuff. We've had really eclectic groups and some fun racing and some great SVRA action. And we've got more to come tomorrow as we get to the serious stuff of the Collier Cup and the Dick Mooney Memorial. I don't know the Dick Mooney. I'll have to look up Dick Mooney, can I?
Yeah, it's a great race. Rick that races with us, it was his dad was a longtime SVRA racer, and when he passed, we started making the memorial trophy for the Group 6 race.
Ah, okay.
Now, is this the 88 that spun for us?
Yes.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, going to finish the race after that triple sow cow pirouette through the bus stop is going to make this the finish of this race. That is hustle.
Well, only Danny Sullivan is a spin and win, but this man is a spin and finish, and that'll do.
Well, if you can drive the car under its own power at the end of an SVRA weekend, that is a win. So Fred Knoll, congratulations.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thanks, Cal. Thanks for coming up. And feel free to come in and join us and give us some insight anytime you want.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
Travis Engen then with the win in the Audi R8 LMP. Nathan Duckles takes second place in his Revolution A1. Wes Allen is third in the Elan. And then Dakota Dickerson, a former FR champion from this series, or Pirella Holdings anyway. Great stuff by Dakota in fourth. Ben Waddle in fifth place. Jason Alder was the very same. Another one of our Formula 4 and FR men. In sixth place, Brandon Kidd. Ethan Barker in eighth position. Charles Strecker in ninth position. And Salvatore Crisanti in 10th. Well done to all of our Group 5A, 7, 11 PSSA feature race 1. So that concludes our coverage of the SVRA Speed Tour for today. But there's more to come. Tomorrow we will be on for most of the day, starting early, so come and join us. We'll be back local time, 9 o'clock tomorrow, so join us at the Cracker Sparrow, as they say in my country. We'll see you soon. Great stuff. Congratulations to Greenlight and all of our cameramen. Great coverage. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye for now.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together.
We can move anything.